邀请到 EDG 的下路选手Liu，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EDG 的下路选手Liu。
相信今天的胜利对于你们整个队伍来讲都是非常大的服务。现在队伍整体的一个状态，包括
带来很大的新生嘛。
Hey folks, yeah, I turned the sound off at first because when the laptop starts up, when Sam's laptop starts up, there's like some pretty horrid audio errors. So I thought I would just do away with them for now. I'm gonna put on ads now. Hopefully we won't get ads over the walkout. So I'm gonna get myself a coffee and I'll get back to it. I'm solo casting all of today, by the way. So yeah, set yourselves down for. We'll give you some very interesting casting of League of Legends. But yeah, thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm going to grab myself a coffee. Let's get into it. So audio should be fine now. But yeah, what's League of Legends? Honestly, who knows at this point? Anyway, be right back.
2026英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏件数和万元红包雨。京东电竞装备你的游戏生活。英雄登场，闪现向前！李宁 Jackie Love 卡莎联名产品正式发售，比亚迪海洋海豹08旗舰新贵闪耀而来。Air 呀，开局吗？为 Air 开一局，操作零负担，状态轻松 on Air。手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，战马能量型维生素饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。傲风 G 7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
Well, hello and welcome everyone to our last few days in Xi'an. We'll let the intros speak for themselves. TT versus EDG, our first matchup. Now, TT and EDG currently are two bottom teams within Ascend. Doesn't mean they don't have some firepower to bring with them. EDG ended up picking up their first series win of the split last time out against WE. TT are a lower ranked opponent than WE. Perhaps they can get themselves a tiny bit of momentum before they head into Knight's Rivals as the second seed from Group Ascend. For that stage, they'll be finishing 8th out of 8 teams. They're locked into that position mathematically, TT. There is a chance they can escape bottom seed. Instead, it would be LGD as the first seed from Ascend going into Knight's Rivals. However, they need to win this series to do that. They also need LGD to lose a lot. All right, on the other side, let's welcome out EDG. That's what we were talking about. On the other side, all right, EDG picking up a series win. Perhaps some momentum, as we've been saying. They didn't play badly versus WE. I think particularly, Digit had a good series. Not limited to him, though.
EDG 对阵 TT 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
Well, welcome to our first series today. I'm going to grab myself a coffee and a bit of food, and let's sit in for the long haul, because I'm going to be here for a long time today, folks. Sit around, enjoy yourselves, enjoy the gameplay. I'll be back in just a minute. Just going to make sure that I'm fed and watered before we get into our games proper. Okay, into draft we go. Good timing, I just got back. So, TT EDG. How many subs for going bald? Don't do that to me. Nah. I'm sorry, my hair is not for sale. Okay, right. Let's get into the thick of this. I'll turn the volume up. And let's get started. So, hello everyone, how's it going? Let me zoom that camera in actually. Yep, that'll work. Okay, so what are our first picks? What are our... Everyone has a price, boss? Yeah, I'm not sure I do for my hair. We'll see. Nothing reasonable. The Oriana, the Syndra have gone away. Sorry, I have not changed the quality up. Alright, so let's get ourselves that there. Oopsies, my bad. Olaf Band, one of the better blind picks. But now we have, Rise, we have Ezreal Karma. There's also Vi as well. Vi tends to be a pretty early pick. Now you've got the Ezreal into the Vi if you do pick it though, so Jonah maybe less fond of that. Neferi's around. You might want to just pick the Karma away. You might go Jhin Karma or Sivir Karma. Those have been the two big picks. At that point, you think about Ezreal Bard, Ezreal Seraphine. Probably Ezreal Bard. Seraphine, I think, is a tier below that. Locke has made it through the draft, but, you know, he's more of a counter pick, really. Are both teams out of playoffs? Not technically. They're out of auto-qualification to playoffs. Now, as you said, like the Bard and the Seraphine are the two you often decide between. I think most people view Ezreal Bard as the better duo, but Ezreal Seraphine is still a good duo you can play. It's a different form of team fighting. You're less about pick, more about front to back. They do lock in the Vi. Okay, if you're going to go for the Vi, I do understand it, because the Vi with the Seraphine Encore extender is really big. The Jhin comes through, that's the expected pick from TT. Second round, need a jungler from TT. Probably a Lee Sin ban angle. Lee Sin and Neferi probably both ban angles. Then John Howe probably thinks about, Pantheon. Yeah, Pantheon's not bad in this kind of comp where you can kind of like put your shield up against the Encore and the Vi engage. Sometimes survive through. Ahri banned away from Bulldog. Sure, okay. Ban away some of the combos with the Vi. Could ban a Kali next from Bulldog. Or what else would he play with the Vi? Maybe the Aurora. Oh, fun fact, I can do that. I can do a fun fact. I would think. You know, initially in some of the concept art for Vi, she was meant to be, one, the younger sister, not the older sister of her and Jing. And then two, there were meant to be multiple kids, all with like different tattoos of Roman numerals, so she was actually 6. Then you had like, you know... Kali is banned away from Bulldog, so what does he have now? He might have an Aurora in the back pocket. Pantheon's actually banned away from John House, so he's going to get Lee Sin on a Theory, so he's happy with that. I guess maybe the EDG are a little bit more afraid of the point-and-click stun plus the global. John Howard had a mean game on this versus EDG yesterday. But TT, falling to the curse of 1-2, is split where they get like a single good game out of a series, and then after that they really struggle. And Bessa banned away too, so they actually leave a lot of jungles up. I guess they think jungle has enough champions available to kind of perform this point-and-click style assassination League of Legends. We have like Rise, Jhin, root someone, and then like a Lee Sin Neferi flies through. But then actually only the Ambassador and top lane does the same thing. And also Keshi is a really good Ambassador player too. I'm not going to knock that. So what do you pick now? Ooh, blind pick a top lane, so they don't kind of pick jungle, they go Rumble. Alright, so they want the Rumble. Well, they have Jhin, so Rumble is already empowered. But now the problem is Cassante is an easy lock, no? And Jhin does not love playing against Cassante. Cassante is fine versus the Rumble. You get to have a very good front to back now from EDG. DDZ is a confident Cassante player. Last pick for mid lane. Oh, hang on. This could also... No, you're not flexing the Rise top lane to go Rumble mid. I was just wondering if there's the Rumble mid flex. I don't think there is. Not with a Rise on the table. So the Syndra goes mid. Gives you early prio versus the Rise. You have early prio in mid, maybe in bot. We'll see how Ezreal Seraphine handles it. Top lane should be Rumble. Oh, I say that actually, Rumble's early levels are not fantastic at pushing anymore, so he did his minion damage in. Neferi gets locked for TT. So there is your Junhao Neferi. I don't think you should ever give Junhao like Lee Sin Neferi. I think those two champions are probably his most powerful. By quite a way, actually, thinking about it. So EDG, good front to back, good pick CC, because you've got Vi, Syndra, and you got Seraphine for that. TT, decent follow-up and long range though themselves. They have less CC, but if you hit someone with a Karma Q into a Jin W, then you've got Rise Root, Equalizer, then a Neferi ult jumping in as well. So the follow-up range from TT is really high. These teams are not playing in dissimilar ways. It's just that EDG have got more front to back. TT have got a bit more long range follow-up. Should be interesting, that actually. Okay, do I need to run an ad break? We actually might be fine. No, let me run a one real quick, folks. My bad. I do tend to run draft and ad just before we get into game. So follow and subscribe if you don't want ads. Appreciate you all. I'm gonna go grab myself that coffee I promised myself. We'll get into game. And away we go. Let's hear the gyros. And also, if you're in YouTube chat as well, hello, I'm not ignoring you. It's just hard to have double chats up at once in our current setup. Apologies for that. So if you're on YouTube, feel free to join the conversation as well. Appreciate each and every one of you. Busy, I see you over there. YouTube chat. You all have a good day. Okay, so early levels. See how that Prio's going. Bulldog's choosing to trade onto Harry rather than the Wave. Rise level 1. Does get the push, but he often loses a lot of HP for it, because Syndra has a lot of level 1 damage now. Once he gets to level 2, level 3, a little bit complicated. You've got, of course, you get CC in the equation, but then Rise is shorter range, but has good damage if he hits combos. Always the thing with Rise, isn't it, though? If he hits combos, he does damage. Crazy, that. Now, as far as I'm aware, Cassante has a choice in top lane versus Rumble, where you basically choose to start E, the shield, and you keep your HP, but you don't get push. You don't have any AoE on the way. But hang on, jumping might get jumps on here. Ooh, W away. Is that a flash as well? I think I saw a flash particle. Anyone else? No, I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling. It's all good. Alright, so he just goes away there. Must have been just the Syndra spell effects there. Oops. I'm trolling. Now, of course, for those of you who have not been following the story of EDG, got their first series win just the other day, but they were 0-11, by the way. Got that win versus Team WE. And that came after changing jungle players. And they were playing with Xiaohao the majority of this split. GEG coming in. Of course, GEG was EDG's World Championship winning jungler. Ooh, hang on. Root coming through from Feather. Just get the ult W through there, actually. See the healing amount there. Go Bulldog. Some bro talent there. Hang on, Jidge's down here. Feather is low HP. I don't think they realize that the jungle's coming down, but can they kill Lee first? Full Shot's going to do a lot of damage, but not enough. Roots come through, but good body block from Palkia. Extra auto attacks come through. On, trying to flash, can't get the kill. Feather, does he have one last skill in him? He does, and it will take one back. It's going to be a 2-for-1. Kill going towards Jidge and Palkia, whereas the other one goes towards Feather. How do you feel about Bin returning to BLG? Well, I think if BLG want to win Worlds, you probably need Bin. Now, I'm not saying you can't use Flandre as well. I actually think that Flandre has a place in BLG too, but you do need Bin to win Worlds, I think. I don't think BLG can do it without him with the way that their team is set up. They are so set for like a carry top lane, and I don't think anyone else within the LPL will provide you that carry potential. I mean, Arna Feather, they would win the 2v2, I think, just about, but they don't have that luxury. GG comes down, good timing from him. Bloodbath in bot lane, 3 kills in the 2v3. So a 6-man team, yeah, I think that Flandre has a place. I think that there's a chance that you play him as a like a weak side top laner with teamfight impact. Or if, you know, Rek'Sai comes back into meta. DDZ gets the pop back. Gets to do all that, actually, at level 6. Keshi not going to hit by that W, which is where a lot of the damage comes from, though. And we'll be safe. BLG with Bin is the only non-Korean team that can realistically win Worlds. Yeah. Did I see another team doing it? I don't think Top Esports, I'll believe it when I see it. I wouldn't believe in that. WE, I think they're a fun team, but I don't, and they're with a high peak, but I don't think they're playing one at that level right now, but I don't think, I just can't see them winning 3 best-of-5s back-to-back to win Worlds. Same with anyone's Legends. I think it really is BLG out of the teams that we've seen. I mean, sure, I mean, mentioning IG in chat, I think IG can be a great team. We know what level these players can play at, but and I'm quite worried by what they've shown us now in regular season. They started off pretty good, but I thought they'd build from that, but I think that they're quite inconsistent right now at activating their early game and getting their solo lanes into the right position. JJ found on Grom. Keshi trying to block the Q. Can't do so. Flashes over, though. Has the overheat. He'll get himself a kill. Nice from Keshi there. Poor JJ out on the invade. Armor Q landing. As it tends to really with the mantra. What will be the narrative of IG2 and IP? Well, I mean, the thing about the narrative from Group Nirvana is that we don't really know how good either of these teams are until we actually get you know, some information on the board versus them with Sand, and saying that Junhao will go into bot side, gets a great combo, level 6 on the Neferi. Can they kill Leave? Well, he doesn't have a flash. Should be an easy kill. W will stop the tower firing, and Junhao will pick up a kill. His Neferi, strong as ever, keeps himself up in farm. He's actually a camper 2 ahead of the Vi right now. And gets himself a kill bot side. Nice there from Junhao. JJ, of course, picking up from the bot lane before that. Seraphim's trying to stop the recall, but instead he's been rooted. The curtain call comes through and he dies. He dies trying to stop a recall. That's just entirely not worth it. Mistake there from Palkia. Stops the recall, but at what cost? Gives another kill. Oh, it's the Jin. Palkia, sorry, Bulldog putting down the ult. Doesn't get the shotgun stun, though. What do you think TT's strength is that they should play towards? Snowball jungle support with Kashi being a really good duelist. They're a good, they're a pretty good, like, pick team on the whole. Not great at early game on the whole. Jeje is going to get caught out invading again. There's a realm warp. Jeje does have flash. He's going to die here. Jeje has been caught out again. He was solid player versus WE. Better jungler than Monkey on the day yesterday. This time it's his turn, I suppose, to be given the short end of the stick of the jungle matchup. Palkia might get rooted it, but is there any follow-up? Well, yes, but no curtain call to follow-up. So Palkia will lose half his HP, not all of it. Care's been great this split. Yes, I think that Care has actually been very good this split. It's been one of his better splits. I think it's remarkable that NIP have managed to recover from the fact that they lost their choice bot lane after they demoted from Group Ascend. Now, Harry's on his best champion in Rise, still down to 10 CS. Bulldog's playing well on the Syndra so far. Was Bulldog weird split from him? I think Bulldog and Heru have both been lacking. I think they've probably been our two worst mid laners within Group Ascend. Yeah, I think they have been. It's because Tungman's been really good on LGD. Karis has been good. Yeah, no, I think it is just by press elimination. These are our bottom two teams. These are our two worst mid laners. I don't think that's necessarily true for every role. I think Kashi's actually been very good as a duelist. I think Junhao's been legit. Very legit. I think Arn's been hit and miss. Feather's been hit and miss. They've had some great games, but not always in there. A reminder that TT, despite the fact that they're 3 and 9, do actually have some really good game wins under their belt as well. Jeje flying over the wall uses the Q. Won't be able to catch out Kashi that way. Hey, TFC, stop picking fights in chat, please. We're hanging all out on top side. BDZ pulling Kashi back. 20 CS down right now. Has a jungler to help him. Flip back on the Q3. Easy kill. There you go. Nice from ZDZ. And Jeje comboing up Kashi. Pulled the equalizer. Was ahead 20 CS. Easy kill from him though. So both junglers getting active early. Stun onto Heru. Karma Q on the way back though, nasty damage. Early game Karma is not a really nice champion to play against, are they? Dragon, first one was taken by TT, second one is started up by them. Jeje doesn't have ult, so you don't have that point and click. Stun now missing from Bulldog. Jeje will get some damage in onto Junhao. Don't think they can contest though. So Dragon, 2 of them will now be on TT's side. Lost the Rift, Infernal Rift. Okay, nice. Karma Jin combo missing there. Karma Q hits, Jin W misses. Of course, that's why the Jin Karma is so strong. Karma Q almost guarantees your Jin W, and if you ever hit a Jin W, then it's first free shot of your curtain call, if you so wish. So if you get like a heavy auto attack trade, or something like the Karma Q, the Karma Root lands, Jin's damage becomes much less inconsistent, because Jin has great damage if it can hit stuff. If it's onto mobile targets, much harder. No surprises there. Yesterday was LGD playing great, BLG playing bad. Yeah, I think that BLG's jungle support don't look great. Been clearly not at his best. Knight making some mistakes. Viper was really solid. Viper was really solid. I mean, Knight was still the better mid laner. He was, but even though Tungman played well. But yeah, obviously not what we would expect out of peak BLG. They'll improve. I think regular season for most teams in LPL has been quite strange. I think there's been a lot of problem solving. A lot of trying to figure out big issues in general in regular season, which is why I just feel like regular season has been really unserious around the world. We've had a lot of teams in pretty much every region really inconsistent, I think, because of the schedule. Oh, Lever's gone for the cull on Ezreal again, by the way. I said that he's gone for the cull. He went for it way earlier. Leave is a cull Ezreal enjoyer. Ezreal does not build cull that often, but Leave does. JJ hanging around in Dragon Pit. Don't think he's been spotted here. Feather does have flash. Oh, he's hit by the Q though. Hit by the Bile after. They really want the Karma. Okay, that's a flash and 3 ultimates for the Karma. Karma also flashes away. Dragon isn't up, so it's not a bot side play. I mean, it's gold. Oh, Jin W's nasty there onto Palkia. Top side, Herald is spawning soon. Is it really worth throwing 3 ults and a flash for the Feather? Yeah, I'm not sure. As in, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, this guy has so many tier stacks. He had 2,000 tier stacks, didn't you know? Leaf ends up popping that cull, so now he's ahead of gold on Arn, actually. Hubris from Arn, by the way. So he's going for heavier squishy killing potential. Hubris into... Well, we'll see what a second item is. Might be Phantom Dancer. Now, ZDZ's not going to take great damage, because, unfortunately for Jin, he is a Cassandra. But if he hits anyone else, it's good stuff. Herald started by TT. I don't think it's going to be contested at all. Stun lands. Is this kill threat now? I think it is, actually. Q ult. Pretty close. Yeah, another Q would have taken him very, very low. Herald taken by Jun. How JJ in bot side does have flash. Ah, will not be able to find the Rumble. Rumble had already dodged off to the left there. We'll go towards Krugs. Yes, he takes a couple tower shots. Not a bad entrance from JJ. If he had found him running towards the left, would have been a good pickup. Can't quite find it. ZDZ is more than happy in the top lane matchup now. Keshi dying in that 1v2 earlier may well be very important for this game. I mean, EDG are a good amount of gold up. The question is, TT, you have 2 dragons. Is that enough to give you the win condition against the gold lead? Because the gold is largely in the hands of Bulldog. Bulldog is really happy. And the Syndra can one-shot anyone pretty much on TT. Yeah, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. TT really want this one. They have a powerful Jin. He's got 2 items. He's got the Phantom Dancer. Does Ezreal get 2 items for this fight? No, and it wouldn't be stacked up on the tier anyway. So your AD carry is stronger. Potentially anyway. If ZDZ gets into position, the Cassandra can be a real pain for the Jin at this point. Oh, stun landing onto Jin. Ezreal ult not hitting after. That could have been really dangerous. Arn lost too much HP, would have been pretty much lights out for the fights. Hope looks like it's pretty good here. Hang on, Root lands onto the Syndra. First shot comes through, 2, 3. Shot 4 hits. Teleport coming through, okay. Keshi's down here, they have the equalizer. JJ, where do you want to pull the engage? Goes onto the Neferi, who doesn't get the W in time, gets it now, but dies. What happened with the dragon? It goes to Vi, I guess. He takes him away, takes out that smite. EDG will get a great fight afterwards too. Neferi got smash engaged onto. Harry, I think, should be able to make it out, and does. He dodges that Q3. Great fight for EDG. This sets them up now for a really, really successful game. You know, they've got the golden advantage. They've not given the early dragon stacking over, or like the continued dragon stacking. They gave the early dragons over, but not the third one, which would have been more important. Another kill went over towards Bulldog, so he's now 2.1k ahead. EDG are very happy. This is the fight again. Dude, the clean feed audio is just absolutely awful there. Yo! That's crispy as hell. Blech. Replay client's got the bad audio again. Split All Pro has 40% games played clause. Yeah, and I mean, that's probably how... I reckon Suian gets first All Pro top lane. Suian's been really good this split. It's been his best split. Well, not that he's played many, but it has been by far his best split. Has been good from him. Junhao was thinking about jumping over eventually. Feather flash away. Bulldog. No stun there. Uses the Protobelt. Is he rooted? He is. However, they close ranks, and the Jin ult won't do that much. So the game slows down. Of course, it's kind of been played on objective timers. Well, it will be from now on, really. ET really wanting to stack up dragons. They've lost a lot of gold here. I don't think Harry is expected to fall this far behind on the rise. Not that he's farmed poorly. He's still 210 CS in like 20 minutes. And Feather is going to get engaged onto. The Encore comes over. They really want to kill the Karma. Jin has gone deep, though. Is that the right choice? Not sure it is. Arn could flash forward, but just has to reload. Wow, Leaves going really, really far there. Arn dodges out on a Q. Fourth shot's not bad, and Ezreal goes down. Good 2v1 there. Onto the Ezreal, who goes too far. GENG lucky to live. Will he, though? The Blackfire Torch, or rather the Deathfire Touch, will not take him down. Good kill onto Leave. Leave went way too far there. No idea why he went into the 1v2. Well, I say no idea. He was close to getting the kill onto Arn. Another Q would have done it. Not the case now, though. Arn and Junhao. Great turnaround there, and they'll take that extra golden pocket. We're only 40% though. I guess it's arbitrary. I guess it means that as long as you're splitting time relatively evenly. So if you imagine a team which had two top laners and they were rotating between them, it would be a way to say, well, okay, you know, this is a reasonable amount of games for like a half-half top laner. You know, 60-40 split would be pretty reasonable, I think. To say if there was like a team that was substituting top laner in and out, but one of them was really, really good. And the other one was, you know, if they had really good top laners, you know, that would make sense. Bulldog continuing to push on top side. Has himself an extra needly large rod. We'll see if it goes Shadow Flame, whether it goes for Zhonya's. Because technically go Banshees against double AP as well. Don't think he would, but yeah. Minute till Dragon. Up on a recall there. Bulldog does have teleport, shouldn't affect things too much. Leave. Hit there by Neferi Q. Jungle matchup is pretty explosive here. The Vi's been the go button for almost every fight in this game. Gunhouse picked up the 3 kills, that's 2.5 items. Black Cleaver helping into the Cassandra. Leave. Oh, hang on. Leave. Buddy gets hit by a Jin trap. Arm puts some good damage into him. Now, the problem is EDG doesn't really take damage on the other side. It's the bonus of the Cassandra. Feather looking for a slow. Harry's over the wall. That's not a bad angle for the rise at all. Spell Flux is good. Feather takes the Syndra ult, but it doesn't matter. And now the gold lead is gone. The Syndra, 2,000 of their gold lead. Pretty much all of it is just taken off the board. Palkia lucky to live. Presumably that'll be a dragon for TT now. Good kill there. Great angle from Harry. Didn't even need to use the Realm Warp for that. Just walked into position. Now, Bulldog's up in 20 seconds. Does that change anything? No. TT should just get this dragon and out. EDG caught out. Caught out on the retreat. Hey, Kai, it's good to see you, by the way. Infernal Dragon. Taken by TT, puts them up onto Soul Point. So what happens here? Feather hops forwards, looks for a slow. Equalizer is good. And then the Jin W comes down. Yeah, the long-range follow-up is really nasty. And Harry being on the flank does help, of course. It does mean that basically ZDZ can't heal both sides of the equation. Just the full retreat after that. Yeah, it's a nice angle from Harry, but really it is, you know, Keshi and Arn together which make the big play. How does TT deal with Cassante late game? Good question. I mean, Neferi might be able to do enough, but I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, it is difficult. It's not great. I mean, Arn's going towards his, presumably, Lord Dominate's regards now. Not going for the Infinity Edge third. Has the hubris. Just the stacks falling off there now. We did see a 600 AD Jin from Jachi the other day on IG. Yeah, he also went for the hubris build. Got 3 Infernal Dragons and the Infernal Soul. Ow. Baron, of course, the next big objective. EDG watching, waiting. They do have their own going button in that vibe, which they've been using for a lot of this game. They've been struggling to start fights on their terms now, though. They're waiting for Syndra stuns, waiting to see if GENG can find a good angle. They haven't found it for a little while. EDG still have the gold lead. And look, EDG are still a damn sight better than they were. They're more coordinated than they were. Just won their first series versus WE. Almost won a series versus Anyone's Legend after GEG got subbed in as well. Not that Xiaohao was the problem for EDG, but clearly I think the chemistry is a little better for EDG now. Not that they're great at being proactive. But they're on the same page when things are happening now, more now. Stun, landing onto the rise, he's going to flash over the wall. I think he's just dead. Get full combo. Good combo there from EDG. Finally, the Syndra stun lands. They follow up with a Vibe. Good kill. Does Keshi want to pull the Equalizer? No, doesn't look like it. Jin W goes wide. Another stun lands, actually. Damn. Now the Equalizer comes in, but the Seraphine Shield fairly impactful. What's happening on the other side here? Looks like it was a blue buff steal away by GEG. Yeah, EDG. Like, they're just landing Syndra stuns now. So it turns out if you land Syndra stuns, you're really happy. Leave goes low. Has to be healed by the Seraphine. That's a curtain call which I don't particularly agree with. Not really sure it'll do much work there. Moonstone from Palkia means he has plenty of value there on the heals and shields. Dragging up now in 2 minutes. Checking on itemization. So ZDZ has both Iceborne Gauntlet and the Chaotic Raccoon. Very happy position for him. About to get into a Jack show as well. Which means he has enough armor to be a pain in the butt for Arn. Arn does have a Lord Dominus Regards. There's swap over, other team, other side of the map. So Arn has some Flat Pen, some Send Pen, Phantom Dancer, which is just a good stat stick for Jin. Keshi, he's got the core build for Rumble. He's got the Bloodletters and Leandries. Donya's now to go golden against the by Engage. Harry can't say the same. Harry has a Lost Chapter building up towards a Actualizer, but doesn't have a Seekers for the big Engage. He struggled to have value in this game. Nice that one flank. Junhao 3 items now has the Serpent's Fang. Will stop some of the enchanting value coming through from Palkia. There's no Serpent's Fang on EDG though, so Feather on the Karma will have more enchanting value on average. Junhao will be able to strip some shields away. And then of course Leave on 3 items too. Nasty stuff. Shojin. GEG jumping forwards, does not get the knock-up immediately onto Junhao. Now flashes in, they want to get the full CC combo, but he gets cleansed, and he ults, and then GEG's just dead. This time they get the peel, they don't get the clean play onto the Neferi, and Junhao's Neferi is really scary. Gets on top of Leave, Leave goes down, EDG try to pick off the dog, but the dog bites back. Heru gets a Seraph, Keshi flashes in, Junhao returns to the play, and EDG fail their pick onto the pack. Junhao survives with the help of Feather, and EDG fall apart. That's going to lead into a Baron and the Infernal Soul. Disaster for EDG, as it looked like things were working out much better for them in the last few minutes. They were just playing around Syndra stuns, getting that slower style of play working, and they go too fast. You know, the Q lands short, they don't get the full CC combo onto Junhao. Goes in for the engage, and they do try and get the encore after, but then the W comes in after the Mikhails. And he's then out safe. Junhao then gets to reset, takes the first kill of course, jumps over, Leave has an enchanter behind him, but it's not nearly enough. Zero, by the way, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And if you're on YouTube chat as well, I appreciate each of you as well. I do pay attention to YouTube chat. I might not be as up to date with the YouTube chat because I struggle to keep it open during gameplay at all times. But yeah, feel free to join in the conversation, folks. Well, that fight has funded good amount of extra components for TT. They're only 1,000 gold behind. It is worth noting, by the way, the Infernal Soul did not go over. I actually wonder whether TT, after that fight, should have gone for Infernal Soul, not Baron. They really wanted the Baron, though. I'm not sure I agree with that. Well, I mean, if they end the game, it's fine. It is only the second dragon for EDG. Oh, it was an Ezreal ult that stole it. They did try and go for it. Ezreal ult stole the Baron. That's stole the dragon. So TT had the Baron, they went towards Dragon, and Ezreal ult stole. That's so important. Leave steals the Infernal Soul Dragon. That's hugely important. I guess I missed that. Jeez. Well, that's insane. Well, that's going to stop TT from having the Infernal Soul. Gives EDG a slight lease on life. I mean, that should have been the game ender, you know. Baron plus Infernal Soul. Great late game objectives. Obviously not the case now. Now, EDG need to do something with this delay. The gold is even. EDG no longer have a gold advantage. They still have a strong Syndra who's got 3.5 items. Sadly, hasn't gone for something like the Imperial Mandate if you want to go for, you know, like mad stun value and you just have loads of stuns. Apparently, the build for Syndra now is Storm Surge Imperial Mandate. Apparently, that's the build. CDZ gets the Q3 onto Junhao, ease away though. Leave jumping forwards, getting some damage down. Ult charged up, good 2-man ult there. Feather and Keshi both taking damage. Now it's a 1-4 split from TT, pushing him with the Rise. They can realm up to the rest of the group. What this does mean though is because Bulldog is on the other side of the equation, he's in mid lane answering the Rise. Means that the EDG have a much harder time starting a fight onto the 4-man unit. Now, the Baron power play doesn't really end up doing that much. Losing that Infernal Soul is kind of insane, actually. That makes this game much more interesting now. Hey, thank you, Ana. And Keybase. Doing well over in YouTube chat. Okay, Harry does have his third item. He's got the Actualizer. We almost have the Infinity Edge in from Arn. He needs, about 1,000 more gold-ish. He's got the BF Sword and he has the Pickaxe. Once Jin hits 4 items, then EDG are in real trouble. I don't think ZDZ can fully frontline against this team. I don't think he can block all the shots he needs to. There is a GA for Jia. Suppose there's a chance you can get the Miracle Engage. They've been trying to hard engage onto the Neferi, but doing that into Neferi with a Karma with a Mikhail's behind them, it is hard. Now, we saw in that last fight, they tried to pick off the Neferi, it just didn't work. It really is about those objective timers. A little bit ago, I said, well, you know, I think I misspoke a while ago and said, oh, the game is being played on objective timers. And then I tried to recover it and saying, well, it hasn't really so far, but it will be in the future. I mean, that's effectively what it's come down to. Early game was a bit more sporadic, and then after that was on objective timers. No surprises. That's kind of most League of Legends games, really. Early game, you kind of just flip-flop about. Eventually, dragons start spawning, you start fighting around them. I kind of miss when we had less power on objectives, which meant that dueling and side laning was more important, but it did mean that teams just could go into their turtle shell and just never come back out. 20 seconds till dragon now, TT. Do not have fourth item for Arn. Oh, hang on, Equalize is good. The curtain call's pretty good too. Realm Warp into the middle of Makashi, flashing forwards, going golden. I'm not sure about this, but Bulldog then takes a fourth shot, and now I feel a lot better about it. The Spell Flux not going to go reach all the way to Bulldog. Palkia going low. Heru dragged out. ZDZ trying to get a retreat. Encore, I don't think it's been cast just yet. Sion Junhao going forwards, trying to get himself a reset. Can't quite get himself that either. TT don't find themselves the big kill, and a lot of the ultimates are still available from EDG. That might be a problem for TT. Can EDG get themselves the resets in time? No flash on Bulldog, but he does have a teleport to come back in. Syndra will be back soon. Syndra will return in Avengers Doomsday. Ezreal ult comes forward. Encore still available for EDG. Lead being away. Kashi, no flash now. Arn very low. This Jhin needs to play at W range, and he's only got so much cooldown to do that with. Equalizer is back up. Palkia going low. Yeah, I mean, the Rumble's just gone. Just get Syndra ulted. The ults aren't there from TT. The fight's looking okay for EDG as well as they get a second kill. Junhao will get the GA off of the Vi, but Junhao, even with the ult, I don't think he can do as much as he would like here. What's happening with the Neferi? Not looking for another kill. I thought there was a potential of him flashing onto Palkia. He's supposed to still is a chance, I think. Baron now alive. EDG survived the initial onslaught of ultimates, and they managed to survive through the fight. So now it's 3 dragons apiece. EDG likely losing the Baron. Does Junhao want to go for a big play? We'll see. Blue Trinket will spot him out. Syndra will steal the red buff away, and he won't even get that. And then Junhao is going to jump onto Bulldog himself. Goes into the W, will E away. Get some healing. Curtain Call comes through. Does that matter? Last shot will come through. It will do a lot of damage, but it doesn't land. So EDG, massive credit to them. That Infernal Dragon Steel has bought them a huge position in this game. They're on 3 dragons now. They have the Baron themselves. 4th shot landed onto Bulldog. Did wonder whether Harry could get that full kill. Doesn't really manage to get enough with this flash combo forward. Then gets pulled out and ZDZ lives. They don't get a single kill from this. How crazy is that? Bulldog, good damage onto Arn there over the wall, which ended up basically ending Arn's fight, despite the fact that he had flash. And then Arn just takes he's taking way too much damage. You know, a Q and an R comes through from the Ezreal. Arn is effectively out of the fight. Keshi tries to go forwards as a frontline bruiser-ish Rumble. Can't do enough. Harry's not in position. He's on vision. Oh, Jia jumping onto Junhao. Junhao actually doesn't feel too bad about this, I don't think, actually. Jia has used that Q. Ooh, golden onto the Syndra ult. Leap jumping forwards onto the Rumble. Good damage there. Needs another Q or 2. ZDZ flying forwards as well. Goes golden. The flame spit is not bad, but Keshi will still die. Mikhails comes through, but Arn is brought back into the play because the Mikhails is used onto the Karma instead. AD carry down. Reset from Junhao. He has a GA. Can he do much with it? Not sure. Gets hit by a stun. Will survive. Junhao trying his best. 4-1 and 4 on the dog. The Neferi has really been a large, impactful figure in this game. A centerpiece. But EDG, they're still walking away with the better of this game. Reminded, this team has only won 3 individual games this split. They're 1-11. 2 of their game wins came from last series. Only winning the 4th title, I believe, actually, so far. Oh, God, their tower's gone down. TT losing everything, and the Nexus is bare. The Nexus will die. EDG will claim themselves another game. EDG, a team 1-11 in a series, finding themselves another win in games. Now, this team is already mathematically locked into 8th place, bottom spot of Group Ascend. Does not mean they don't want to get some momentum and showcase what they can do, perhaps in nice rivals. Apologies, folks. Not my best casting that game. But hey, still fun. Very back and forth game. That Infernal Dragon Steel may well have just, well, won them the game. Did EDG steal WE's Giant Killer passive? Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. Oh, it's a shame for... I think Junhao had a really good game. Shame for him. Besides the dragon being stolen. Okay, folks, I'm not going to lie, because today's a solo cast day. I'm going to take it really easy on breaks today. So I'm actually going to put on an ad break now, and then I'll be back for the next game. Again, like, apologies, I like to be more present during the stream, but it's just been really, really harsh. And because I'm solo casting all of today, I gotta watch my energy, really. So, yeah, Sam's definitely been struggling a bit with the voice as well. I have been too. So we're just taking it easy again. I'll be back in a minute, and I'll catch you on the next game.
上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
哇，这个老吉普走位怎么这么丝滑？
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。
海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空悬，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
The energy roadmap has been planned, with the current share of clean electricity at 73%.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
战马新装，能量焕新。战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
游戏久坐没手感，
你需要奥风 G7 电竞椅，全面调节状态好，做奥风 G7，动态追腰上分快，做奥风 G7，团战 carry 不掉链就做奥风 G7，专业人体工学电竞椅，想赢就做奥风 G7。
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家好 ，Hello， 欢迎来到我们的场间互动环节。各位好，我是今天的主持人小优。那首先我们也是欢迎我们的2支战队的粉丝，以及我们的究极风暴、霸王狂暴、雷霆混沌、战斗螺旋升天、小鸟兽，欢迎大家都非常的热情啊。那我们这一轮的小游戏呢是英雄背景故事知多少？不知道大家对于我们英雄联盟各个英雄的城邦和背景故事了解有多少？今天的小游戏会聚焦这方面的相关知识，有没有对于英雄联盟宇宙了如指掌的召唤师？让我确定一下你们的眼神好不好？哎，我觉得大家都是深度玩家啊，应该我们待会儿问问题的时候，你们都会有所熟悉。那我们的规则也非常简单，邀请我们的2位召唤师分别进行2轮游戏，答对2题就可以获得由不凡玩品提供的选手卡1盒，以及 WE 主题的周边小鸟兽毛绒挂件。如果第1题答错，不好意思就要顺延到我们的下一位召唤师，直到答对2题就可以获得奖品了。那么现在我们都准备好了，请看第1题。哦，遇见传说故事发生在 A. 艾欧尼亚 B. 德玛西亚 C. 诺克萨斯，有没有会的召唤师？我现在看一下大家的眼神啊。好，那我们先把手放下好不好？3、2、1，举手。好，我来问一下我们这位召唤师好不好
？A. 艾欧尼亚。
A. 艾欧尼亚，恭喜你答对了，非常确认的眼神。那只要再答对1题就可以获奖了，有没有信心？
有。
好，那我们请看下一题。格温是谁亲手缝制的洋娃娃
？B. 伊索尔德。
哇，好厉害呀！看来很多的时候都在研读我们的背景故事。那也可以送得我们的不凡品提供的奖品1份，恭喜你！好，很开心啊，非常的适合你，然后也是非常有我们这个气氛。那接下来呢，我们再来请看下一题，我们来问一下 TT 战队的这位粉丝吧。好，我们看下一题，背景故事知多少？暗影岛在遭受破败之咒之前原名是什么 哦，已经举起手来了。好，那我们要不要来到这边作答，好不好？来，有请我们的白衣服的这位小哥哥，非常的高大帅气。好，请说出你的答案。
A 福光岛。
哦，恭喜你答对了，就是福光岛，治愈之力的。那接下来我们请看下一题，属于你的。以下哪个城邦位于比尔德沃夫下方的幽深峡谷之中
？C 祖安。
很确定，恭喜我们的召唤师又答对了，都可以获得我们的木板品提供的奖品一份啊。那我们的2位召唤师，也可以对着我们的这个镜头，在小鸟兽旁边再展示一下我们的奖品。看来大家对于我们的这个英雄的背景故事，平时也是没少研读。其实我觉得平时大家也可以多多看一下我们的背景故事，没准对于大家的上分还有帮助呢。也感谢我们这一轮幸运召唤师们的热情参与。那接下来就继续进入紧张激烈的比赛当中了，我们把时间也交给我们的解说席，谢谢大家。
Okay, right. Let's get settled in for game 2. I'm gonna have another coffee at some point too. EDG getting their. Gosh, is that only their fourth? Is that only their? I think that's only their 5th game win. I think they were on 2. They won 2 yesterday, and they've won another one today. So I think they're now on their 5th game win. Yeah. So they were leading into today. They were 4-23 or something. Sorry, 4-22 leading into today. And then they won the first game here, and that means that they're now on 5-22. Yep, cool. Yeah, I thought it was something around that, Blade. Appreciate it, because sometimes League PD doesn't quite update. Oh, did everyone see that 2xKO's dead? They killed 2xKO. Where were you when 2xKO was killed? Alright, let's just check my cameras in the right spot. That'll work. Cool. Well, I didn't take... Yeah, no, TSKO's dead. Yeah, they killed 2xKO. Did they say why? I think basically just financially didn't reach the level they wanted it to. I mean, Riot made a post about it, and there's a blog post. I didn't read through all of it, but I think basically it's just finances. But then I think that raises some really weird questions about Riot's games, right? Because are they literally just going to hope that they pop off with crazy numbers like they did with TFT, League, Valorant, and then everything else is not worth it? But yeah, 2SK is dead, so the fighting game is gone. They spent 7 years in development, spent, what, like a year in proper release? Very sad to see. Yeah, so imagine that's not a great day for many people who spent time on that game. Let's get into our draft for game 2. So Lucian's gone, Cassia's gone. Typically would see the Orianna gone as well. Now the problem is, if you don't... Now, Orianna is up, but there's also Locke. You still want to pick the Orianna, you do. Haru, I've not loved his Orianna. You know, yesterday against JDG, arguably game-losing performance from him. Bulldog will pick in the Locke. That is the Orianna quote-unquote cancer. They lock in the Pantheon for both being an AD bruiser, but then also an engaged champion as well. Pantheon is good at kind of point-and-clicking the Orianna down. Junhao may well go for the Lee Sin. Junhao is a very good Lee Sin player, in fact. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that one locked in. Then we have to move on to other roles. So with that in mind, EDG have 2 melee divers already. No. Two melee bursty champions. TT could play a bit more range. They have the Orianna already. Any choice bot lane is up and available? Well, Nautilus is very versatile. Yeah, sure, okay. Nautilus is good for Feather. Pretty good at locking up someone like the Lock in combat. Pretty normal in game development to have misses, for sure, but then spending like, yeah, I think in game dev recently, there have been a lot of projects which seem pretty doomed for a little while out, or poorly managed, and they just kind of like try and stumble over the finish line and then they close down, which is sucky, despite the huge dev costs for them. Ooh, Rel for Palkia. Okay, so the answer with the support for support. I mean, Rel into Nautilus is fine. You're both roaming supports, both engaged supports. And then the Rel can trade Q for Q with Nautilus in lane fairly effectively. This is probably going to be a very high roaming support, kind of like high action game. You know, got junglers and supports that can really start fights very well and capitalize on them well. Hey, Simi, good to see you. Hey, how's it going, everyone in chat? Appreciate you all. If you think the game doesn't hit the mark, should make it past alpha? Well, yeah, I suppose it can be quite hard to tell that when it's a big project with a ton of money behind it. And Varus taken away from TT. Yeah, well, you won't have Jin, won't have Varus. You can go Misfortune. Fortune's not awful here. Could go for a mage, I guess. Vayne banned away. Because you have the global and the Pantheon, you might end up going towards Gnar for ZDZ. Is Jace in the picture? No. Olaf is probably okay in either of these compositions, because both teams have an engaged support and then at least one of the melee. Jace is gone. I think Olaf is actually pretty legit here. I think Olaf is pretty legit. Leave thinking about the Sivir. Sivir would be... Yeah, Sivir has the spell shell against the Nautilus ult and hook. And speed up the rest of the team too. The Lock really does need a little bit of extra target access, so that would matter a fair bit. Now, if that's the case, then... What does Arn do? Does Arn go towards the Misfortune? No, choose the Corki instead. I mean, I think the rest of the team would have preferred the Sivir, but the Corki is better in lane. Sivir can struggle early on a bit. Well, not struggle, but like not the strongest of the early champions. I don't think Arn wants to... I mean, the Sivir would be okay for him, but I don't think it's as important. Now, if you go for the Renekton, it means there's no Ambassador for ZDC. Maybe TT are afraid of getting Ambassador. They can't pick the Ambassador themselves because it would get counterpicked by the Renekton, even though they would love to have Ambassador Orianna. So they go for the Renekton because they're aware that Ambassador is on the table, and they can't pick it because the Renekton counterpick would be nasty. Okay, so last pick for Arn's AD carry. You have enough engage. Your damage is pretty good. You actually have a choice of whatever you want here, really, as long as you think you can get it through lane and activate the conversation. You could go Kai'Sa, you could go Sivir. They're the two which hover. They go towards the Sivir. I think either is fine. Either would have been okay. Maybe Kai'Sa would have been a bit safer versus Lock because you have that instant kind of, get off me, ult button. The Sivir does have a spell shield as well. Last pick for top lane for ZDZ. So, do you go for the Olaf? Do you go for the Gnar? You have a global coming into your lane. The Gnar doesn't feel too bad there. I think it's just going to be the Gnar. All right, lane pressure. Well, side lane pressure it is. Okay. So, EDG looking to seal off what it could be a 2-0. Would be a very, very successful last week for them if that were the case. And then TT pretty much guaranteed locked into 7th place then after. Well, let's run a quick ad break and then I guess get myself another coffee and let's get into our second game of the day. It looks like it's taking a bit of time to get into game here. I'm not sure why, but hey, we'll figure that out. Subnox, thanks for the follow-up. And again, welcome in to everyone who wants to join, who is enjoying some Chinese League of Legends today. Gosh, this regular season has been a real slog, hasn't it, chat? It does feel as though the games have just kept coming. No, Samira. Yo, wait, hang on. Yeah, what's happening with TES with like the new champions, which the new champion? Weren't they adding like Lux and Samira? Weren't they the next two? How crazy is it, by the way, that they didn't add like Lee Sin from the start of the game, like Lee Sin Riven set, like these crazy champions, which just feel like they should be fighting game characters in the first place. They're pushing one last patch with Samira and Lux. And the servers are staying online, right? Refunded all purchases before today? Yo, what? That's kind of insane. I don't know, man. It's sad to see a game, like, have so much put into it and then it end up like that, sadly. How was game one? Was it convincing on EDG's end? They should have lost, I think. They ended up stealing, they ended up losing a fight, losing Baron, and then they should have lost Infernal Soul as well, but then Ezreal ult stole the Infernal Dragon. So, it was not, yeah. Anyway, right, let's get into game. It was Jazz. Some good gyros there from the TT crowd, despite the loss. Anything interesting in the runes? No, not really. Nah, sitting in the bush. Narvis Renekton very is much about that kind of like poke where you can get it, hopping in and out of the bush. Ooh, trying to get that crash down level 1 does get it. Did Arn start Spell Shield there? I think he did, actually. He did. He started Spell Shield level 1, which means you're not going to get any push level 1, which is not the best. I mean, it worked out for him, I suppose, in terms of not getting blasted, but you get 0 wave push now. Another Spell Shielded. Okay, Palkia, buddy, maybe... Okay, now the thing is, I suppose... The logic is, you don't want to give them Spell Shield so they don't get the extra HP, which is because you do get sustained from severe Spell Shield now. I've done for a number of years now at this point. But, I suppose the logic is, it's a 20-second cooldown, or beyond that. Just blow it on cooldown and make sure that the Civ can't defend against level 2, level 3 when it's hit, because the Spell Shield's on cooldown from the last trade. Now, Junhao has himself Lee Sin. I know he's 2 and 3. I still think this is one of his best champions. Maybe is his best champion, actually. I don't think you should ever give him this. The Naafiri and the Lee Sin have been somewhat terrifying in the hands of the jungler of TT. Yeah, Bulldog does on the lock as well. Now, Heru had a not great past on the Orianna, and not a great recent either. That his Orianna eye test for me has not been great. It's hit by almost every nail again, though. We have seen that lock is the Orianna counter in mid lane, presumably. We've also seen Honkyu's solo kill, rather. Heru 3 times in a single game. As the lock into the Orianna. Hey, Katara, good to see you. Well, they beat Naafiri. They did. They did beat Junhao's Naafiri. However, Junhao still had a really good game. I think Junhao's great. I think Junhao will be on top teams. I think this guy is destined to be a strong jungler within the LPL. He's very much impressed me so far. Bulldog's gone for the Ignite, by the way. Heru hasn't gone for the Ignite, which means that effectively, you're never really going to outtrade the Lock. The Lock will just run at you with his W on and regen most of the damage that you put onto him anyway. Actually, not bad trade there on CDZ. Not there at all, actually. Meganar's coming through. Oh, he thought he got the kill before the Meganar could come through. Didn't quite get the timing right. It's a flash down, but nothing there. GEG's coming in, gets the increased movement speed with the empowered E. The clean feed dies somewhat, so it's going to ping forwards again. That is remarkably annoying. Can Feather make it out alive? I think he's just dead here. Leave. Well, okay, we don't even get to see it. Thanks, clean feed. Appreciate that. Nautilus goes down. I'm gonna... what do I do about that? Well, I guess it's already done now. If it pings again, then we'll change over the server. Sometimes we have some issues with this. Junhao going down bot side. No flash for leave. Palkia does have flash. Still gets hit. Dies anyway. So both junglers taking a trip bot side. Both supports dying. Both junglers getting the kill. So it was remarkably even in terms of the trade here. Well, that is kind of annoying, that. I would have quite liked to see all of those kills. Oh, well. Olaf is banned? Oh, yeah, Olaf was banned in the first 3 in that draft. Oops, my bad. GEG taking a trip in mid lane. Does have flash. Feather does not have flash. They're going to go forwards, get the empowered Q. Palkia will join the play too, and Feather goes down. EDG getting the better out of this early game, just about. GEG, 2 good ganks from him. Kill and assist. Palkia committed that flash as well in the play. The TT losing a couple of big kills here in the early game. Reminder that both these teams very much locked in our bottom 2 right now. TT would need to win. Sorry, TT are not locked in our bottom 2. EDG are locked as bottom 1. TT can technically, I think, get out of 7th place, but they would need to win everything, and LGD would need to lose everything. Remind you, only have 14 series total up here in Group Ascent. GEG might get invaded here. We shall see. Junhao heading around the corner. Smite available for both junglers. Actually goes to GEG. He gets the smite there. Hard to do that against the Lee Sin. Junhao in trouble. Well, there is a lock heading over. He has level 6. Does he want to throw it out? Maybe he does, actually. Walking over. Does have that ult. Palkia, no flash to follow there. Jumping over. Well, now Oriana's caught. They, again, want to pull the ult? No, presumably not. But the threat there is kind of nasty. GEG now going to go for a camp steal of his own. Maybe a Q to steal all of the small raptors. Why not? GEG, strong start from the Pantheon hit. Oh, Leaf's gone for the cull again, by the way. Leaf has really been cull maxing recently. Really does love himself some cull gaming. Harry's now down 10 CS, by the way, plus the assist on Bulldog. Need to see him have a better Oriana game than he had the other day, as we were saying. He's going for the Rod of Ages Oriana build because he wants to survive the all-in by lock. I suppose the issue would be then your Renekton and Lee Sin need to pick up a lot more damage, because if you're not doing as much damage with the Rod of Ages Oriana, then your team is down a primary carry comparative to what it could be. Junhao in the bush. We'll complete the recall. 500 gold behind GEG, who's close towards that Sundered Sky now. What's one of the big changes that's going to come through? Sundered Sky is getting looked at again by Riot, so patch notes, watch out for them. Sundered Sky, of course, Sundered Sky for the last year and a half has kind of been the meta of AD Bruiser pick. It's kind of made AD Bruisers a thing, in the same way that Sundered Sky kind of made a whole class of champions a thing before that, where you have this kind of bruisery, tanky damage item with some healing on it. Sundered Sky kind of came in to replace the Divine Sunderer, and has become similarly meta. Not as meta, because Sundered Sky was... The Divine Sunderer was kind of crazy. Grub's now started. Junhao may have to smite the first one and get out. He does smite it. I was wondering if he might actually try and smite for the second one. Now GEG... his smite is also down. Harry might try and steal one with the ball. No, Bulldog forced him away. So it's 1 for 1, likely 2 over the side of EDG. There it is. Garlo's picking up in his form again. Well, I don't think Garlo's... Well, yes, I suppose he is, but I don't think he's as good as Split 1. I think Split 1 was better from Garlo. Split 2 was not great. I think Garlo's been throwing in a lot of big moments. I think he's been really struggling to be the big moment player he was before, which is a bit of a concern, to be honest. Because if he's not the late game clutch player, then things can be a bit of a worry. Bulldog going forwards for the nail trade again. Shockwave onto him, but I mean, the lock has W. He should be fine here, and indeed he is. Ult out of Haru. He's managed to bounce back in terms of farm, by the way. Credit to Haru. Didn't think that would be the case, even in gold. Bulldog's gone for the Assault Boots, worth noting, so he's going to go for a bit higher damage build, see what his full build will be, whether it'll be Storm Surge, Rotobelt, or Lichbane. Dragon alive. No one's taken that first one yet, heading up towards the 10-minute mark. I think one of the problems with these early game AD bruises is that often you want to be kind of always present, always ganking, always farming. So if you're taking Dragon, then you're not doing those things. Meganar used by ZDZ. Kashi about 10 CS up. Of course, almost had that solo kill earlier, couldn't quite manage it. I think the way that I tend to view this matchup is Junhouse coming top lane. That could be really important here, actually. Okay, well, that's going to ping forwards now. That could be a problem. Hang on a second. I'm actually going to do this real quick. So, okay, Keshi's going to take that. Oh, for God's sake! Clean feed again. It's going to be a 1-for-1 into the top lane turret. Why does that have to come through at that time? Dragon will get killed on the bottom side of the map. I'm going to see if I can sort that out. We'll see. It's happened for the second time. It's not the worst thing ever, I suppose. But that is remarkably annoying. Apologies there, folks. Clean feed's got it in for us today, I suppose. But so the issue we have here, folks, is that there is no SRT feed for the clean feed anymore, where like you just put in a link towards a blah blah blah. And that's the 1000th kill for ZDZ. I'm so sorry, ZDZ. I guess we'll you can see the footage of that on the VODs of the clean feed, I guess. Hopefully it wouldn't have skipped forwards there. But yeah, because we don't have an SRT feed anymore, we have to go through Huya. And the Huya clean feed has had issues. It's, you know, I'm glad that we have the clean feed. Not every broadcast will have that. And again, not to, you know, that is important. But occasionally it has given us some issues. And I hope that that's something that can improve in the future. And something that, yeah, we can bring it up to them. We'll see what happens. All right, so Dragon was taken by EDG. Kill was taken by, well, it was a 1-for-1 in top side, right? Because Keshi died. Hang on, engage on bot side. Arm flashing away. Here comes the Pantheon. Feather goes down quickly. EDG get an easy pick off onto him. Pull a couple of ultimates, but Feather, even with flash available, couldn't survive, couldn't escape, didn't get to use that flash. Maganar coming up in top side, a quick pause again on the clean feed. Lethal tempo stacked up. I'm getting quite worried for TT, chat. I'm getting quite worried. EDG have a dragon, they have a gold lead. TT, well, do they outscale? I don't think they do. I think that, Lee Sin and Renekton need to get doing something soon. If they don't, these champions are going to struggle later on into the game. They're losing the speed run. Wait, for what? What speed run? Oh no, losing the time run, okay. Saying, like, if you're going to speedrun League of Legends, it probably isn't Lee Sin, Renekton. They're not champions I would actually initially pick for that. Apparently the world record for, like, finishing a game of League of Legends is, it's like Olaf Trundle champions, which kill towers really, really quickly. In, like, low elo. And you just, like, hope you can just run at towers. I think in League Classic, also having something like, I don't know whether Ezreal gives attack speed, but stuff like Ezreal and Jarvan for attack speed really help for killing towers as well, obviously. There used to be a composition back in Season 4 where you'd go, like, Ezreal bot lane, and you go, like, Tristana mid, Jarvan for, like, double attack speed. Shockwave's not bad, but one of them is into a Pantheon E. Double flash, well, a flash away and then an E away from Bulldog. The Shockwave doesn't do nearly as much as I thought it would do. Now, Palkia gets the stun. will hop away. It is actually only just the flash there. I swear to God, this clean feed is going. It is going to kill me. It is going to kill me. Yeah. Oh, good. Well, at least this time it didn't happen in the middle of anything important. On pushing in mid lane. 750 gold down, by the way. Only the 10 CS down, but there's assists and plates in the side of Leave's inventory. Harry trying to wave clear. He doesn't have shockwave. He basically can't outplay this if he doesn't have shockwave. He has flash. They're going to teleport him with a Renex, and he might just die anyway. Reminder, this guy doesn't have shockwave. Easy kill. Goes under the turret. Not safe at all. Keshi teleports in, but it's late. Now, Bulldog wants to pick up the totem, but he can't. Reminder, if Locke gets a kill, or like if the champion marked by Locke's ultimate dies, he wants to pick up the totem, get refund on the cooldown, and then some and then he also gets a stacking execute on it as well. Can't get that for this one. Fastest speedrun is my team FF15. There are games which have ended before 15 minutes, by the way. Especially in, like, the lands of normal games and solo queue. So with that kill, Bulldog gets himself the first time Proto Belt. Meh. Well, I get wanting to have the extra goal, extra HP, but I think Proto Belt on a champion that needs to do damage is not great. Proto Belt's there for utility, not for damage, really. Leave is doing a pretty good job of just pushing in. And this is why I think they picked up the Corki instead of the Sivir themselves. In a 1v1, the Corki does beat the Sivir. So if you're just kind of playing for the early game and early mid game, Corki is better than Sivir. Sivir takes over later, but I think that Corki has made his way back into meta as being like a half-mage champion. Herald's going low. Don't know how we'll kick away. Can they get the smite in time? No, they can't. I mean, it's JJ that gets it. He does have the E as well. Palkia does some really good peel work there on the run. He might die, but I think he's done his job. Now we've got ZDZ. Doesn't have the Mega Gnar. Arn is going low. He's not dead. Keshi, similar situation, but he doesn't die. Arn trying to escape, trying to auto-attack. He will get out, but his support won't. Keshi might be able to kill JJ. Will spot out there, but that's a really good Q and a good sweeper there from JJ. Gets another Q. Takes down the Crocodile. Going spearfishing with that one. Pulls a Gator out of the river. Ults towards top lane, actually. Was trying to see if he can catch out Arn. Damn, JJ really feeling a 3-0-4. His Pantheon has been really good, chat. JJ's Pantheon has been maybe one of the best in the league. This guy is damn good at this champion. Hello, League of Legends caster Nymaera. I'm currently watching a co-stream of the League of Legends tournament, and I'm currently concerned for the clean feed commonly used for broadcast purposes. However, I regret to inform you that it will not kill you, as it is instead me that will kill you. As you read this, I'm currently in Berlin and rapidly approaching a location. Wait, what do you mean you're not in Berlin? Damn, my entire plan is ruined. I'm going home. Regards, Kevy. Right, there was a replay. Palkia died. Oops, my bad. Sorry. Wait, did I just miss all of that? Oh my god, I was reading a shit post. That was happening. I was happening at the same time. Right, okay. My bad. Well, thank you, Kirby, for that. Yeah, I'm not in Berlin, so good luck with the hitmen. Slash, yeah, yourself. Well, Locke getting some extra kills is a problem for them as well. I think EDG 2-0 this now. TT, this team has been actually remarkably good throughout this split, but this has not been clean from them. Last couple of days have been games they would like to forget, really. Keshi did have the empowered W, couldn't get it on target, dies. I think TT just lose from this point, no? I mean, they're down a dragon, they're down 5,000 gold. Maybe they do, maybe if they scale long enough, they have Orianna Sivir. But I mean, Harry's now 0-2, 1.5k behind pretty much. Arn isn't doing badly, but Leave is also 1.5k ahead. It's looking pretty doomed for TT. What do? They would need to stall out for like 4-item Sivir. Yeah, EDG, I suppose, on the way to giving us a fairly quick series, which, you know, given that I'm solo casting all 3 series today, I'm not against. I would have liked to see a more competitive series. I think that TT... look, I think TT for a lot of this split has really impressed me. I think that Junhao is actually one of the best junglers in the league. I think that Feather can have his great moments. I think that Arn, a very veteran player. can sometimes come out with some really classic performances too. He has a great vision for the game. And then, of course, you got someone like Keshi as well, who is a real hotshot rookie. This guy is a duelist incarnate. This guy really loves to go for his 1v1s, win or lose. Tries to win them, of course. I think he's the most solo-killed person in the league. I think that that was something that TFC was telling us the other day. I think he's been solo-killed something like 19 times now. Junhao, 3-1 at the Lee Sin. Overshadowed by GENG, who's 3-0 on the Pantheon, 3-0-4 for him. GEG, of course, world champion jungler. Was on Weibo for all of this year. Subbed into EDG not too long ago. Fine Pantheon player, though, isn't he? Level ahead of Junhao. Almost he is a full level ahead of him, actually. Bulldog, credit to him, too. Is a player which look, EDG, they needed an upgrade in mid lane playing in this split. I don't think Bulldog has been that for this split, but I think that recently he's had some pretty good games. Syndra last game was fairly solid. Lock here, getting some good push down. Junhao jumping onto Palkia. Bulldogging away. Do they have a good shockwave angle? Feather looking for the hook, can't find it. Good Predabald away. Bulldog holding the line well there. Has flash still. Going towards the Lichbane second. Doesn't have it just yet. There's no dragon on the bot side of the map. Now Pantheon's going good. We're fighting for the sake of fighting here. Teleport behind from the Nai. Here comes Junhao. Kicks back. GEG. Shockwave will catch him as well. He's not great, but Junhao will also go down. I think Palkia will be next to fall. It's looking like a good fight for TT as Lee is trying to get the hurt on as well. Exhaust goes down. It's a good fight for TT. EDG pull the trigger. They miss it, really. They miss their shot. And it's a good fight for TT. So they managed to get rid of that fed Pantheon. Good kick there from Junhao. Did die for the attempt, but it gets a shutdown for them. 3 for 1 all in all. Good stuff. ZDZ had a teleport in, but just too slow to the plate. I mean, if the TP had come in like 5 seconds earlier, great, but it's not. I guess he was stacking up his Narbar. The flash isn't great from GEG either. Flashes into the shockwave. Might have been able to flash up north, wait for the Nar to come round, and then play around that. I think that might have been the play. Leave then gets caught out. So TT claws some gold back. Now, Dragon's in 2.5 minutes. TT, if they could replicate that fight around an objective, great. Now, you do have the Lichbane in from Bulldog, which is, you know, scary. Leaves still 1,000 gold ahead. Going towards a Collector second. Well, Collector's pretty good versus the Sivir. I say that. It could also be... it could also be Serpent's Fang as well. Yeah, it could also be Serpent's Fang. So, he has the 2 items in the Triforce Muramana. It could still be Serpent's Fang, but yeah. Whereas on that, man, the clean feed has been so weird today. What's up, man? Megnar used on bot side, as it was just the Megnar timing out. Okay, sure, cool. Flip forward again. Dragon in 1.5 minutes. And apologies for that, folks. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that on the clean feed side of things. Not to matter. Not to worry, rather. Is what it is. Heru has the Rod of Ages Protobelt build for, like, mega HP stacking. He really doesn't want to get burst out. But the problem is his damage is going to be so low now compared to what it could be. Shout out to Keshi, he's so fun and makes his team watchable alongside T-Leave. Hey, I think that TT are actually pretty watchable. Like, they will, at least TT will also crash and burn in fairly entertaining ways too. Look, I have worries about TT. I think that Arn is not very consistent. I think that Heru has been, frankly, not great. And if TT had a different AD carry, mid lane into... then the problem is Arn's so important for their shot calling, I think. Anyway, I think if they had you know, potentially some... Oh, hang on. Feather's hooked to the wall. He's going to lose a decent amount of damage there. Oh, tries to get onto GEG again. Does pull that flash out. Kick onto GEG. Shockwave lands onto Leave. It's not looking like a bad fight, but then Bulldog gets the execute. The ult lands from the look. What the hell is happening with the clean feed? Please, for the love of God. Pantheon's going to charge up the ultimate. ZDZ trying to get away. Presumably, he'll flip forward 3, 2, 1. Now, there you go. No one else has died, luckily, for this time. Lock gets in for another kill. The Lich Bane doing damage, and EDG will clean up the fight. Bulldog not only getting a double kill, but also killing our pixels on the screen as well. It's a 5 for none. How is that a clean ace? It's a 5 for none. They're going to get towards the Baron. They can go towards the Dragon. EDG mega fight for them. It's going to... Even though it might be a short series, it may end up being a long day. Mountain Soul, of course, coming a little later for EDG. They're going to get themselves... The Baron, respawns aren't going to come through. EDG have the Baron now. Haru's teleported back in. ZDC jumped onto by Feather. That's not the best teleport ever from Haru, actually. I'm pretty sure ZDZ can just walk away, can't he? Has empowered recalls. So Haru's teleported onto the map. Tried to look for the Gnar, couldn't find it. Feather hooks to the wall, which is not a great start. Junahao hops in, tries to look for the kick onto GEG, but then gets stunned by the Pantheon W. Almost mega play by Junahao. Sadly can't find the clean pick, and GEG, I swear to God, I swear, Peace. I'm just going to do this myself now. This is me changing it, because hopefully it'll change something. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, so Dragon has not been taken, by the way. Got to dive under turret. Shockwave is whiffed. Shockwave is whiffed. Again, classic. Keshi tried to get in and force a play with the Dominus. Bulldog could look for a big play over the wall. Does have the ultimate. He's really fed now on the log. Good game from him, actually. Junhao looking for a play onto Bulldog. Can't quite find it. Dragon is now taken by EDG, of course. About 30 seconds ago.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Now, there is 3 items for Sivir, but it does feel like just Arn has never really been able to auto-attack people in front of him. Red buff stolen away. Baron buff there for another minute and a half. So that's another 2 and a bit waves. Don't want to do much with that. They haven't broken the base here. They have... By the way, TT don't have a single tower to their name. I think TT have sometimes struggled to draft themselves lanes which they can play early game confidently through. It's one of the biggest issues they've had. GEG just gets some mega damage onto Feather here. He might just solo kill him. Put the E on there. Wrong direction slightly. Lol. But GEG, great game on the Pantheon. Maybe MVP for this game. Shout out to Bulldog as well, though. Bulldog's had some pretty good plays on the lock. Champion that we're seeing more and more of. Oriana's allergic to dealing damage this game? Yeah, I mean, Rod of Ages Protobelt is... Like, that's the I don't want to die to lock build. But then if you're building the I don't want to die to lock build, then who's actually dealing the damage? Because Arn is also... He's lost lane, because you're against the Corki. Corki is a strong laning champion, and so they're fallen significantly behind against the Corki in terms of pressure. Kashi ended up not getting enough out of the top lane matchup. So basically you have, like, defensive mid lane, bot lane that's losing until it gets like 4 items, and then top lane that also doesn't get enough work done. TT, I think that, you know, Junhao has played pretty well. Feather, not a great game from him. He's 1-5, but I think he's been trying to force plays in their favor. Whatever. Losing Nautilus syndrome is a thing. When your team starts falling behind, the Nautilus is often a litmus test for how bad the team is getting their crap kicked in. Dragon now in 2.5 minutes. EDG, this is a crazy week for them, though, isn't it? You know, going from 0-11 potentially to 2-11 at the final whistle. Pulling TT down into bottom 2 with them with this, I think. I think if TT lose this, yeah, I don't think there's a way for LGD to match. I don't think there's a way for LGD to match, like, to go below TT. I think it would come... I think it would come down to game score, and LGD have got a better game score than TT. They won more series, bluntly. 2 minutes now on Dragon. 3 items for GEG. Strong game from him on the Pantheon, as we've been repeatedly saying. Not that Junhao on Lee Sin has been bad. Again, like, I don't think on the whole you should give Junhao Lee Sin. I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. Hey, Talon, by the way. I saw you in chat there on YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Infedge knock. Oh, scary. Let's say Arn's not quite at Infinity Edge yet. If you get the 4 items on Sivir, Yuntal, Flicker Blades, LDR, and then IE, you can still win fights. Because Sivir at 4 items can win almost any fight. As long as you actually get the auto attack. Are EDG going to get the WE buff in playoffs because they're 1 and 11? Yeah, maybe. Hey, we'll see. What did WE end up going again? Was it 1 and 13? Massive a split that was for them. Oh, hook lands. Potential play for TT here, but flash away from GEG means that Junho won't be able to kick him in. There's a Medjai's in for Bulldog now on this back. Really wants the power spike just before they go in towards Dragon spawning in a minute. So flash down on GEG. I'm not sure he needed to flash there. Did have the GA. They've really looked to kick back the Pantheon though. GEG has been targeted by Junhao. Bulldog spot on the flank. Spot on the control ward as well. Dragon in 25 seconds now. Pantheon's ulting in. Here we go. Slow lands onto Junhao. GEG gets his GA and his shield up in front of them. Shockwave isn't awful. GA down on the Pantheon now. Feather going low. And that's a pretty good engage from Rel. Palkia gets a 3-man and the resets come through. EDG burst into life not only in the game and the series, but in the split itself. EDG, they're going to teleport top lane. The team which was 0 and 11 before yesterday are going to take 2 series back to back. This was meant to be the easy series for TT. TT are fighting for their lives in the bottom of Group Ascend alongside EDG. EDG are going to march towards the Nexus, and this should be it. This should be the game. The march towards it now. Clean feed again, giving some. They'll just skip towards it. Why not? We've already read the fun bits of the book. The final chapter in this one is an EDG win 2-0 to them. Thundertalk exploded in 2, well, fairly different games, but 2 ones which EDG absolutely deserved to win. First one, it really came off the back of that Infernal Dragon steal, clutching it back in the late game. This time, not even close. It wasn't even close. EDG, massive performance from them. TT, I think guaranteed now to finish in 7th place, which means they will be facing off against one of IG or NIP in the Knights rival stage. I think we likely know our opponents now. Justice for Munchables. Hey, Munchables is fantastic. That guy's fantastic. I actually, he lives not too far from me. I should have gone to go see Munchables back, actually. I end up finding the time. Well, I appreciate everyone from sticking around. Again, apologies for the clean feed incidents. It happens that way. We've got interview coming through, or hopefully an interview if the clean feed doesn't explode again. I swear to God. League of Almighty, by the way, thank you so much for the resub. I do appreciate it. Sorry I didn't call that earlier. What the heck is happening here, man?
恭喜你们啊，2连胜！其实我还记得前2天你们获胜之后，看你们的视频里，其他人都非常的激动，1比0，什么样的感觉？
Call Munchables and Vibe to join in. You know what? Next time I get some extended time back in the UK, maybe I will. Anyway, I'll let you listen to the interview.
哎呀，但是我们看今天已经打得非常漂亮了，而且我感觉你们无论是团战呐，还是很多的联动，真的都做得非常好。所以说，你觉得这一周的 EDG 大家整体可能进步最大的地方会是什么？是什么能够让你们能够接连的获得大场的胜利呢？
我觉得进步最大的点就是我们现在可能更清楚的知道劣势该怎么运营或者赢游戏了，或者说我们在优势的时候怎么稳定的赢下每一场。 因为我们之前很多把都是优势被翻，然后劣势直接被平推了。
哎，那其实说到这一部分的话，我们也可以多聊一下第1局比赛，因为其实第1局双方的节奏拉得蛮近的。虽然你们在很多时候有经济上的一个优势，但对面也有一些人头的进账嘛。所以说，想问一下，可能在这种比较焦灼的局面下，你们来到中后期，围绕着哪一部分可能更多的去思考、去运营呢？
就是我们想好每一波团怎么打吧，因为我们的阵容当时选的时候就知道，我们打团一定赢，就只要我们前面劣势不会特别大。
那其实说到团战，我觉得第一局有一个非常关键也非常帅气的团战，就是全场第6条小龙，你们也是拿到那条小龙之后，也是顺利转大龙，然后最后感觉局势就完全在你们那一面了。在那条龙开打之前，其实对面一直在下河道往下逼近，但是你们是非常漂亮的一个反手，能和我们多聊一下当时那一波你们那个思路或者沟通吗？
我们那波的思路就是我当时一直在报我 WCT 嘛，就只要我有双 W， 对面就会玩得很着急。就只要我们不用，特别给对面升位吧，然后我们就可以一直拉扯对面。
哦，一直拉扯，真的非常冷静的一个处理。而且其实来到第2局，感觉你们从前期就完全把对面撕开了一个口子，而且你们的联动真的做得很好，很多时候都能看到3、4个人一起去线上，然后不断的去找机会。可能你们拿到这一套阵容体系的时候，你们前期的一些思路会是怎样的呢？
主要我觉得还是看劳杰前面的规划吧，因为我们就主要是以他为主嘛，前期的野区节奏啊，包括线上的一些线眼配合都是以他为主。然后我们主要可能现在更注重前期对于资源的重视了吧，就是我们每个人都很清楚我们哪波资源要该怎么做。
大家都感觉头脑非常的清晰，而且你也提到了对于野区的一个对位，因为我们也知道，对于 TT 来讲，他们的一个核心选手也是打野的君豪嘛，特别是他的盲僧，在之前也是经常选出来有很好的一个表现，包括说在今天有一些团战当中，他也有很不错的一些开团的尝试。所以说，可能来到中后期，你们是怎么样去限制住他们这个关键点，包括说他们整体想要去开团的一些尝试呢？
就是我们每一波都不是很着急，就我们每一波都沟通的特别清晰，就是知道每一波团该怎么打。因为他们的阵容其实急的是他们，就我们不着急，我们就随便赢。
感觉你们现在真的大家的思路都非常的明确，而且游戏内容也明显能够感觉到越打越好了。其实我相信这绝对离不开大家一起的努力，然后一起精心的准备。所以我也很好奇，可能在整个这一段的过程当中，无论是队员们还是教练组，大家可能主要付出了什么样的一些努力，主要围绕着哪些方向去不断的提升呢？
主要方面就是我们现在优势知道怎么赢游戏了，然后劣势知道怎么稳定下来去翻盘了，就这么简单。
就这么简单，但是真正把它贯彻到游戏内，还是大家需要付出更多的一些努力的。那对于你们来讲，组内赛还剩下1场比赛要打 JDG， 他们也是发挥很好的一支队伍，相信你们可以展现出更好的一个面貌。对于组内赛的最后一场收官之战，有什么样的信心和大家分享一下？
就是做好我们自己吧，感觉我们做好自己，谁都能战胜。
好的。
自己吧，感觉我们做好自己，谁都能战胜。
好的，相信你们，我们也相信你们在未来会斩获给解说席。
Hello everyone again. Alright, yeah, just a reminder folks, I am solo casting like all of today. I'll turn the camera on briefly. Yeah, so it's gonna be a pretty draining day in general. Apologies if it's lower energy. I don't really feel like I got out of bed particularly well this morning. Don't know why. Anyway, hope you're all good. Yeah, I think the LCS casters are great, by the way, folks. I mean, by the way, you're allowed to have your subjective opinion if people think like LCK or or LEC or LECS bad. You're actually allowed to have that opinion. It's also fine. Like as long as you're objective about as long as you're objective about things. I say objective. It's like as long as you're aware it's your opinion. We'll put it that way. Feel free to do whatever. Okay, folks. Like I said, I'm gonna be taking it pretty chill between games. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking it chill between games. I'm gonna go put another ad break. We're almost to the end of the regular season now, folks. Only a couple more days. 3 days left? We've got today, tomorrow, and the day after. Hey, appreciate Katari. Gonna run some ad breaks. We'll wait for the player of the game, player of the series. I'll be back for the next series. Don't you worry about it. I'm just gonna chill out in the background. I'm gonna, I don't know, maybe grab a 5-minute nap or something. I really didn't realize about it well today. Anyway, back in a second, folks.
我看瑞军，
可惜。我 W。嗯，等你几秒。
我去上。
得看龙了。
蓝猫没出声了。再看蓝猫死。
往前走。
打人子吗？对，还有打人子。死，往前走。
ID 一下 AD 没闪。
啊，走。没中，看狗，
我不会守啊！
不是死，来出大了，OK，大龙没有踢，
哎呀，中啊！这条龙甚至不要了都行，他们很急的。
我下不去了，
慢，
录，他们录，
往前走，
有踢了，
往前走，
有踢了，
往前走，打前面大家，打前面。
我有怎样？
看前面，放针眼，放了。
西北，一波吧，
我是一波。
看到，先杀人，先杀人，
一波，
nice，又赢了，nice，9分呀
，nice，一波吧。
哎呀！
Keep it raw, wanting more. You're gonna clock my style, you don't play with it. I adore shaking floors. You wanna match my vibe, you ain't taking it. Hit it, quit it, take it to the limit. All eyes on me, live it, be it, how you wanna see it. All eyes on me, We light it up like a casino. We with a drip, what you got? San Francisco, Bernardino, ready to rip.
Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Hello, hello. I'm alive, promise. How's it going? Right, Series 2, ALW. Did I turn the volume down? No, I didn't, which means it's been full volume this whole time. Apologies, folks. What are we talking about in chat? Okay, there's some weird Yankos Mickey roll source. We should have, I guess, well, we've had rosters. I guess we get oh no, we have rosters now. There we go, cool. Second series, Anyone's Legend versus WE. Now, this was a great matchup in last playoffs, but then W matched up against AL this split, and it was, well, less successful from memory. You gotta check on that stuff. Okay. Well, no, W beat AL, and no, they did beat AL this round robin. They did in the first round robin. So now they get to face them again. Well, I suppose the two teams were just so jungle oriented. I guess it makes some degree of sense, right? Yeah, in fact, they got 2-0'd by them back in week 3. My bad, folks. I was trying to think which it was Top Esports, the one which went worse for them. That was it. Yeah, it was Top Esports, the one which went worse for them. Oh, the Team WE connection. Yeah, Breathe used to be on here. Shanks and Hope were the carries for Team WE for a number of times. Yeah, a while actually. Hope was there for 23. Shanks was there from 21 to 23. See that Cube, Monkey, and Karis, now more veteran than Shanks was on their roster, but Shanks was there for forever. Oh yeah, and of course, Teacher Mark, Coach. Coach was also on W as a mid laner. He actually had some funny situations where he was not high enough ranked to play an LPL for a bit. Very funny. And they're choosing Breathe versus Cube as key matchup. And look, Cube has actually been playing well. Just in this matchup, you can't choose anything but jungle. It's Monkey versus Tarzan. It's 100% jungle. The reason you pick something like top lane for this kind of graphic is because you need some variety. But realistically, this matchup is all jungle. It is all about who gets the better start, who gets the better level 1, who gets the better draft. I think that Anyone's Legend have been not consistent at drafting, we'll put it that way. They've definitely not had the easiest no, they've not had the easiest time drafting. They've had largely good results, Anyone's Legend. I say that they lost to Top Esports the other day, which means they're also at the 9-win mark. BLG winning yesterday means that they go up to, they're up at gosh, are they at 10-2? They're at 10-2, yeah. So W get first pick, well, they get choice of pick, and then AL have chosen side, and they've chosen blue side for this one. Should be getting through into our oh gosh, what's the word for it? Into our pre-game interviews soon. And then we'll be heading on towards stage, so let's look forward to that. And of course, W playing on their home ground, we're in Xi'an. I couldn't watch yesterday, was Bin good? Bin wasn't great individually. Individually, he wasn't great. He picked himself. Yeah, he picked himself into. He played the Ambassador into Olaf. Didn't play it fantastically well, and then, well, he played some situations okay, but he went like 1-5 or something. I 1 or 2 okay team fights. AL chose blue side. W chose first pick. Right. Okay. Oh, hang on. AL had choice of first pick, and they chose side of map instead. Very interesting. But yeah, and then second game, Bin played Cassante into Yone. His laning phase was fine, and then his team fighting was a bit meh. So look, clearly Bin is still warming up, and we'll see him later versus Top Esports. That'll be the big one. GG, bring back Flandra. Well, I think Flandra's had a bit of a hard rub. All right, we should have our interviews now, so I'll leave you with them.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到 AL 的效力选手 Hope 跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
在上一场比赛失利之后，队伍可能从中总结了哪些经验呢？
就是我们有犯的一些失误，然后以及能做好的一些部分。
那其实现在排行榜前列的争夺还是非常激烈的。觉得在今天如果要面对 WE 完成对第一轮复仇的话，哪些部分需要做得更好呢？
就是先做好游戏的 BP， 然后再打好游戏内容。
好的，期待你们的精彩表现。同时为大家有请到西安 WE 的打野选手 Monkey 跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安曲江 W 的打野选手方平。
可能最近 W1 的表现有一点欠缺稳定性，那在你看来，可能问题主要出现在什么地方呢？
就可能是版本变化，然后我们在摸版本，这是一方面吧，然后还有一方面就是最近状态确实不是很好，然后我们会调整好的。
但其实第一轮你们和 AL 的对决是让印象非常深刻的，而且可能对于今天的 BO3来讲，你和他赞选手的野区对碰也可以说是看点之一。所以说今天要面对到他，有什么样的期待或者想法呢？
我觉得就是保护好野区，然后打好自己的节奏吧。
好的，期待你们的精彩表现。
Well, there's your interviews. Pretty close towards stage now then. So W, again, as we said, it's a home game for them. It's a home game for them. Should be cool to see them back in front of the Xi'an crowd again. In terms of who do I favor for this series, I think I gotta favor anyone's legend. I think Monkey has been on really weird form recently. Q and I know that they chose the key matchup as top lane. I understand why. I think Cube has actually been the best performing player for WE. Breathe on anyone's legend. Of course, the new top laner for them. Mixed. Yeah, Mixed. I think that he's not... I mean, he's not been at his worst, but he's definitely not been at his best either. You missed the interview? No worries, guys. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I think that AL... My biggest concerns for them is having an engaged piece besides Tarzan. Can they win games where Tarzan... Well, can they win games where Tarzan isn't as dominant as he is? And actually, in some cases, we've seen him play games where he is dominant and them still not be able to convert those to wins. So, can AL, like, rally around Tarzan again, basically, when he has those leads and actually convert them into wins? Because they've been struggling at them, actually, recently, which is a real worry. So, for the longest time, basically, if Tarzan was ahead, AL would win games. Even that started to slip now a little bit. We saw that against Top Esports, where he was really fed on Kiana. Couldn't end that game, though, sadly. For WE, it's about getting ahead in the first place. Their early games have not been fantastic. I think that their drafts have been okay. I don't think they've been fantastic, but I think they've been really struggling with their early... Like, their ability to get ahead of a game, which is not what we would have said before. We would have said, oh, their early game's good, and then sometimes it would fall apart besides that. They've always been a flippy team, particularly around Monkey, but clearly things are not... They haven't got all of the right reads for the early levels now. We're getting towards stage now. Nongshim T1 waiting room? What do you mean? We got Top Esports BLG later. What do you mean Nongshim T1 waiting room? Top Esports BLG rating room, if anything. Oh, VCT, right. Even worse. Well, Xi'an welcomes home its hosts after weeks across the nation. Anyone's legend still in the fight for top 2. In fact, all 3 of our teams fighting for top 2 fight today. WE not a part of that race. They are safely in playoffs. And they have themselves their own little mascot to hand out to the crowd as well. Oh, that's adorable. Team WE onto the stage is Xi'an. On the other side, the 2025 stars themselves, anyone's legend. I would say came out of nowhere, but they built piece by piece up till last year. and had themselves a very successful year. 26 has been less so. Haven't gone international, lost Tabe, their coach, still climbing to the top though. Currently amongst our top 3 teams, placing better than JDG, the team which took their coach from them. They want to ramp up into playoffs. They still have some soul searching to do, some problems to solve despite their exemplary record in games so far. Now they've replaced Flandra, long time top lane, their top laner of last year, with Breathe. Breathe, one of our stalwarts of the LPL top lane, but it is a change for them, one which they still yet to fully adapt to.
AL 对阵西安 WE 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏尽巅峰。
Well, there you have it. I think this matchup is always going to be very jungle-centric. Monkey versus Tarzan, two of our best thinking junglers in the league. I think they're two players which the world revolves around them somewhat when they start playing. Come on. I'm just going to refresh the feed again if it's going to start doing stuff like that. You have to pack to go to Beijing again? Well, safe travels there, friend. In terms of draft, neither of these teams are particularly kill lane centric in bot lane, but that doesn't mean we won't see stuff like the Ashe Seraphine. I think both these lanes have been both these sets of players have enjoyed an Ashe Seraphine. The Lucian Milio likely taken off the table as well. About has been, well, both these players are big Varus players thinking about it. Both of them have been picking up Corki, I think too. Ezreal, big for both players. So I expect to see, okay, compared to other teams, no, Ezreal priority is going to be really high for both sides. If Ezreal's left open, I expect that to be first picked. I think Vi is a valid first pick for both teams. Both of them have really liked the Vi. I say that. Monkey did first pick Vi and go 1-10 on it last series. You've got your classics in mid lane, your Ryze, your Syndra, particularly for both of them. We'll see whether we get an Orianna lock trade. I'm not sure these players will be the ones to do that. Though I say that, Karras does love himself in a Kali. Lock's not too far removed from that. How was the EDG series? EDG 2-0 TT. TT, really struggling to get their engines rolling in that game. Junhao was good, but Kashi struggled, I think. And Harry was a bit of a non-factor, sadly, even on the Rise, which he's made his name on quite a lot. Alright, into the first draft for Series 2. Two very jungle-centric teams, anyone's Legend versus WE. The Vi is banned, actually. Ezreal's still available, worth noting. Ezreal, that's one of those big picks we were highlighting just before this. Cassiopeia gone. Orianna gone. So mid-lane pool going to be taken down a notch a little bit. We still have Lee Sin, Neferi. Those are our big junglers. Cube still has Jace if he wants to go towards that. As Jace has been pretty good on the whole. Trundle, by the way. Jeez, okay. Now, do AL want to early pick an Olaf? They might want to early pick an Olaf, because WE were picking the Trundle top lane. Now, that's the Ezreal we were talking about. I think anyone's Legend want to early lock an Olaf. They might allow Cube to have Jace. They lock in the Rise first. They're going to take the Karma away from the Ezreal. And they take... Yeah, they have that Rise. Now, Karras... Does he go Akali? Does he go Syndra? You go Galio and go for a Jarvan Galio combo? I would have thought with the Trundle being banned away, AL were looking at an Olaf angle, but supposedly not. Oh, and the Seraphine or Bard locked in instead. Now, I think W is setting up for a Galio draft. AL may have to ban that in the second round. Jin locked in. Wow, very quick first picks. So the Ezreal's picked first. The Karma was taken away to make sure you don't get Ezreal Karma. The Seraphine's like the backup option for the Karma. Could have gone for Bard as well, but they choose the Seraphine. They locked the Jarvan in to get yourself one of your priority junglers for later on. Now you can just ban away bad jungle matchups. AL gonna ban away the Ahri. You can always ban away something like that Akali as well, which we were mentioning earlier if you feel like that's a problem. I don't think you do feel like it's a problem. Lee Sin banned away from Tarzan. I think you ban away the Neferi as well, personally. I think Tarzan is one of the best Neferis in the world. Oh, do we have Telecom War later? I actually didn't realize that. LPL schedule's been a bit overwhelming for me, so been missing some of the LCK actual matchups there. Carly is banned away from Karis. Neferi away, or do you want to ban away something like Ambessa instead? You could ban Ambessa and just say, well, you know, you'll have Ryze Ambessa potentially. They could also ban Renekton and then try and pick the Ambessa themselves, but they can't guarantee that because they don't have the first pick. They do ban the Neferi. Now, AL, what's the plan here? Because I think AL would be happy with an Ambessa draft. If WE think there's an Ambessa to come through, they might have to pick Renekton on 4-5. You could also pick No, Rumble's gone. Sorry, that's banned. First ban, in fact. Nocturne taken, locked in by Tarzan. But they didn't ban the Galio. So now you have Jarvan and Galio. I think, Now the problem is, do you go for an Ambessa yourself? And I don't think you can, though, no? Because Ambessa into Renekton is just something that no pro team wants to play. You don't want to play the Ambessa side of that matchup. Olaf isn't awful here. Clean feed again. Sweaty gone. So Olaf is locked in. That'll be your top lane blind pick. Do we see Breathe go for something like the Camille? We have seen some Camille into the Olaf. Guess you could see the Ambessa as well and just say, well, okay, combo's good for the Ryze. TF locked in the Karis. It's not bad versus the Ryze. It's, you know, you both do similar things, and then the Ryze and the TF try and get out across the map. CC is big for WE. Lots of globals though, because of course you got the Nocturne as well. We might see the Camille top lane. Breathe was a Camille player. We've seen Keshi play the likes of it. Didn't win with it, but we did see it. Zeus played it over in LCK. No, not choosing to go fight, like really throw hands. They're going with the Cassante instead. Cassante better for the team fights. Survives top lane. The thing about this Cassante is that it's meant to be able to survive a TF heading into your lane. It won't win the lane, but it'll lose gracefully. In terms of overall composition, the damage on WE is very Ezreal loaded. Olaf can occasionally carry. Look, I think AL have they have more split damage. The Ryze and the Jhin. Oh, it is a Jhin though, isn't it? Who do I think wins draft here? I think it's AL. I think. Wouldn't Gwen be decent into Olaf? I think you'd lose the stat check. LeBron James, by the way, appreciate the follow. Isn't Tarzan kind of one of the best in the world at everything? Yeah, to be honest, yeah, for sure. Now we get to sit and see just how well WE turn up on form. They've not been playing that well recently. Let's hear the Gyos get into game. Oh, the home crowd. Nice stuff there. The cube's gone for the Ghost in top side. No surprises there. Sometimes with the other lane matchups for Olaf, sometimes we see an Exhaust, see some Ignites. Into ranged matchups, we often see the Ignites. You can get a little bit more burst pressure in the early levels. Exhaust into some of the nastier bruiser matchups like the Camille. Jungler starting on opposite sides of the map. Oh, about not hit by that Q, actually. Kyle missing that. Barrier absorbs the 4th shot. Can't imagine Breathe will have that fun a time into the Olaf. Now, AL do have double melee topside into the Olaf. Olaf actually gets in range. Feels not great for anyone's legend. Shank's long-time Rise player, one of the better players of it in the LPL. Good dodge there from potentially. Shank's now out of mana, and the Q didn't bounce onto him. So if that Q had bounced onto Karis, then Karis would have to back off. Not the case now, though. Shank's about to level up to level 3. He actually is in kill range because of the mana you get from the level up. Rise uses a lot of mana. NW lands onto the Seraphine there. I think that's the T1 Seraphine, right? Come forwards from about, misses the Q. Also, Bow on the Ezreal, one of his best champions. I think his best champions have been like Varus, Ezreal. At least the ones he's most comfortable on. Not a bad Corki either, actually. No big advantages materializing early. No surprise, really. Like, of our teams in the LPL, these are two of our least laning-focused teams. I think that's one of the reasons why Anyone's Legend brought in Breathe, actually, is because Breathe is meant to be more of a laning specialist. No, Anyone's Legend and W, both very jungle support-centric. Monkey's not gone for an early invade. Not going for any early shenanigans. May well do now. First clear is approaching completion. Ward in deep onto Raptors, actually. Fighting towards this second scuttle. I think they were trying to see whether Tarzan was going to walk down for this. Oh, they might fire up a Raptor respawn instead. In fact, they're going to jump to Tarzan now. Okay, now they try something a little bit different. actually lands the CC afterwards. Tarzan gets the Fear Tether down. Can't contest for the Raptor respawn now. So that was interesting from Monkey and crew. They say, okay, we're not actually going to rush the bot side scuttle. We're going to not take it, put a ward down deep instead, and then punish you on your next camp respawn. That's not bad there. I like that. Something a little bit different. So Monkey will get himself one camp ahead for now until Tarzan can find a response. I think Monkey even went... Hang on a second. Maybe a play onto Kyle here. Ooh, catch out on him. And Erher is right on top of him again with the CC. Kyle gets the Alt W. We'll get the healing. Not bad there from Kyle in terms of response, but I've been liking how Erher has been right on top of Monkey. Just saying, okay, you can you know, get the instant E from the Seraphine for the CC chain. Better from Monkey and Erher than their last series versus EDG. I think jungle support really fell apart versus EDG. One of the biggest tales of that game. He was 10 CS down, worth noting, by the way. Partly because of the teleport back in from Breathe, I suppose, but... Cube, I would have thought would be having a much easier time here in top lane. I suppose not. Maybe that'll come later. Level 6 coming through. Oh, small Krug steal. It's annoying. And another one. That's the, you know, the smallest one and then the second smallest one. Oh, and he gets some others as well. That's annoying there for Jarvan. I mean, not that Jarvan isn't still ahead in terms of farm, but Breathe, credit to him. Good early lane, gets into the enemy jungle and does something about it. Cube, does he spot Breathe on his way back? May well do. Anyone else coming topside? There is a Nocturne coming topside. The turret for the plate. Tip with a slow there. W3. Not bad damage there from Nixante. Mate, if it just comes around to saying, oh, well, you know, this Olaf champion is so broken, what do we do about him? And if the answer is actually, after all this time, it's just Cassante, by the way. That would be so frustrating. What do you mean it's just like, I will not yield, the champion just beats all of the random picks we found since, which do well as blind picks. Ugh. Like, it's quite funny when, you know, everyone was picking Jace and people realized, hang on, Cassante can just, like, EW, and if he ever hits that, like, little bot back, tank W, then you can actually just beat the Jace. Kind of crazy, actually. Flat drag away from Monkey. NCS up, by the way. Tarzan's not had the easiest early farming time. I don't think that root hit, though, from Hope. Kyle, gonna walk up, see Monkey there. Oh, hang on, flashing for the root. No, it's not the root, though. Flashing for that, but not finding much. Not Well, not fantastic. Karis now loading in the goal. Oh, going bot lane. Hope still has cleanse and flash. Might still die though, and he does. Can't flash out of range. Good play there from Karis. WE looking for plays, splitting apart AL and Hope. Funnily enough, this happened to them in their last series versus Top Esports, actually. When he was on the Civic, just overpushes and dies. It was against Honky's TF that happened in the last series. Karis does the same to him there. First blood going towards WE's mid lane. A nice pickup there. Monkey still decent amount of CS ahead of Tarzan. So watching this bot play again, because Zoho flashed forwards, and then why is Hope positioning here, man? I guess he thinks that that everyone's going into the bot jungle, but Karis is within range. And just Hope about walks beyond the back of the wave. I don't really think with all of your teammates being in bot jungle, you're safe there. Misjudgment there from Hope, sadly. Oh, Cube missing some farm there. Missing almost an entire wave, actually. He axed the wave and then didn't actually get the last hits. Sensei really is 2020 Ornn. Yeah, Ornn used to be that champion which did everything, wasn't it? The the mage, warlock, paladin, tank, assassin player. Grub's taken by Tarzan. W instead we're looking for something in mid lane. First grub taken by Jarvan, and then Tarzan smites. So Tarzan, not a great game from him, missed smites, and it's going to be 3 grubs to W, even though Tarzan took it himself. He was the one that leashed them himself. I mean, W are in a great spot now. I mean, they've got sizable gold lead for now, I suppose. I mean, a lot of that, 600 that is Karis, who's on, Twist of Fate doesn't really count, but they got 3 grubs from that. Not like AL have got themselves a big objective. I did say I thought maybe AL had the better draft, maybe. Although I didn't feel like that much. I mean, W with 3 grubs, that's good for them. If they will start playing around TF, overloading a side lane, really not unhappy at all. Tarzan, of course, post to level 6 now. Have we seen any big ultimates thrown? We have, actually. Both supports at level 5. Not that it matters for Karma. But we don't see the Encore yet from Seraphine, importantly. Yeah. More of a jungle pathing game, I suppose, in terms of jungle farming than anything else early on. Monkey getting slightly the better of Tarzan. Dragon is still alive. Still no flash if AL find them out of position. Olaf does not have top lane role quests, so can't teleport in, but Sundays already used his teleport, so both top laners will be away from the play. Monkey heading towards first item, doesn't have it yet. Sometimes we see if you get kills early, you'll get it before 10 minutes. Shanks was just spotted there. TF pulling the card, where does he go? Goes on to Tarzan, who spell shields it. Okay, Paranoia is still available. Not the best Cataclysm. Flashed away from Jarvan, likely going down. Tarzan has flash, gold card, loaded through. This is not looking great for W, though Kyle will now die. Shanks getting good damage down. Will die as well about. Also falling. Great fight for Unreal's Legend. W pull the trigger, but they can't finish off what they started. The last shot will come through, and the TF will go down. That's a 4 for none? 4 for none? 4 for 1 maybe in there? I mean, WE, yes, 4 for 1. Karis did pick up the 1 kill onto the Karma. WE firing off way more than they could chew there. I think as soon as the first gold card goes down, you don't full send it. I mean, Kyle has flash. I think maybe their thought is, well, his W is, or rather his shield's worn off. He'll be easy to kill. Obviously not the case. And then Shanks just gets to gun down like a couple of people in front of him. W were in a great spot, right? It felt like they'd gotten the, they got the growths for free. Things were going well in terms of their early jungle pathing. Just throwing a good amount of gold over towards anyone's legend now, though, for a fight which I don't think was likely to work out anyway. Fighting over Raptors again, as God intended for junglers to do. Taken by WE. Dragon did go to anyone's legend after that fight, no surprise, given the amount of people that died. Now suddenly, after WE getting that slight early lead, picture is inverted now. Anyone's legend about 1,000 gold ahead. A lot of that's in jungle. Tarzan 2-0-2. Down 10 CS, doesn't care that much now, I'd imagine, though. Has Hexblade on his way to another tunneler. Shame for WE. Felt like the start of something quite good for them. Monkey farming well, at least. It's 12 going on 13 minutes, over 100 farm in the jungle. Not bad for him at all. Hexblade for cube, by the way. Don't always see this for the Olaf nowadays, but yeah, I mean, if Olaf has Ragnarok all the time, fairly happy. He's down a good amount of CS against Breathe. Does have level 11 now. See if cube can be an actual win condition. There's a chance he can be. There is. I mean, Olaf, if he gets into melee versus Nocturne Cassante, will probably kill them. Rise will see. I mean, he'll kill him if he's melee range of him, but Rise isn't someone he wants to itemize against particularly. Clean Feed having another one of its blips. The blip. WE haven't pulled a Destiny Gate in a little while. Shanks ahead in XP compared to Karis. Oh, they might look for something now, actually. Karis can't stop the recall there. Nope. It's a recall from Monkey as well. I don't think they kill Shanks anyway. Maybe just... sometimes a jungler will recall in a bush like that to protect the side lane and just say, well, instead of recalling generically, I'm going to recall in a position that gives some vision, even if it delays me by a couple of seconds. So I'll just walk up into River or in a bush in enemy jungle, and I'll recall there. As long as you're safe to do so. Once again, Breathe doing quite well at stopping Cube from walking up to the wave. Nice one, Gauntlet. Has the Bramble Vest as well. He's laning well. Now the question is, okay, right. Sante locked into the Olaf. Is this actually how the matchup goes? Minute and a half to the Dragon now, by the way. Shielding up some of the damage there. About ease into the Jin W. Has to E away from Tarzan as well. Troll were taken by Tarzan. Looking at that blue buff. One of the things that's really annoying about Karma Jin is that they can, because they're so long range with their first skill shot, the Karma Mantra Q, or particularly the Jin W and the ult. If you're fighting just into jungle like this, the Jin Karma can really influence the fight from quite a long way away compared to many of the bot lanes. Of course, the Ezreal and the Seraphine normally like that too, but in this case, the Jin Karma are ahead in gold, so they get first move. Ghost played first from Hope, by the way, if we're tracking the build. He's not going for Cubist. Oh, hang on. Kyle does have Flash. Didn't find enough of a play there. WE... It's quite worrying when they have like a Jarvan Lee Sin, not Jarvan Lee Sin, Jarvan TF composition that wants to really get plays done early with that global, and the power of the Jarvan. That they haven't managed to make that much happen. 30 CS down in top lane now. Yeah, Breathe, good laning performance from him. This is what, look, this is what anyone's legend picked Breathe for. They picked him up because he is meant to be a much more solid laner than Flandre on current form, anyway. Tarzan behind in CS, it's over, maybe. Oh, gosh. Okay, right, Dragon started. Teleport coming in from the Cassante. Olaf working his way down to the plane. He's in the bush. Breathe, walking up, trying to be that front line. He just walks straight at them and W's them, and why not? Sure, cool. He's got some Karma Shields behind him. Gold card. onto the Olaf, onto the Cassante rather. I don't think he cares too much. Q3 misses. Shanks gets quick combo down, but nothing huge. Karis will push out mid-wave. 5v4 for the remaining members. I mean, W don't really want to give the dragon up, but they also just aren't going to a fight they know they'll lose. Karis didn't have the gold card up just yet. Hope has 4th shots. Dragon's still yet to be leashed. You can see the W are losing out bits and pieces of that Poke War, though. Even the Karma's starting to really feed into it, particularly when you're at the, level 7 to 9 mark. That's when, yeah, Karma's kind of strong. Cube on the flank. W from the Jin landing. Cataclysm goes in, catches Shanks, but I don't think Shanks feels that bad about it. Right now, here comes the Olaf. What can the Olaf do? Gets one down. Ragnarok flashing forward to complete it. The Encore gets extended, but it doesn't hit anyone. Olaf goes down. Hope is alive. The God Blast Cone is used to see the TF to safety. It's a 1-for-1, but Dragon to WE. Initially, not a bad play for WE. The Olaf actually got into melee range, but sadly, it's just not quite strong enough to take down the extra member. Very close to killing Hope there with WE. Couldn't manage it. So Cube goes down. I believe it was Kyle that died again there. Yeah, it would have been. Hope lives. The Sarah, I mean, it's a good idea. Just throw the Encore on top of the Olaf. But then the flashes were used. What you got before. Now, Shanks had flash. He chose not to use it at this point. Knockup was good. Kyle just insta-dies. And the Encore is almost there. If that catches them, yeah, even the extra damage probably does enough there. Kara's so close, man. Q goes wide, misses the wildcards. I think if they killed Hope, could they stick around and push mid lane? Maybe. Herald goes down in top side. Now, Anyone's Legend don't have grubs to use with that, but they'll take the Herald, right? Why not? Olaf has innate sustain. He does, but Ravenous Hydra does kind of break him in a solo lane scenario. If you have Ravenous Hydra on Cube, on the Olaf, it's in many matchups you just perma-push for forever. It's less good because you don't... It's less good in a team fight a lot of the time because you don't have enough HP to live. But you do have enough sustain to make your way through a lot of fights. I believe I've stolen away from WE. This game is within touch. It's within touching distance of for both teams. No, you've got Karis with a bit of fake gold because he's TF, so the gold lead is more like 2,000, I guess, rather than 1,000 at this point. And I'd say it's AL favored, but I don't think it's completely out of proportion. Hang on, jumping onto mid lane, that's an E and a flash from the Ezreal. Does get hit by that Gen W, which is a scary amount of damage. Actually, mid lane turret falls. Good play there from Anyone's Legend. Good use of the Nocturne ultimate to buy that turret. WE get top lane turret at the same time, though. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but AL get the strategically more important turret. Much like in chess, the squares in the center of the board tend to be most important. Your middle squares. Shanks pushing out top lane now. 1,000 gold behind him again. It's against TF. Who cares? Karis having the extra level over for him because he completed the Rod of Ages a little earlier too. Although that should actually be more than evened up. Actually, I think that Shanks, once he gets that Rod of Ages pop, partly because he'll be getting the Rod of Ages popping at a higher level, so it'll give him more XP, but then also just ahead in general. Shanks should have a full level over Karis, despite them both being Rod of Ages builders, which is nice for AL. We've seen Knight win games basically just off of XP advantage. And it means that, what it means is that when you have the extra level, you can just afford to be just a little less precise. Hang on, Nox is pulling the ult game as he's going into mid lane. That's a good escape from Ezreal, but he does get hit by the W. Karma doesn't get the full route down. Hang on, Tarzan's in trouble. Tarzan's just dead, no? Even with the Mikhails, flash forward from Shanks. He misses the DPS combo, though, and now he's flashed into death. What is happening? Mid-jungle from Anyone's Legend go far too deep. Curtain Call maybe saving some lives here. Cannot sidestep everything. The Jiggle Peak not quite working, so it is a 2-for-1, but, I mean, first Tarzan, then particularly Shanks, I really don't understand what the logic was there. Maybe just assuming that the damage would come through from the Jin after. They can push in mid lane from the looks of it. That was a bit strange, though, no? 4 kills now for Karis. Jumping forwards, misses the skill shot. Cube gets a side lane turret. Kara's pushing top lane as well. Now, of course, WE don't have that mid lane turret, but they get the 2 side lane outer ones. What a strange... We should see a replay of this. That was a big enough fight for us to get a replay. There we go. So we didn't see exactly what happened here. They jump onto the Ezreal, who then ease over the wall. Good escape there. Jarvan Cataclysm. Tarzan doesn't have flash. He even catches the Jhin with that. Our 4th shot from Jhin was used on the wave too. I think... And then Shanks thinks he can maybe one-shot, but he's not even close, actually. So he gets CC'd and dies. Maybe there was a miscommunication because Hope did use that 4th shot on the wave. Maybe wanted to push that. Maybe thought the fight was over. At least Hope gets the 1 kill. Look, it's not been the worst game from Hope. The 1 death he had was that over-push in bot lane while the rest of his teammates were in bot jungle. 3-1 and he's 3-1 and 2, 1,000 gold up. It's not been bad from him. And again, when we talk about anyone's legend, there does need to be some nuance and acceptance of recent results. Hope has not been the biggest issue for anyone's legend as a team. I think their drafts have been poor. I think sometimes their decision-making in mid and late game has actually been the problem, which is a worry, because that used to be one of their better things. Dragging over to the side of WE, Ryze taking top lane turret. So AL will get themselves a bit more map presence, but they will lose themselves an objective. About's going for a Serpent's Fang on the Ezreal, by the way, against the Karma. Can be quite successful, of course. But he's into a Cassandra. The flat pen doesn't feel great into a Thornmail and a nice one gauntlet, believe it or not. Black Cleaver for Monkey will head Shred the front line a little bit. Red buff steal away by Monkey as we're talking about him. Managed to keep up with farm remarkably well. Okay. Herald summon bot lane for anyone's legend, looking to get themselves another side lane turret. I swear, the clean feed is doing my head. I'm actually just going to refresh it again. Hopefully it won't ping forwards again. We'll see. Ugh, gosh. About 1,000 gold down, as we were saying. Turret will be taken in bot lane. Anyone's legend will claim that one. They have, what, about 1,000 gold lead now? Oh no, HUD had already updated. Sometimes the HUD is slightly behind the game. Sometimes it's slightly ahead of it. Wow, if he got caught by that, W would be feeling not so great. 3.5 minutes till the next dragon. Baron is alive. A big enough fight will lead to the Baron. 2 items for Tarzan. Does have that Stride Breaker after the Hex Plate. Cube has the Stride Breaker after Hex Plate 2 though. So we have a jungle build in top lane for Cube. Monkey throwing some vision out here, including the Jhin traps. Well, there's these Shanks in that brush. Jarvan can check things a little bit with his standard. There's a fire cannon in from Kara, so we do have the 3 out in TF spike. Right. We are kind of gearing up for something here. Again, there's nothing really to fight over besides, well, fighting, really. I mean, there's cooldown economy. WE wouldn't mind getting rid of a flash or two, so that Jarvan feels better around the next dragon fight. Breathe on the flank. No level 16 for Cube, and he's quite a way off of it too. Breathe's laning has really been helpful for anyone's legend. In this game, anyway. We really are grouping up and just pushing, aren't we? I mean, a lot of members all just grouped up around here. Gold cards for the fire cannon, annoying for that, but Jhin W also annoying for this kind of situation. Random skill shots, random auto attacks coming through can be very, very impactful. Cube hitting level 16 before the next fight would be really nice. Could he do that in 2 minutes, though? Are you going to get access to enough farm? Karis getting a slow push down in bot lane there. Has the Seekers, so he can go in deeper, do the Messiah. Teleport in, gold card Zhonya's. Anything else interesting happening in terms of builds? Well, Hope's got the fire cannon now, as a Ghost Blade and Storm Razor. He's a very fast Jhin. He's not going to do a crazy amount of damage as opposed to Cube and Monkey comparative, because they do have a bit of armor. This is the problem with, like, Jhin into somewhat bulky members. They're not tanks, so he is going to do damage to them, but it's not quite the same, is it? I could jump at him, but then he'd get paranoid likely. Kyle's had a pretty successful game on the Karma. He's been dunked a lot, but I don't think he cares about being cataclysmed if he's the one person getting cataclysmed, does he? Karis at level 16, one of the reasons why Rod of Ages mid laners are so powerful is because top lane gets extra XP, but they don't tend to build Rod of Ages. So if mid laner builds a Rod of Ages, they get to match the XP, and they're not just laning against a top lane that's 2 levels ahead of them, which is a real pain. Now, Cube is level 16. He did manage to pick up enough farm. Credit to him. Wondering whether he'd actually get access to that, or whether AL would just force fights and just keep him low XP. Pretty much everyone's got their summoners up, so the next fight is bound to be pretty explosive. And of course, if anyone wins the fight by enough, then Baron goes away after. If I gets hit by that Jin trap, careful on that, buddy. No healing shoes for him. I'll have a little bit of sustain from runes, I guess, but not a huge amount. Breathe. Walking in towards Monkey. Can't get the all out. There was actually a chance he could cancel the flag drag there and put Monkey into a real pot of hot water. Cube coming out of the base. 2.5 items. 2.5 items for Breathe, actually, as well. 3,000 gold lead in mid lane for TF. Hang on, here comes the Nocturne. Gold card comes through. Jin W will miss. Shanks comes through over the wall. Breathe in a good position, and is going low. The body blocks there, and the Encore... The Encore just doesn't come through. TF dies as well. Great engage from Anyone's Legend. WE, they slapwalked a little bit in the intro to that fight, and it's a 2 for none. I think he's safe in the bot river. Nowhere near close. Breathe, great angle from him too. Great Cassante game. He's probably been my player of the game. Monkey flashes away, and it looks like everything's falling apart. Look, this WE, they kind of disrespect the setup. They just sleepwalk their way into river. Anyone's Legend find them split as they're looking for vision. Get 2 quick kills. I mean, mid lane turret will fall down. Do Anyone's Legend get themselves a Baron off of this? I don't think they do. But I don't think they do. They might start it. So it's going to be dragging in some kills. WE do get the turrets. Now, WE do need to be careful of this Baron setup. Hang on, is there a chance they go for a big play anyway? I mean, No, I guess with no ultimates. I mean, Urha did have the Encore, but no Cataclysm makes it harder. Yeah, the Encore didn't actually go on cooldown there. So, what happens here? Urha is afraid of walking the other side of the wall, so he gets separated around bot sites. He's afraid of a 4th shot, I think. Urha just positioned way too far forwards. Clean feed having a little bit of a want to skip forward, back things again. Good chase down there from Rise with a Ghost. No, Karis was 3,000 gold ahead again. Most of that's through TF passive, but you know, Zhonya's doesn't save him there. There's actually an argument to say he shouldn't have gone Zhonya's. He should have gone Imperial Mandate for lower card cooldown. In fact, actually, looking at this again, I wonder whether Karis should have gone for Imperial Mandate for lower cooldown cards. I wonder if that's the better play. Mandate is so big on TF if you can actually get it and going into late game. He's got the swiftest boots anyway. He's trying to push out these side lanes. Even an XP with Shanks thereabouts. Hang on a second. Here comes Paranoia and the Realm Warp. Shanks doesn't find the angle though. Nor does... Well, hang on. This is weird now. Because Tarzan doesn't pull the trigger. Karis does end up pulling Destiny Gate, and he's going to get a... Does he get a free bot lane tower? I mean, he's going to go towards it. AL want to force the TF teleport now. TF is going to teleport in. He wants to be there early. Teleports a little far away. AL, what do they have in terms of their big ultimates? Well, they got the All Out, but they don't have the Realm Warp or the Paranoid. This feels like a bit of a flip. Hang on, isn't this a bit of a mess? GA is going to get popped. That's a good Encore. Olaf is into the backline. Kyle goes low. Ragnarok has now been put onto the Nocturne. Basically, the Olaf is just chaining between different members. He's still got the ultimate running. He just goes between each of them. Shanks goes down, but Breathe is trying to pick up the extra kills. And now the Jin Curtain Call becomes a threat. 4th shot lands on Urha. Is very, very lucky not to die immediately. Cube goes low, and I think he might just go down. W is not a bad attempt. Olaf does get an okay fight, but AL do buy enough space, and they take a 3-for-1. Good fight from Anyone's Legend. Initially, I thought it was looking like a little bit of a burger flip, but they do make right of it. It's not the cleanest play, but it does work out. And Cassante just doing mad work. I mean, Breathe is having an incredible game from him. You know, we talked a little bit about how... you know, we talked about how the Olaf has been a big blind pick. It's been very powerful for so many teams across the world. Well, look, Cassante for Breathe has always been a huge pick for him. They dunk onto Hope. Don't actually manage to get the flash out of him until just then, though. Olaf had the flash. Chooses to just hit the melee targets in front of him. But then look at Breathe in the front line. Breathe just does mad work, and he's doing arguably better backline diving than the Olaf. Monkey goes way too close. I think he disrespects what the what the Kasante can do. Monkey's had a weird game. I don't think he's had the best target selection for his ultimate. Fourth shot very nearly takes the head off of Urha there too, actually. Yeah, Breathe's done some mega work. Breathe is player of the game here. So often for anyone's legend, you look at their wins and you think, oh, it's just Tarzan, maybe Kyle. Grand majority of the time, it'll be Tarzan. But Breathe has been doing some mad work. Credit to him. 4-0. Consistent CS leads over the Olaf. The Olaf has not gotten out of control and just ran through the lane. Now, WE are now 10,000 gold down. No, sorry, not 10. Oh, sorry, no. 3,000 gold. Jesus, not 10,000. Not quite that bad yet. AL gonna likely get a lot more with the remaining 2 minutes of the Baron. 2 dragons apiece, so W don't have a soul to fight around just yet. There's a death stance for Cube. So Cube is... I mean, if Cube actually gets into the backline again, and he gets 1 kill, stops the bleed coming through, he's really happy. Karis pushing bot lane. Baron recalls coming through. Karis is strong at killing towers. I mean, he is a TF. Can Destiny Gate away if he wants to. Takes down most of the bot lane turret. Just split pushing for him. Karis on the whole has judged the map okay in terms of where he should be in a side lane. Farming effectively. Looks like he's going towards a Void Staff next, maybe the Crypt Bloom. He wants the M Pen, not the quicker cards. He wants the higher damage. No death cap for him. He's gone for the Zhonya's as well. I wonder whether Zhonya's needs to be in his full build. I'm not sure if this is the most valuable Zhonya's game. Oh, jeez, the Kasante just doesn't take damage, does he? This is a Cyrilda's and a Serpent's Fang on about. He just doesn't do damage to him, man. Kasante's just way too tanky. He's got a Mountain Dragon in there too. If they get another one, I mean... Yeah, try getting the damage down. Here come the double globals again. Paranoia, Realm War, good damage. The Encore does catch a little bit, but it's not nearly enough from Tarzan. Runs forwards. Seraphine's down. Ezreal gets some damage. Shanks has got the Ghost on, though, and kills the Twisted Fate. Ping forwards, ping back. The All-Out brings Jarvan away from his target. It brings Breathe right onto his AD carry. 2,000 kills for Breathe. Congratulations. In a very long career from him. 7 years from him. 2019 to 2026. Breathe, a real mainstay of the LPL top lane, comes into anyone's legend and makes his mark. Cube goes into Ragnarok, but sadly he's going to Valhalla instead. Maybe next game, buddy. Anyone's legend will take the first game of the series and go 1-0 up. WE couldn't get themselves online early enough. The Olaf was a bit curtailed, and anyone's legend walk away with much better 5v5s. I mean, the early jungle battling from Monkey was fine. That wasn't the problem. The problem after that really was just the win condition of the Olaf was too far behind. I say win condition, it kind of was. The Olaf was too far behind. And I think that Monkey was choosing the wrong targets in the fights. The Jarvan didn't really feel like he was the making the best engages. Well, that's game 1 done. Can appreciate the follow there, Ala as well. Back in that last game. Cube is so lame. Hey, I actually think Cube got outlaned by Breathe. Cube has arguably been WE's best performing member over the last week, though, which is kind of insane, actually. Look at the Kasante win rate. I know, right? Yeah, Kasante's been really, really strong. Turns out having a front line is really broken. Like, so few people actually pick tanks anymore that having a front line changes the way you play the game, and most compositions feel a lot worse with that in mind. Okay, I gotta go put on an ad break, and then, as I said, I am solo casting Aula today, so I'm gonna take it chill. I'll be back for the next game. Enjoy your player of the week in the fan segment, and then I'll come back for game 2.
令。
这身皮肤总能胜出。胜利时刻到了。
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开一局吗？
开就开。
召唤师们，双城世界的帷幕已在上海拉开。没有上帝视角，也没有固定座位，拳风就擦着你的侧脸掠过，所有的舞蹈与打戏就在眼前。当熟悉的旋律响起，声浪瞬间将全场点燃。8月31日前场次开售中，上各大票务平台即可购买。召唤师们，双城大门已在上海打开，让你亲自入局了。
各位现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，大家好，欢迎来到我们的场间互动环节，我是主持人小优。那么看完紧张的比赛，就是要来点轻松有趣的小游戏。首先，我们看到 AR 和 W 的粉丝已经聚集在我们周围了，当然还有我们的老朋友究极风暴、霸王狂暴、雷霆混沌、战斗螺旋、升天小鸟兽也会陪着我们一起来做游戏啊。本轮这个大家都很熟悉了，依然是步兵操作拼耳朵的游戏。待会儿呢，我会出到英雄的3句台词，其中有1句是别的英雄台词，那我们各位召唤师就要找出那一句了。但是记住，本轮呢会有我们的1道题，只要答对1题就可以获得由李宁提供的 AL 或者 W 的队服了。各位有没有信心拿队服？好，都在想题目是不是？好的，那接下来呢，我们先从 AL 战队这边挑选1位幸运的粉丝，我们3、2、1，请举手，好不好？来，3、2、1，请举手。好，我看来在这边比较快，是不是？2位都还挺快的。那我们请到这一位，啊，小哥哥可以站到我身边来。好，恭喜你获得了答题机会，有没有信心能答对？有。好，我们请上题。好，一起来听一下。
一起庆祝吧！巧克力月饼来啦！斗转星移，昼夜交替，该是色彩缤纷的时候了。尝起来很上流。
哦，目光心灵左移，哪一个不是他的呢 ？C， 那么是谁的呢？
不知道。
好的，我们 C。
Hello, how's it going? Wait, the clean feed died again?
其实这是我们的可爱的月人辅助。
I don't know.
幸运女巫露露的台词。
Is it an us thing? Is it an everyone thing?
恭喜你答对了啊！那么也是可以获得我们的李宁提供的 AL 战队队服1个，可以对着镜头展示一下，你穿肯定
Didn't
超
I
级
just skip?
超级
No,
帅气。
I know it's skipping. Like, I know it's still
邀
on,
请
right?
到 W 战队
It's
这
just,
边的
I'm
粉
just
丝
wondering
啊
if it's an us thing in terms of, is it an internet? I don't think it's an internet connection thing.
来，我们绕过小鸟兽，来到我身边。
No, I know, yeah,
好，
no,
有请我们这一位小哥哥。
I don't know, I'm not sure.
好，那么
It
接下
might
来
be
呢，
an
我
us
们直
thing.
接来看第2题。
I don't think, I hope it's not. We've had this issue in both Berlin and in Halo.
多拉什么梦？尝到失败的滋味了吗？ 我想你会习惯的。万变不离其宗。
哦，有听到周围的声音吗？有没有？哦 ，B 是不是？你选择的是 B。好，那你觉得是听到了场外的声音，还是说你自己的一个直觉？
直觉加助力。
好的，那我们恭喜你答对了，我们揭晓一下。
谢谢。
好的，那我们
尝到失败的滋味了吗？我想你会习惯的。
哦，就是炼金术士辛吉德的这样的一个台词。恭喜你获得了我们李宁提供的 W1 战队的队服一个，也是对着镜头展示一下，正好在小鸟兽的身边。那也感谢我们本轮互动的所有召唤师，如果屏幕前的你是个高手，想来参与，也可以来现场进行互动。那继续进行紧张激烈的比赛吧，让我们把目光交回解说席。
Oh, yeah, now we need to wait for our next draft. I realized I was muted. Oh, I cut off the NVIDIA broadcast. 1 second. There we go. I was wondering if this might help with the things, because NVIDIA broadcast takes up CPU. I wondered whether CPU is an issue at points here. Anyway, hopefully we'll see. Okay, how's everyone doing? Again, solo casting today. So, yeah, I try and rest my eyes between games. Yeah, I don't know, this regular season, because it's so many 3 series days, and particularly because Sam and I do it just together, just the two of us, it is just a ridiculous amount of games. How many games have we had so far? While we're resting, Alex, have you seen the Milio and Timo figures my friend got from China? No, I haven't. Are they in, are we in, are they in the Discord? I can go check that. But no, I didn't see them. I don't think CPU is an issue. I think CPU is an issue when we get the audio skipping. I think at this point it's not that, but I just try and do whatever I can to make sure that the computer is surviving, really. Hey, I appreciate it, Coates, yeah. But, yeah, I tell you what, since streaming stuff like this, and, well, you know, I've streamed for thousands of hours now, you do pick up lots of, like, random little tech things along the way. And you just end up... Sometimes the best way to fix a stream is just to try shut down everything you're not using. Yeah. Wow, is that Timo from do you mean Timo from 2XKO? Famous fighting game? Yeah, a moment. I mean, it is a shame we don't have the SRT feed anymore. Yeah, the SRT was really, really convenient for us. It does just seem as though Huya has more issues on the whole. It's less stable. Now, there was a Huya feed before. There was. What is this? Let's have a look at these figures. Oh, okay, they are adorable. Hang on, can I show you these? I'll show it. I need to find a way to get second tabs open on laptop stuff, but like, look at this, man. Look at this. Oh. Not focusing very well, but there you go. Oh. Gotcha. Okay, that's not even focusing on it, but hey. Come on. Okay, whatever, into draft there. Famous fighting game staple Timo. Things are like, I think Timo would have been iconic for League. Look, Timo was iconic for League like 10 years ago. I just don't think he is now. I think that Timo used to be like, oh man, Timo's so annoying. I just don't think Timo is that iconic anymore. Genuinely, I think that, you know, you go back to the early days of League, and I think that a lot of people would see, you know, think, oh man, Timo's so annoying. Ban him out. He's the most annoying champion. Maybe say something like Blitzcrank or whatever. But if you were going to say most iconic League of Legends champions now, what would you say? I don't think it would be the same as you'd say 10 years ago. Obviously, I think a lot of people would say stuff like Azir because of his priority in pro play now. At this point, you probably got like, well, Ari always was there, really. Ari always was there. But yeah. Maybe that's a question for Shut Up and Scale. Maybe. Okay, right into our draft. No Vayner, Rumble, and Nautilus. A lot of picks which are easy to fight with gone. Now, with the lockband, easy Orianna first pick. With the lock gone, you easily lock in the Orianna here. Then the question is what you do beyond that. Because, yeah, lock is the answer to the Orianna. So what do you do after this? Sometimes... Oh, hang on. Cassiopeia is also open. So presumably Shanks goes like... Well, if you take Cassiopeia, but it's maybe a losing lane. It can be. You can go Victor and out-trade the Orianna. You can go Syndra and sometimes do that as well. It is going to be the Cassiopeia. There's no Nocturne, no Jarvan for Cassio. And Caitlyn early locked in? Don't love the early Caitlyn Prio. You could... So what's the Caitlyn going to get paired up with? We do see, like, Kate Lux, Kate Elise. There are other pairings, but you normally want... I guess Kate Bard would have been okay. I don't really like the dry Caitlyn, though. Kai'Sa's the promo girl now. I mean, Kai'Sa is really popular. I guess there's the KDA champions, right? Bard locked in. Okay, so there's no Jhin, no Ezreal, no Caitlyn for that. You can go MF, I guess. Corki's probably... Well, Corki is fine. You might lose the early push. As long as you get, like, one good trade, you may be okay. But now I think that Kyle feels really good to go for something like Lux, no? I guess you could go Elise and say, I'm not going to get killed by Shockwave either. I think Monkey would love a Neferi, but that'll be banned. If anyone's Legend think there's a big combo coming in from WE, you probably want the Elise so you don't die. If you think you can ban away enough of the combo and play through lane prior, Lux is fine. So Kyle's going to go for the Lux. We don't see much Lux here in the LPL. It's more of an LCK pick than anywhere else in the world, really, partly because Carrier exists. Carrier's really good at Lux. Yeah, and so I guess most of the iconic champions of the league now are probably the ones which are in Arcane, right? Because, yeah, Arcane was such a big media hit. ADA and Arcane, the ones which actually reach outside the boundaries. I don't think Teemo's that iconic anymore. Wukong banned away from Monkey. And I guess it's got to be Neferi, right? You got to ban Neferi. Neferi Orianna, just too good of a ball delivery system. Gnar banned away from Breathe, one of his best champions. Cube needs to have a better laning performance than the last time. Breathe did really well at outlaning him in game 1. 148 games so far this split is the end of the last game. That's 148 games in 5 weeks, remind. So how many games a week do we have on average? So we've had, what, 148 plus, like, call it another way. We've got another, call it, like, what, 7 games average, or 7.5 average. It's an extra 14 plus, we'll say an extra 14. 162 divided by 5. That is 32 games a week. 32 games a week. Oh, God. Yasuo and Jinx are mascots and marketing. They are. Yeah, Yasuo's a big one. Although I think Yasuo's taken a bit of a backseat. I think Yasuo, you go back, like, 10 years ago, Yasuo would have been crazy popular alongside Lee Sin as well. I think Yasuo is less popular now. Clean feed, again, doing its thing. Trundle banned away. So I think, well, I mean, Neferi on 4 for anyone's Legend, and they just want to take that away. Then I guess it's Lee Sin for Monkey. Maybe. Yeah, Lee Sin looks okay for Monkey here. Just spoil. Oh, Pantheon's okay. Ooh, Pantheon would be a bit different. Bit better, consistent impact. Your ball carrying is less good. Yorick and Gnar banned away by WE. Lee Sin has better early game impact, I think, on the... Well, I think Lee Sin has higher potential early game impact. Pantheon is more consistent early game impact. Pantheon is locked in. Gives you a bit more mid-game side lane pressure as well. You want to go Jace now with the Yorick and the Gnar gone? Presumably. Breathe can go Ambessa. Anything else you'd want to go here? Well, the Ambassador's okay. What else really threatens the Jace? You could Vayne. Vayne doesn't look awful here. Scion for Breathe would be... We don't see that much Scion here in the LPL either. Scion's just kind of gone. No one really picks the Scion. I would have thought Breathe would go for something a bit more aggressive. All right. Oh, whoa, that is different. Well, I said do something aggressive. I was wondering about, you know, something like the Ambessa, the Vayne. It's a damn Camille for Breathe. I think people have been practicing the Camille again because it's good into Olaf. Now people have it practiced. They can pull it out in other matchups as well. That is, that's scary, because now suddenly that Camille can just follow up with the Neferi. Neferi has set up in top lane and now bot lane as well, gives you engage in a way that you wouldn't have without it. Now, yeah, I mean, anyone's Legend composition, a little bit harder to pull off, I think, even with the consistency of the Camille engager points. But I mean, their upper level of CC now, and their upper level of combo is kind of crazy. Now, Jace into Camille, if Breathe just outlanes Cube, and Camille gets to drop off of waves and just go where they want, that's really, really scary. Because then you have, like, Camille jumping out of nowhere with, like, Neferi Lux ult coming out of the Fog of War as well. Both teams very fragile here. I mean, the Scion would have been nicer in terms of consistent front to back, but the Camille being able to snap play off of low cooldown hook shots is really nice. A bit more risky, though, of course, because you're playing a Camille. Camille is always risky. That's part of the joy of Camille, is that Camille has that risk of it nowadays. I think Camille in the past, I hated watching, say, Camille jungle, and to an extent this happened with Camille support, where you didn't really have a pet. There was no downside to just pressing E and going in, because you'd easily find plays. You don't have to drop waves or anything like that. Into the rift we go. Let's get ourselves into game 2. Oh, wow, level 1 coming through. Kyle, stunned up, very, very low, will go down. First blood goes to the Corki. Gyros were nice and loud. Sadly, could not drown out the sound of death, destruction. So about her low HP. It's the Lux which dies, not the Caitlyn. So Caitlyn's not going to lose the XP. Not bad level 1 there from Hope, actually, in terms of trading back. But then her good heal to get in range for the extra auto attack. If that had ended up at just the auto attack and the headshot, would have been fine. The heal response is nice there from Urha. Tarzan going for level... Oh, Monkey's very low XP. We'll see whether they can get themselves the trade on this. Oh, no. Monkey dies. He loses the camp and he dies. Monkey had already used the flash at the level 1. And Monkey just... I mean, he didn't have smite. He didn't have smite, so he ends up... What the hell happened there? I guess he smoked for the early camp. I guess because he went in for the level 1, then had to back off to his own camps. He was so low on his own camps that he couldn't get anything done. That's awful for Monkey. You know, the bot lane, great for WE in terms of getting that first kill, but this team is so jungle-centric. Tarzan's immediately going to walk over to the other side of the rift and say, nah, your Raptors are gone now. Oh, this is great from Tarzan. Great from Tarzan. If there's any jungler in the world you don't want to be facing up against early game with a slight advantage, I think it's Tarzan. He's 5-2 on the Neferi as well. I mean, what do you do? Yeah. Trade there from Hope and Kyle. However, Monkey coming bot side. He's not farming. He just wants to go bot lane. Now, he is giving up farm for this. Going to give himself a kill, though. Extra gold to him. Now, what's going to happen with the farm in terms of the actual XP, though? That'll be the next big question for them. Clean feed against having a little bit of a stutter. Cube getting the initial crash in, but Breathe getting the hookshot trade just after. Tarzan's going to head into his own bot jungle and say, okay, no, Monkey, you're still level 2, by the way. Tarzan halfway through his level 3. Bot Scuttle is there. Going to magical journey into bot river. Can Kyle just take it in? He can. Crab's going to go down. Oh, the Q lands and Monkey still doesn't have a flash. Tarzan gets another kill. Look, these teams are so jungle support centric, and Tarzan and Kyle have been the better jungle support here today. I think that Monkey had an okay start to game 1, but realistically, these games are so jungle support dependent, and AL are getting the better of them. It's not a clean look for WE. I think last split, when it seemed like last split it seemed like Monkey and Urha had just like a massive extra step ahead of the meta. It's just not the case now. Cube in top lane gets a crash in, but it's not enough for them. I know gold is even, but 2 kills to a Neferi. The XP? Well, not the double scuttle, but we'll get the scuttle on top side. He has all of his camps to go towards, by the way. Now, Tarzan's doing a bit of a back and forth, wondering about where Monkey's going towards. I think what Tarzan thinks is, well, Monkey has like a camp down on bot side. If I take my own bot side camps, Monkey is likely to want to invade them, stay on the same side of the map. Like, Monkey's heading bot lane again. You get much out of this? I mean, maybe you can magical journey in. I don't think he's going to get there close enough, though, is he? About jumps forwards. Monkey's not getting closer. And while all this is happening, Tarzan's still farming. Tarzan is still farming. Monkey is just... He's looking for any way back into the game. But he's looking through kills, not camps. And that will eventually come to bite him, because he's going to be behind like 2 levels at some point. Probably now. I mean, Tarzan's just going to go towards... He's gone towards all his bot camps. He could clear his topside jungle. Instead, he says, no, I'm going to go for a Raptor invade. Why not? I'm stronger. Pantheon is taking Grom. Bard is going to go see the Raptors getting taken. Breathe is going low. Shock Blast misses, though, so Breathe will live. Tarzan gets the Raptor invade. He is now double the CS of Monkey. He is over double the CS of Monkey, in fact. W used for the farming speed. Breathe's job is survive, bluntly. This game has been all about jungle pathing. Now, About doesn't have a kill on bot side. He is even in farm. The bot lane from Hope and Kyle is not really achieving what it wants to. But given just both of these teams are so jungle-centric, you can't help but question it. Now, they're going to go for another Magical Journey play again. Maybe look for a big play with a Shockwave. This could be the play which snowballs W ahead of the game outside of the jungle role. Can they pull it off? Shockwave coming in soon. No one's coming to defend this bot lane. Frogs has started. Kyle will... Well, he spots everyone there. There's a 4-man dive coming through. Bit of damage coming through from the Piltover Peacemaker. Landed onto the Orianna, looks like it, I think. Given what the HP was looking like. So W can't even pull off the dive. I think maybe they think double flashes a little too hard to make something work. Tarzan has cleared through all of his camps, and he's still doubled CS a Monkey. 50 to 24. Magical Journey out. Tarzan doesn't have the level 6, but... you know, much closer to the Monkey is. We'll get the level 6 Scuttle Crab. It was delayed because Tarzan took it late on top side. We'll get it now, and that's level 6 for him. Happy days. Monkey's still level 5. Got a full level to go. Shanks is doing more than fine in the mid lane match. 10 CS up on Karis, by the way. Now, Orianna should be still more than fine into the Cassiopeia lane. The only lanes which I think Orianna really struggles against are sometimes you can lose to Victor. Sometimes you can lose to, well, you lose to the Lock quite consistently. Outside of that, Orianna should be even or ahead in most matchups mid. At least in the current pro meta. At least About is still even in gold. Be much worse for them. I'm just worried about the XP. I'm worried about XP in jungle. Monkey is so far behind. And there's almost the full first item in for Tarzan. Good knockback there from Cube. Cube's 10 CS ahead. He just uses knockback, though. Tarzan might kill him here. I think if he channeled the ult there, he would have killed him, actually. Well, in fact, he's going to try it now. Cube, he doesn't have the cooldown of his melee form. Might have it now. What is happening with this goddamn clean feed? Someone's going to come around the corner. That's Monkey. The hook shot comes in. Cube very likely dead. There he goes. Reset came through from Tarzan. Shockwave flashed away from by Tarzan. It's a 1 for none, but also Tarzan gets to invade through topside. I swear to God, this clean feed is going to... It's going to give me an aneurysm, it is. Red buff taken away, so Tarzan even more farm for him, keeping up that double level of farm. Could actually go towards Krugs if he wants. In fact, they actually might go towards another kill into Cube. If Cube approaches the wave, he dies. Hook shots, not going to land. Cube may all in. They might have just baited him in. The W slow lands. He's used the Q. He doesn't have flash. Tarzan gets to run at him with his W active. Does he have enough damage to fully kill? First Q hits. Does he throw the second one? He does. He won't get the kill, but Cube effectively has to back off already. Now, Pantheon does have ults. Is it enough to kill? Breathe is low HP. They're going to start looking for the kill. Going to jump in towards the top side. Breathe, looking to trade for the 1-for-1. Can get it. So it's a 1-for-1. And Monkey will get the assist. It's better than WE could have had, I suppose. At least getting the 1-for-1, but not getting the clean kill. Yeah, that's sad. At least they get Breathe caught out over position. Tarzan goes onto the grubs. Monkey's actually getting farm off of top wave. This is legitimately quite important for him because he's losing so much XP. He just needs something. Cube couldn't teleport back anyway. Get the teleport in now. Force it in. At least make sure that the wave slow pushes back to him. He's down so much actual jungle camp farm. He needs farm elsewhere. He needs the XP. Magical Journey onto Hope. Trapped. And the 90 caliber net will see him to safety. Breathe is not unhappy with this because Cube lost another wave there as highlighted in chat as well. Yep. Okay, the double farm margin for Tarzan has now fallen away from him as Monkey actually gets some farm. But still 3-0. Full level up on Monkey. Yeah, Tarzan's happy. Tarzan's really, really happy. Comes back out onto the map with the Voltaic Cycler Sword before 10 minutes, by the way. Tarzan may well be the best Neferi in the world. And I think compared to the Kiana, which he was playing against top esports, the Neferi, it's easier for you to clean up the entire team. Because you have your W for defense, you have the reset on your ults. Good damage there from Shanks. Now, about 20 CS ahead of Karis, actually. Playing well there into the WE mid laner. This Corki is going to have to be monstrous. Well, at least the Corki is even with the Caitlyn and 101. My problem is how do you survive if you are the one threat against a Camille Neferi? Camille was always great at just saying, okay, there's a single threat, now there isn't one. It's one of the reasons why I think teams had to, well, one, play towards stuff like Xayah that can ult the Camille ult, but then also just split their damage across more. I think if you go back 10 years ago to 2016, well, anywhere from like 2013 to maybe, well, definitely 2017, there were way more single carry comps. You don't really see single carry comps anymore. Partly because of compositions like this. Cube may soon be getting a visit from Tarzan. Monkey is on top side. He also has his ultimate. Okay, both junglers know something's happening here. Problem is, one of them has 3 kills and a full first item, whereas Monkey doesn't. Tarzan's gonna just check a vision here. Doesn't pull the trigger, though. Wave was coming in. Happy to just say, Camille, collect your farm. Dragon is available. Has been for a while. No one's taken the first one. Grubs were taken by anyone's legend earlier, of course. Monkey on bot side has the Sundered Sky now, so he has his first item. However, you know, the extra components from Tarzan, definitely important. He's clearing through wolves. Looks like anyone's legend just want to get farm. They don't want to fight for this first dragon. End of the day, they have a big lead. You can consolidate that, just keep farming, it's fine. Giving over one early dragon is fine. Tarzan will now know that Monkey is bot side, and if he gets a playoff soon enough, he won't be arranged for the Grand Starfall top side. Cube may well be getting ulted here. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now. Almost hook shots him, hammer blows him away. Does have flash for the Q2. Tarzan can't get the kill though. Not bad there from Cube, surviving the 1v2 in top side and getting Breed's flash and ults. I think Tarzan maybe could have gotten in range sooner. Little discoordinated from Breed and Tarzan. There is something to be said, and it's been highlighted in chat as well. Anyone's Legend do have a Corki, do have a Caitlyn Lux versus the Corki. They would expect to have laning lead, but then maybe later, once a bout hits, you know, 1-2 items, gets much more valuable. I think the Corki being more mobile, having a really good mid-game spike does make him quite valuable. And because he's ahead in gold, anyone's Legend, their bot lane is not going to plan. You are even in gold here as anyone's Legend. That is a worry. I suppose Karis on the other side wouldn't expect to be this far down his lane opponent either, so some of the matchups not going as advertised. Her is on top side. I think Urha has, across this split, been excellent, but his last couple of games have left a bit to be desired. I think on the whole, WE's jungle support have been bit off on the whole. Tarzan onto the bot side of the map now. Ooh, maybe a dive onto a bout. Well, no one else is here. Pantheon's going to have to get in range to ult. Got bot lane coming in, Tarzan as well. They'll reset with the Neferi W if they need to. Pantheon on the turret, they get the ultimate. Does he have the W? Yes. So the empowered Pantheon W not leading to much there. Now he's, well, does get an empowered Q. Trades back really well, actually. Credit to Monkey. Not bad there at all. Barrier and flash blown from about, but no kills in the play. The Lux will stop the recall. It wouldn't have killed that ultimate, but would have been an annoyance, absolutely. It wasn't a noise. Stop the recall. Now, flash forwards for the W. Oh, no! Great flash from Hope. There's still a shockwave. It'll still be a kill. Very nearly anti-synergy. Monkey will pick up the kill. That was quite funny, though. Pantheon flash for the W. The Caitlyn flash got them just out of range of the Bard ult. Still not enough to save the play. Shanks in bot side now. Still, well, technically in a 3v1. Magical Journey's here. Teleport coming through from the Camille. Ghost popped by the Snake. What's Breed's plan now? Monkey does not have flash. He is down in the wrong way. There is a Hextech ultimatum, and there it is. Shockwave's still available, by the way. It'll hit onto 2, but it won't matter. Monkey goes down. Good teleport by Breathe. Now, the top lane turret has been taken by the Jace. He has 1,000 gold ahead because of that, but at least Breathe gets something on the bot side of the map. Cube is strong. He has that Ghost Blade heading towards the Muramana. Cube, his Jace has grown in power across the year. But yeah, Monkey getting that extra kill. Nice for him. I mean, Tarzan's XP lead is not crazy anymore, and the gold lead's not that crazy either. We actually saw this against Tien in, gosh, what game would it have been in that series? I want to say game 2 or 3. Tarzan actually got really far ahead on the initial clear against Tien, and then chose to gank a lot, and then gave up his advantage. Because he just wasn't farming. He wasn't getting ahead of the enemy jungle. He wanted to spread his lane to the lead to the lanes. And it meant that actually, he had a very early lead, but couldn't... It was against Tien's Lee Sin. Yeah, against Tien's Lee Sin. Did really well into that. Tien's Lee Sin got shut down, and then later on, Tien's Lee Sin ended up popping off. Yeah, it's Jarvan versus Leap. That's the one. It might have been the game 1 then. My bad. But yeah. I think Tarzan may be feeling the pressure that he needs to carry. Don't like to attribute emotions to players too much, but sometimes when you've watched them a lot, you can tell a bit. I wonder whether Tarzan feels the pressure to carry. I mean, he's the one with the lead, but also I think anyone's legend, historically, they've needed him to carry. I mean, and in 2025, Shanks could have been relied on to do that more, and I don't think that's the case anymore. I think that Shanks has been struggling a bit more to have real impact. Tarzan, I think, on the whole, has been the guy that needs to win them games. Maybe Breathe can become that, but currently he's 1.6k down. Camille doesn't really like playing from behind the game. Did okay against Cube, I suppose, at points, but then you got that first turret really far ahead. Now Tarzan, once again, heading towards bot side. As we say, he is shadowing the bot lane instead of sonicking the mid lane. You know, if I say that enough, eventually someone will go, wow, that's a really funny joke, because they haven't heard it the other 5 times I've said it. Okay, Tarzan, he's going to run into the bot lane. We'll get maybe double Q onto both of them, actually. Yeah, not bad, actually. Half health onto her with the help of Hope throwing the ultimate in, the ace in the hole. Wow, that's a really funny joke. I haven't heard it the other 5 times you've said. You know, I can always trust Kirby to pick up the slack and put it down in chat. Alright, Dragon for Herald trade looks like. If W took the first Dragon, if they get themselves Herald WE, give them a good ability to open up the map a little bit more. Not sure if that works. I guess it would work in favor of Pantheon. Pantheon Jace, pretty nice at following up from long range away. Normally I'd say that Neferi Camille are really good at that. Breathe will get a side lane turret. Lane feed will have another blip. Of course it will. What I'm going to change back to... Yeah, oh, hang on. We might be in with a bit of trouble now. I might have chosen the wrong time to do that. Oh my gosh, please stop playing the damn video. Please, for the love of God, someone is dying? No, no one's dying. No one's dying. We're okay. So Tarzan got a blue buff still. Nothing happened. I want everyone to know that nothing happened. W with a slight gold lead now, by the way. They still have that Herald to use, because slam that into mid lane if they wish. Nocturnal, yeah, please, I didn't hear the joke, please repeat it. It's okay, I'm sure I'll say it again at some point, don't you worry. Next time a jungler walks into a side lane or something like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's have a look at itemization. Karis going for the full burst Orianna, going for the Ludens, so really it is hit the shockwave onto a bunch of people, kill them, less about DPS, less about safety if he thinks he's going to get dove onto by Camille Neferi. Likely going towards the Shadow Flame next. Might go... Well, he might go... These are pro players. Second item coming in for both AD carries soon. Although, I mean, Hope is going towards an Infinity Edge. Very expensive build. But then again, it's not like Triforce is a cheap item either. About close towards his Muramana. Shanks has Rod of Ages going towards what I assume is going to be... I swear to God, this clean feed is actually going to murder me at some point. Karis should be safe up here. Second item in for Cube, as we highlighted earlier. Breathe a fair away from that. Pantheon now ulting topside, trying to catch out Shanks, who pops the Ghost and also flashes. Tarzan being very respectful. Catch onto Kyle and River, who flashes, still gets bound. Teleport now coming in from the Camille. Tarzan coming into the play. What's happening in the magical journey? Looks like it might be on cooldown. That's why he has the position the way that he does. And Cube goes down. Reset for Tarzan. He'll jump away from Tao. Likely going down as the ultimate comes through. Shockwave onto the Cassiopeia. Is it enough to get the kill onto him? No, it's not. Somehow it's not. Shanks is alive, and Karas tries to get the last bit of damage. Fails to do so. WE in the big fights in the first, well, in the games in this series, it's just not been enough from them. As soon as the game opens up into these five-man fights, it feels like Anyone's Legend are just executing better. WE losing their heads in the bigger fights. I don't know what Karas is thinking there. He flashes into, what, 4 people? I think it was. Getting knocked and altered again. Again, real apologies for this. I don't know why it's so bad today over all the other days. Kyle was initially caught off here, but flashes away. And you've used all your CC then. Lucky to live the initial engage. Tarzan gets the reset from the kill onto Jace. Jumps away from About as he gets under turret. Breeze still jumps forwards. Doesn't get the kill onto About. It means that actually About gets a... Oh, hang on. Was I wrong about that? Oh, no, he does die. He dies to that last turret shot comes through. And then Karas flashes. Doesn't have W on cooldown. So he doesn't kill the Cassiopeia. He just flashes in and dies. I think he just misjudged his W cooldown. Trading 1-for-1 with a flash already is a bit suspect. I guess it would have been a shutdown. I guess it wouldn't have even been that. Stun onto Monkey. Hal goes low. Tarzan goes forward. Bardol hits no one. Miasma's down. Monkey dies. Reset for the Neferi. Dragging up in a minute and a half. That won't be the immediate prize for Anyone's Legend, but Monkey goes down. WE, their choices of fights has not been it the last couple of days. Reminder, they lost against EDG yesterday, who were at that point 0-11. I mean, yeah, WE not having a fun time at all. It is Proto Belt for Karas, by the way, which is questionable. Very questionable. Look, WE, the early game was better in this one, I suppose. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, I'm completely trolling you. It wasn't as good an early game, but at least Cube was doing well. I mean, Cube is still 2,000 gold up. But he's 1-3. One of the issues we've had with Cube on Jace at points earlier in the year is that he'd get a gold lead, but then not really be able to responsibly use it. I think he's better on that front this year. I just don't see what happens when Monkey and... particularly Monkey and Erher are behind. Karas also being behind. 2,000 gold not helping the equation. Anyone's Legend much better in the fights. First and foremost, Anyone's Legend have been fighting better. Cube, probably dead to the Neferi. Does get the second Q on target. Say that. He has to use his double. Hang on a second. Tarzan. He just gets destroyed. You get dice to the splash damage of Monkey. Well, Tarzan was 5-0, goes to 5-1. Kill goes over to Monkey. That's a bit of an awkward moment, isn't it? Tarzan the one to make the mistake, and Baron is alive. WE, approaching the fog of war now, goes forwards, gets altered by the Petrifying Gaze, does have an E. I'm not sure it'll save him, though. Breathe comes in with the hook shot, still has the Hextech Ultimatum, but a Binding and a Shockwave will at least stop the fight there. About round the corner, Bardol coming through. W still fancy this fight. Tarzan is still down. Can't find any follow-up, though. Kill onto both junglers. Monkey goes 3-6. Been picked off a lot here. Tarzan's death in the top lane, though. Goes to show that AL still not the fully well-oiled, well, the well-oiled machine that we knew them previously. Eventually I'll get my words right. Yeah, I mean, the gold graph is going to be so weird at the end of this game, isn't it? Cube, thinking about the all-in on top side, is a level down on the team here because the Rod of Ages. Got some really good side lane farming from Shanks. 2,000 gold up, 304. Shanks' Cassiopeia in with the shout for player of the game here, actually. Tarzan, awkward dive. If he has another awkward dive or two, maybe just give it to Shanks because consistently he had more pressure. But Tarzan did destroy Monkey early on. Dragon is alive now, 1 dragon apiece. Both teams very interested in claiming their second. About does not have his third item yet. Looks like he's going towards the Collector. He's into a full squishy team. You can sort of understand why. I swear to God, a clean feed. Dragon is going to get started by Tarzan. Binding over the wall. Shanks potentially looking for a play here on the side. Tarzan looking to poke himself. That's the Protobelt forwards into Miasma. And Urhus is dead. Protobelt into Miasma. And then suddenly you just get a kill. The Cassiopeia gets more value. I mean, it's the kill for the Lux, but Shanks is the reason it happens. WE just approached a little bit lackadaisically. and then things fall apart. Dragon 21's Legend, again, feels like whenever we're grouping up players around objectives, W have just not executed well at all. Rocket Belt is good, but I don't understand Ludens over Blackfire Torch here. I don't think Rocket Belt is that good for at this point in the game. Look, I think realistically, you need big damage to come back from behind the game, and the Orianna combo is one of the biggest points from that. It's very StarCraft logic. If you're ahead of the game, build defensive. If you're behind the game, build offensive. I think building Proto Belt second is not the correct play. The reason you go for the Ludens is because you're looking for the one-shot combo of your Ludens later on. With your Shockwave, I think the Ludens is the correct choice, because if you're against Assassins, you can go towards your, your HP items, I understand it. But realistically, I think that Karis needs to go optimal damage, and Protobelt isn't that. Not in this game. Because, like, WE need the damage. They're really lacking damage in a lot of places here. And then suddenly if you get a good... if Cube gets a good Shock Blast and then you get a Shock Wave as well, then someone does damage. But only if you have the right items for it. Leafeed is having an absolute nightmare today. Nocturne's haunting the servers. Anyway, that'll be my logic. I think that Protobelt, after all of the nerfs and changes to it being more of a HP item, I don't think you can afford to go defensive for Karis in this game state. I don't think you can. Now, I would prefer to see something like a Shadow Flame. Ooh, flash away from the Bard ultimate. Oh, his Bard ults have largely been pretty good. Breathe. Did hit the... I think that was a Spectator logo. I think he did actually end up hitting that one. Oh, binding onto the Pantheon doesn't mean that much. Pushing towards mid lane. WE have themselves their 3-item Corki now. I mean, look, hope is not gone for WE. They might be able to find themselves a really bursty Corki, Jace, Orianna combo moment. Maybe. That's their win condition. You just get like a huge Frost Bomb rocket. You get a huge Shock Blast, Shockwave on top of it, someone dies. Hopefully the Cassiopeia for their sake. Okay, I'm gonna go, I don't know what's happening with the clean feed. I'm gonna quickly just do, this is me resetting it this one last time, and then we'll hope that'll make a difference. But yeah, Clear's having a weird day today, isn't it? Again, thank you everyone for joining us, by the way. We do really appreciate everyone being in LPL chat. If you're here for the first time or the 100th, it does make a difference to us. If you are liking things, please think about liking, commenting, subscribing. Also, coin to your caster. Breathe. Collapse on the sideline with Tarzan's here. Does get a good chunk out of Cube. Teleport's coming in now. Does Shanks make his way down in time? Yes, he does. Tarzan lives, but About flashes forwards. Well, no, he doesn't live. About flashes forwards to make sure that isn't the case. 2 for none for WE. Shockwave lands onto the Cassiopeia. 3 now for WE. Good fight from them as there's Breeze well overextended in the side lane. Pantheon's going to ult forwards. Urha takes some damage. Hope is the remaining bit of damage. Currently 3 for 1. Monkey has his passive fully stacked up. We'll see whether Hope can do enough damage. He's doing quite a lot here, actually. Caitlyn starting to pick up some DPS, spacing fairly well. No splash for him, though. Q to try and wave clear. Good play from WE. Tarzan got blasted by Corki. We did say that the Corki might be able to burst out, and indeed they did. WE find themselves at a gold lead now. Killing off the Cassiopeia, too. Cassiopeia, I'm trying to... Did they have flash for this fight? If they did, then it's a huge mistake from Shanks to get caught by that shockwave. I mean, About gets into melee range of the Neferi, and Neferi doesn't immediately burst them out. Breathe is in a 1v3. About wins the 1v1 against the Neferi. So what happens with Shanks here? Because I think he does have flash. Kills him, and then thinks he can Protobal out, reads it, and dies. I think, anyway. Is the HUD lying to me? Anyway, he gets caught by the shockwave. Gets caught by the shockwave. Hey, Graves, by the way, good to see you. Hope is on AL, by the way. I know, right? I know. So, yeah. WE, all hope is gone, I suppose, yeah, on the other team. Hope did play for WE. It was one of the pre-game graphics. For those of you who weren't watching in, well, that would have been 2023. Hope and Shanks were the mid-AD carry for WE. They were alright, that team. They were okay. They had some low lows, but they ended up having some decent moments too. I think that was when they had Hung as their jungler. He was playing a lot of Mundo jungle back then, until Leah jungle. I remember casting their games quite fondly, actually. Well, Shanks was there for a little bit longer. He was there from, what, 21 to 23? 24, maybe, even. I'm trying to remember. Oh, no, he moved... No. They both moved over to Anyone's Legend in 24. And then 25 is when Tabe came over and Tarzan joined. That was the timeline. All right, Dragon's up in 20 seconds now. WE, as we said, a lot of connection between these two teams. A lot of the Anyone's Legends players playing on WE in the past. Shanks No Ghost has a 4-stack Medjai's. Pushing in that top lane. I guess they're not contesting. Giving the Dragon. Just getting some gold for Shanks. Not feeling that they have the setup there. Breathe is 2.5 thousand gold behind. Going for a GA third, potentially maybe the Death Sense, but it could be the G. I would imagine the GA. Pushing in mid lane from WE. Should get the mid lane in a turret. So even though AL wanted to kind of trade across the map, get tower gold for Dragon gold, they're still losing a tower. So it's not even a great trade in terms of gold. Shanks does get a decent chunk of cash and will open up the top side of the map. But WE, it's not like they're trading down in terms of gold. Shanks now on a flank. Has a lot of HP with the Rylai's, the Protobelt, and the Rod of Ages. Monkey Eye spots him with the sweeper. Yeah, they spot him with the sweeper. They should know that, actually. Red buff taken by Tarzan. The other one's actually gifted over to Shanks there. Better he have it than no one have it. Hey, Angie, how's it going? 330 stream streak. Wow, that's almost a year. Pushing towards mid lane. Have WE got enough wave player in position? Yes. Corki is there. Corki is strong, too. Corki together strong. Almost at his third item. Likely going towards what looks like a LDR, maybe? Might actually end up being the Mortal Reminder. Ooh. Bardol. Dodged away from by the Shirelia's usage by Kael. Look, Shirelia's has always been a powerful item for her because she doesn't have mobility. Kind of gives her some pseudo mobility. For those, I was actually watching about the World's 2022 finals the other day in prep for Shut Up and Scale. Great episode, by the way. We were ranking World's finals MVPs, which was fun. Hang on a second. Shanks is well up here. They're teleporting in with the Camille, but is the Shanks? I think the Cassiopeia dies first potentially. Does have flash. Maybe can get out of this entrapment. Tarzan goes down. Here comes Breathe. Cube has himself a GA. A bounce on the corner, and the Corki's in danger. The Corki goes down, but at what cost? Shockwave comes through. The Tarzan, well, Tarzan's Nefari's down, and the Camille. Not bad there from Caitlyn. It ends up being a 2-for-1 in WE's favor, but they lose the Corki, who is very important to them. Tarzan, again, these late-game decision-making moments, not really that great from him. Clean Feed's going to pause again. I really hate it when it does that. They don't have... The Bardol is back up again now. They might be able to catch him out in River. Oh, God, what is happening with the Clean Feed? Cope goes down! Anyone's Legend lose their AD carry, presumably from a Bardol. I swear to God, man. Baron will go down. WE, good fight for them. Shanks walking across. Maybe a magical journey out to safety from the Bard. It's getting a bit spooky. Actually, they can't finish it. Oh, God, that's a problem. Is the Q going to land? The stun from Urha might save the day. The Cassiopeia caught by the Cosmic Binding. That saves the fight. Urha, excellent fight from the Bard. Oh, I swear to God, Bard saving the day. That was the Luxalt just to see if the Baron was still leashed. Good play there from WE. I think both of these teams have had better and worse moments when it comes to their decision-making in these mid and late game fights. Is a Death Sense in from Breathe, by the way, not the GA. I wonder whether the GA might have been better with the way that this game is going. Guess not. Even with about dying at the start of that fight, WE found a way through it. Now, well, the last time AL played against WE had some crazy late game wins against them. I think they had a win from 9,000 gold down with a lot of plays around Baron like this. Tarzan, can he have a better fight this time? We shall see. Baron goes down. Dragon in a minute and a half. WE get the Baron. Pantheon's loading up the ultimate, actually. Hope puts a trap on the ending point of it. Oh, Tarzan, where's your W? Tarzan jumps into the Pantheon and dies. Tarzan, where is your W? Shockwave hits him. Now, for someone that doubled Monkey's farm earlier, Tarzan's late game decision making has left a lot to be desired. One of the best junglers in the world, but his late game has not shown that. WE get the Baron, get a great pick off. They do. They're 5,000 gold ahead. Monkey's looking for a blast gun play, hops over the wall, jumping towards Breathe. No great combo there. Binding actually lands from the Lux. Breathe going in, has the Death Stance going through, and he kills the Corki. Not bad from the Camille. The AD carry traded for the top lane, and not bad there. Is there a trap on top of the Jace? Yes, there is. Not bad from anyone's Legend. Now they're the ones getting the better of this late game fight. Breathe, good play from him to take down Corki. That Corki is so important with that Infinity Edge locked in. Dragon now in under a minute. Weird old game, folks. Weird old game. Well, I don't really know where to start with that. WE crested at about a 5,000 gold advantage. Gone down to about 3,000 now. Dragon's in 20 seconds. Breathe is dead for the fight. Cube is dead at a similar amount of time. Will spawn about 10 seconds earlier. Well, 5 seconds earlier. It's an Infernal Rift, so you don't have something like the Hex Gates to help you. Shockwave misses! Almost catches Kyle. So that one's going to be down. It is a level 16 Shockwave, so it's lower cooldown. That might lose them the Dragon. I think they were likely to anyway, because it's not like Cube was there for setup. About so much of the damage, and he's died now twice in the last couple of fights. Both in top lane around the Baron and then bot lane around the Dragon. What a weird late game. Dragon goes to the side of anyone's Legend. And now Breathe is at, 3.5 items. Fish, wait, is there a fish minigame? I could add a chat fishing minigame if you want. Let me know how to add it. Monkey takes the Gromp. Monkey 1,000 gold ahead. But, I mean, Monkey has done very well with his ultimates, given how bad the early game was. Now, as we said, WE, they've won some late games versus AL, rather, through just late game clutch. AL, in the first round robin, fell apart in the late game. And WE picked up a 2-0 somehow, despite arguably should have been 2-0 the other way. Hope with his 3.5 items, Caitlyn getting to the point where she's a real threat with the trap combos. Three Dragons to anyone's Legend, no soul for them just yet though. Zonya's in for Shanks. He's had that for a little while actually, thinking about it. Hard to track all that. Karis is near a death cap. So Karis, despite stopping off for the Protobolt, which dropped his damage, close to the point where he will be on one-shot combo territory. Ult into mid lane. Miasma comes down. That might be a problem. The Lux is really well positioned now to catch up Monkey. Flash away. Jump in. Does have the GA to Tarzan, but as does Monkey. Lots of disengage used on both sides. Shockwave catches out Shanks as he flashes well, but doesn't kill him. Breathe into the play, but does he live? No. Death Stance not able to be reactivated. The Bard ult is a bit weird there itself. Monkey takes down the GA of Tarzan. Does Tarzan have a way out? I'm not sure he does, actually. And Monkey still has his own GA. Tarzan will have a way out. He uses that W. Hope goes down. Davao gets the burst onto him. However, Corki dies on the other side. Golden is Shanks. Gets out of that. Oh my god, the damage is just flying apart on both sides. But WE still have the GA. The Shock Blast still in there. Cube looking for the burst. Level 20 onto the poor level 14 Lux. There's only one survivor from anyone's Legend. I think WE have done it. These fights have been so back and forth. The minion wave is just about there. Just one last cannon. The clean feed will die one more time, I suppose, to see out this game. I think we're going to 3, chat. I think we're going to 3. The Nexus turrets will fall. Anyone's Legend can't convert. And WE will bring us to an even series 1-1. How did they do it? That's the tricky part, isn't it? How did they do that? Late game was better from them. Still not spotless, we'll say. Breathe kind of trolled the last fight, mate. There were so many things going on, I can barely tell you what happened in the last fight. Sorry about that. Tarzan trolled the mid-game. I think realistically, the story of this game is Tarzan throwing a lead. Sadly for him, I think Tarzan is... I think bot lane didn't do as well as we would have wanted for them. I think that the Caitlyn Lux got ganked early, fell behind, and didn't really manage to get ahead. I think Tarzan played for his own advantage, but then he didn't capitalize on that. I think Cube had a good Jace game on the whole. Monkey recovered remarkably well. Nice fight, Cass. Thank you. I'm not sure I agree with you until I watch it back. Kind of crazy. In terms of player of the game, it probably is Cube, actually. I think Cube has been pretty... Look, his Jace earlier in the year, I was pretty adamant in saying just don't let him play it. He's not good enough at it, but he's doing well at it now. Yeah, I think that Breathe had a bit of a mech game on the Camille. I thought that the Camille would do more. And Tarzan ends up getting himself his 5,000th assist in that game. Good milestone there. We always have some crazy milestones here in the LPL. I think had a fantastic Bard game. That is also true. I thought early game, his Bard was okay. Oh no, he had good magical journeys. His ults were really good. And then he did save the game around the Baron. If he didn't get the stun onto Shanks around that Baron, and then also get the catch onto Hope, The game's over. So I had a handful of game-saving moments. Yeah. Okay, folks. Like I said, it's a long day for me. I am solo casting all of it, so I'm actually going to take a break now. I'm going to put an ad break, and we'll chill until the next game. Re-game series for the second one. I was hoping it'd be a short day, partly, but the gameplay is really fun, so you know, I'm not gonna besmirch that. Hey, Kaz, by the way, appreciate you. Don't crash out on the feed. It's really hard not to crash out on the clean feed. It is. It's really hard. I swear, it is genuinely gonna do my head in. It is already doing my head in, actually. Anyway, be right back. I'm gonna get myself another coffee, and then I'll be back for game 3. That is such a funny gold graph. That is so funny, actually. Okay, be right back, folks. So I'm going to take a break until the next game. Chill out, wait for the MVP, and we'll come back for game 3.
keep it raw, wanting more. You're gonna cut my style, you don't play with it. I adore shaking floors. You wanna match my vibe, you ain't taking it. Hit it, quit it, take it to the limit. All eyes on me, all eyes on me. Live it, be it, how you wanna see it. All eyes on me, all eyes on me. We light it up like a casino. We wear the drip, what you got? San Francisco, Bernardino, ready to rip. We pack it up, honey, let's go. We keep it lit, what you got? All that's left to do is tell you now. Baby, give me what you got, you got. Give me, give me, give me, give it to me now. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give it to me now. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give it to me now. All that's left to do is tell you now. Baby, give me what you got. Bag it, bag it. Bag it, bag it. All day, take pride, take time to play. It's all way, all day, take pride, take time to play. Hit it, quit it, take it to the limit. All eyes on me, live it, be it, how you wanna see it. All eyes on me, we light it up like a casino. We wear the drip, we wear the drip. San Francisco, Bernardino, ready to rip, ready to rip. We pack it up, honey, let's go. We keep it lit.
Alright, hello everyone, I'm back. I'm back. Man. This is Cube's best split in a very long time, if not his whole career. Yeah, I think that Cube, I think his playoffs run last split, absolutely peak of his career. I think that, okay, so folks, I think a lot of people will overlook his Spring 23. He was actually pretty good on Rare Atom in Spring 23, to the point where I actually thought that Cube, in like the Jax matter of early 23, actually was maybe top 4 top laner within the region briefly. Like he was pretty good in like early 23. Although I think in general this is a better split for him. I think that he's playing like well against top teams. Fofo was on Demon Time. I mean, Fofo was all over the place. He had like a couple of really good champions and then just like didn't manage to I mean, he wasn't bad. Yeah, he was very limited in his champions. Is he still playing, or is he back in LCP, or is he just gone now? Yeah. I remember Fofo was the best he's ever been in 21. He was okay on EDG at points when he went there later. Anyway, let's get ourselves into game. So game 3. EDG on the whole better late, not EDG. WE on the whole better late game decision making. That was the difference in that last game, really. I think that on the whole, yeah, anyone's legend, they have struggled to finish games even with Tarzan with huge leads. I think they don't know how to push their advantage very well, which is very concerning, to be honest. Very concerning. Vane's banned, Trundle banned, Akali's banned. Vi, Varus, Yone on the other side. We have Rumble. Rumble's available. There's no Jhin or Varus to combo with it, but you still do that, I guess. No Jarvan, no Nocturne, no Vi in terms of the heavy CC junglers to go with him. Who would you combo with him then? Skarner? Tarzan's a good Skarner player. However, I wonder whether W have sniffed that out. They've gone for Lucian Milio, which means that if a Skarner comes through, they can just cleanse it with the Milio ult. Looks like Yunara Lulu for Hope Kyle, which I don't love because I just don't think that Hope should be on an auto-attack based hyper carry champion right now. Leon's lows are some of the lowest lows humans ever reached, but he was also really good when his highs as well. Leon was actually alright when he actually was on the go button. But he also had some pretty mega bad games too, to the point where it was very questionable. Potential Ornn into the Rumble. This is something that Cube's done a bit. Not everyone's doing the Rumble into the Ornn into Rumble now, but it used to be a fine matchup. If you survive the lane, you're just very disruptive, good tank frontliner. Syndra banned by WE. Don't want to give Shanks extra long range CC because AL don't have any CC right now. Pretty much none. And they are into Emilio as well. No one picking up the Ashe this series, partly because the Seraphine was picked up in game 1. Ahri banned away from Karis. Might be a Wukong angle for either team. I think we're getting into Wukong territory. There is Xin Zhao, but I think you need bigger go button, maybe. I think maybe Tarzan's happy with the Xin Zhao. Because Xin Zhao Lulu is a really nice combo. You might go Xin Zhao Lulu. Even though Skarner is better for the Rumble, I wonder whether you just say Tarzan go smash with Xin Zhao. The Skarner is banned, like we said, it's one of the better combos with the Rumble. So yeah, I think Xin Zhao pretty big, Wukong pretty big as well. Anything else in general? Those are the two I think are the strongest contenders. Lee Sin is available, yes. Oh yeah, and of course you can see the Rumble. Oh yeah, that's a fair point as well. Rumble can be flexed to mid. So there's a chance of Rumble flex mid and you go for something different top lane. Although what would you go top lane? Maybe you go... Okay, if the matchup allows for it, and you pick a bad matchup in mid lane, you might Rumble mid, Gnar top for anyone's legend. And just Gnar into their Ornn because they hate it. So I think Karis could go Aurora here. You could go Aurora, just something strong in lane and just say, alright, Rumble's gonna just eat crap in the laning phase. Annie comes through. Don't really know what the laning matchup's like there for Rumble. I can't imagine Rumble loves that either, to be honest. Alright, so do you send the Rumble mid? They're thinking about jungle. We did highlight that Lee Sin is available. I don't love Lee Sin in this combo. I think Milio's good against him. Annie can stun him in his tracks. Doesn't love playing against the Ornn either. I don't like the Lee Sin here particularly. I mean, maybe you just blow up an early game, but yeah. Anyone's Legends drafts have not been fantastic, I don't think. Alright, where's the Rumble go? You send it into the Annie or the Ornn? Do you pick, you know, a burst mid lane yourself? You can go for the Aurora into the Annie, which has been okay. Yone's been buffed. Maybe take the Yone into one of the lanes. I guess they're just sending the Rumble top saying, right, it's a fine matchup. Galio's fine into Annie. But, like, how do you deliver the Galio into the backline? I mean... Last pick for Monkey. Sees the Lilia. Has good setup in both solo lanes. Surely that's not a legit hover. It's Poppy. Okay. Oh, dude, what does Lee Sin do now? I don't think that Lee Sin likes playing against any of these champions, does he? I mean, maybe you're all right against the Annie at points, but I don't think you like playing against any of this, do you? Isn't this just a mega outdraft from WE? I mean, bot lane's a bit of a wash. Top lane's a bit of a wash, but the Ornn becomes a tankier, easier champion to play later. The Galio should be fine into Annie individually, but I don't think you're ever going to get much value in going into the backline. I guess WE could argue that their damage is a bit low, but they're into a squishy team, even with the Lulu. And I'm pretty sure that the Poppy disengaging someone is gonna make it really hellish. I don't like this draft from AL. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't love this draft from AL. I think that Monkey Poppy is going to have some mega value this game. Now, of course, gameplay is different. Gameplay is gameplay. Okay, so into our last game of Series 2. Of course, we've got another series beyond this, folks. Stay tuned because we have... Gosh, I'm just... Oopsies. Because later on, we have Top Esports BLG. Top Esports BLG after this. That is our marquee matchup of the day. The Lilia hover to Poppy last second was such a rage bait. I do want to see a bit of Lilia back. I mean, Lilia is kind of annoying to play against. I understand this, but yeah. All right, into game we go. Let's hear the jars.
全军出击。
So there was a ward put down onto AL's Raptors. It was clear. Tarzan will now start on those Raptors. He didn't have to. Though he's on a ward here. Okay, so AL, I don't think their composition is easy to play. If your composition isn't easy to play in 5v5s, you must find early advantages or lane leads. That tends to be the way of it. You know, a losing draft is not something which has stopped anyone's legend before in this split. They're 9-3, and that's with a lot of drafts I think were like this, which I just don't think were easy to activate. Of course, if WE win this series, it means that they jump ahead of JDG in the standings, which will help WE's seeding. Because as it stands, WE are likely to go through as seed, 5th seed, something like that. Breathe has 700 games in LPL, by the way. Congratulations to Breathe, long-time player in the LPL now from 2019. Been around on so many different teams. RNG, anyone's legend, Weibo, and about the place he has. Probably a couple others in there I've forgotten, actually. Probably most famous for his time on RNG, but no, his Weibo days were pretty good too. Thank you, man. Okay, Monkey going for some shenanigans, hits level 3, clears through 3 camps, goes towards bot jungle. Oh, sorry, OMG as well. Yep, of course. Yeah, there was some time on there. Monkey is going to pay some respect, but still head into the jungle. He's still going to get spotted. Level 3 to level 3, interesting here. This buckler isn't going to be picked up by Monkey. Of course, you're full build Poppy. If you're level 3 and you have a red buff, you are full build Poppy. You are the champion you want to be. Tarzan. Will he even get a chance to smite this away? No, Monkey's just going to take this. He doesn't need to... Oh, he'll spot Tarzan heading over. Smites it now just in case Tarzan did something funky. Crispy audio there on the smite. Q building himself a null magic mantle. Start a lane. Monkey is... Hang on, he's still... You're kidding me. He's still bot lane. Can look for the plays bot side. Heal used because Hope and Kyle were afraid of the jump forwards there. Monkey's still in bot side. Going to go towards bot scuttle now. He really wants to be bot lane. Again, this is classic Poppy gameplay. This is full build Poppy. You hit level 3, you have a red buff, you're fine. Go do some stuff. Go do crimes. Monkey now walked looking for a double scuttle, actually. How long is his red buff going to last? Guess it's fine for now. Starting that top scuttle. It really wants the double scuttle here. Didn't have to smite the bot one. Has a smite back. Karis... Karis in a bit of trouble here. Puts down the single stun. Doesn't flash the E and dies. Karis, no! That's such a waste of Monkey's pressure here. Tarzan might even kill Monkey. Flash away. Monkey gets the double scuttle, but at what cost? Karis makes a huge error. Gets hit. Doesn't get the double stun. And then doesn't flash the Galio E. I guess that might not have saved him anyway, because Tarzan had the flash anyway. Karis just caught out way too far forwards. Not safe enough at all. It's a shame, because Monkey did get the double scuttle, but now he's going to lose his blue buff on top side. He's not going to maintain a farm advantage, I don't think. I don't think Karis has had a great series. His shockwaves at the end of last game were better. Clearly not the series he wanted for himself. About gets exhausted on the jump on the way in. Bot lane going the way of About and Urho, because Open Kyle were sat under tower trying to respond to Monkey's plays in bot jungle. Speaking of which, Monkey is bot side again. He hasn't farmed his wolves or his rock gromp yet. He has decided, screw that, I need to be bot side. I don't want to play around at all. Any wards here from Kyle and Hope? No, looks like Monkey is just I said he's just... No way he's going to hex flash. No way he is. Doesn't get the wall stun, though. Monkey is going to take a tower shot, but only the one. It's a clean kill. I mean, look, you can hate it all you want. He does get the clean kill. One for one in the kills overall now. Anyone's legend. Lose another one onto They're this time onto the AD carry. Cull in for Hope. I mean, this dude. If you were watching LPL in 2023, this is why we invented the term full build Poppy. You do literally just hit level 3 and then you just run the game. Poppy can just do this. You can nerf her all you want. Poppy is Poppy. Her early game damage is sure summon. Sure summon. Up a lovely cup of tea now as well. Midway through the cast, appreciate that. Oh, to get sat back down. So top lane, fairly even. Look, as long as the Rumble, rather the Ornn is within touching distance of the Rumble, you don't really care. You're just a better teamfight champion in a lot of ways because you're actually a tank. Not that Rumble is the greatest teamfighting champions of all time, of course. But yeah. You know, Ornn has been one of those champions which has been somewhat accepted as like a go even, then try and be more useful champions in bot lane. Well, flash for a Q, slows down Hope as well. Karis is down. The Galio's coming in, but Hope is already dead. Tarzan has level 6, but can't find a kick in. Hope dies again. Shanks does have flash, but is stunned up. I think he's safe, but loses the summoner and the ult. Hope is now 0 and 2 on Nymaera. This composition from Anyone's Legend really wanted bot lane to go even. About is 1-0-1. He's 700 gold ahead. Dragon is spawned. Tarzan? Well, he could go on to Karis. Okay. Isn't he just... I don't really understand what Tarzan's doing here. He's very low HP, still has the flash. Shanks doesn't have the flash. What is Anyone's Legend doing? Tarzan jumps forward for the safeguard, just about saves the life, but this was a play that they started. Tarzan can fly onto the Raptors, maybe. Monkey not going to get the Raptor respawn fully there. We'll take the small ones. Very strange series of events. I guess it stops WE doing Dragon immediately. But Tarzan kicking Annie through the Tibbers, meaning you can't get a direct Q. Just felt very odd to me. About turning around some damage onto Hope. Ult was popped there from Hope even, trying to push that wave in. Anyone's Legend has left the chat. Someone's Sausage has joined the chat. Exactly. Shanks did get himself, hit the first kill of the game. Onto Karis, of course. He's still ahead in gold of Karis, but losing his flash and his ult there, not great from him. Dude, what has happened to Anyone's Legend's game sense? Now, Anyone's Legend, even in 2025, did like to... Hang on, good trade there from Shanks. Likely going to get over half the HP of Karis. Walking down his bot side does have ult and the stun. Well, ult in 5 seconds. But yeah, I mean, in 2025, it's not like Anyone's Legend didn't flip early games. But they still seemed a lot more on the same page. I think their decision-making in general was much better about who could turn up to the play in time. But, like, their decision-making just doesn't seem there anymore. Maybe this is a consequence of losing Flandre and Tabe. Veteran coach, veteran top laner. Not that Breathe isn't a veteran himself, but I think Flandre out of lane impact speaks for itself somewhat. Monkey going towards Gromp. Well, there is a Galio ult coming up in about 10 seconds. Uses the W for the movement speed. Now he doesn't have the anti-dash. Hang on, his ult's coming up in 10, so pulling the Galio out is the least valuable target here, because he can ult back in if he wants to. Monkey goes back to the Gromp. Tarzan heading over. He's a level ahead of Monkey now. He missing. Tarzan could pop back and look for the kill. Oh, wall stump. Where's the extra CC? Galio's coming in for the combo. Tarzan looking for a way out. Safeguards. Flash away from the taunt. Tarzan goes low, but doesn't go down. About jumping forward. Still has the culling, but he doesn't have the mana for it. Hope turning around. Good damage there. About gets a shield, and Hope goes down for a 3rd time in the game. I just don't know if Hope is the kind of player you want to see on Nymaera in the way that Anyone's Legend need to play right now. No, the way that Anyone's Legend have worked is with Hope on utility, providing extra setup for Tarzan, Shanks, rather than him being the main carry. And now the problem is, he's a main carry 0 and 3. I think it's Sivir maybe exception to the rule. And again, I think there are a lot of problems with Anyone's Legend which don't stem from Hope, but obviously in this game, going 0 and 3, you have to highlight it, sadly. Breathe does have a significant CS advantage in top lane now. I think this is actually a little too much for Cube. That's actually kind of worrying. Credit to Karis, though, getting some great combos in. The Galliwelt's come in, but try and save the target. But hasn't really done that. Reminder anyone's legend, then, you coach is Big Way, by the way. Coached BLG in 24 and 25. Well, yeah, 24 and 25. Was, I think he was there also during 23, but then Tabe came in midway through Spring Split, and then Big Way became like a part of the coaching staff rather than the main coach. I want everyone to know I have a really good, like, cheese toasty thing. I am eating it. Sorry, the gameplay is great. The food is good. Shanks continuing to trade well against Karis at least. No, his trading's been fine. Problem is just his ults just haven't had the impact they needed to. Not really. We'd like them to have, like, some mega plays. We did say, look, anyone's Legends comp is pretty hard to play later on, we feel. Now, the Galio's likely going to be defensive ulting, not offensive ulting. Tarzan's on vision. Wait. Monkey hopped out of the bush. That could be a problem there. Tries to get away the other side of him. Shanks going forward, looking for the taunt. Tarzan can't get quite in range here. Ult dropped on Shanks. It's a pretty even trade, all things said and done, in terms of HP. Now, Shanks out trading Karis, Monkey out trading Tarzan. Poppy gameplay's been fun to watch so far. Q going wide. Ooh, I might have to flash it. What out? Surprise damage from Nymaera Lulu can be very, very high if you get the bar underneath the mana bar stacked up. Yeah, champion's kind of strong. I did find it quite funny how Captain Flowers was talking about how Nymaera is the most boring champion in the game to watch. And, you know what? I somewhat understand it. The champion is... Do they have the bar under their name? Cool. They're strong. They auto-attack you. If not, then they're less strong. I think that of the AD carries, which are like hyper carries, she's the least exciting to watch. I much prefer watching a Cogmore or someone with like the crazy short windows of damage at points like that. Ooh, good damage there from... Had the Essence Reaver. Oh, Monkey Hex Flushing. Perhaps a little too far there. That was the Hex Flash, right? Not the real Flash, I think. Right. Okay, alright. Lee Sin landing the Q. I think Sivir is more boring to watch. Nah, the ricochets are really fun. Nah. The whole... Because Sivir empowers the rest of your team. If Sivir presses ult, champion's really fun. And she's lower range with less mobility, so she has to position really well. Going on to the Dragon now. Missing that Q. Tarzan getting his way in. Poppy ult lands. W a bit early from Monkey there. Tarzan goes low. Does have the kick. Galio ult comes through, but I think it's too late. In fact, it is. Melee ult's used for a bit of disengage too. Shanks does have flash. Does get some good damage down. Double flash, double taunts, but he won't get the kills. Breathe coming forwards. First entrance into the game from the Rumble, but he might have gone too far, and he has. The cook is out of the kitchen. Don't let him cook. Breathe goes down. Well, I think Breathe was feeling it a little too much there. Jumps forwards and doesn't do nearly enough. Cube now gets to reclaim a lot of extra farm on top side. He didn't... Wait, Cube doesn't teleport to the play and they still win. Do you realize how bad that is for anyone's Legend? You know, they teleport in with the Rumble. WE basically say, well, we're just going to go to the top side of the fight. The teleport's too far away. You know, the Galio comes in. Cullen gets enough damage down, though. And the engage just isn't there. We did say that anyone's Legends comp is hard to play. The Galio is their only CC, pretty much, unless you get a good kick flash. Tarzan's not been playing that well so far. Breathe tries to capitalize on the play, but, I mean, he's already used the Equalizer. Doesn't get the overhit until halfway through the combo. Dude doesn't get the extra auto-attack damage, not that he gets that many auto-attacks down anyway. And then while all this is happening, Go evens up the gold advantage top. Why not taunt the Lucian that's in the Rumble ult? He tried to get all three, and he greeted for it and about got away with flash. He tried to get all 3, basically. He graded for that. I wonder who wins side lane with MR, Galio, and Ornn, actually. I wonder. Herald killed by WE. Tarzan, oh, he does have kick. And there's no flash on about. They see him now. Dashes away, plays it safe. Teleport coming in from Ornn. We haven't seen Ornn team fight yet. Pulls the ult across them. Who does he hit? Hits the Nymaera! Does have flash, does have ult. Might not be enough just yet. Good taunt so far. Kick onto About going low. The Lucian very likely dead here. The Galio coming forward. The shields are enough. About lives, and the Battle Herald slams into them. Tarzan goes down. Lots of damage onto WE. Do they actually lose any damn kills though? No, they don't. Blinking health bars, but AL are the ones which lose their jungler. 1 for none. Anyone's legend. Look, the more I see this composition, the more I'm like, how the hell do you win a clean 5v5? They just don't have the CC. Everyone escapes on low HP because you can't lock them in place to kill them. Oh, so annoying from anyone's legend. Down 3,000 gold now, down the dragon. Herald was just used against them. I mean, they catch Hope. I mean, it's not like, I mean, Hope still has ult and flash, so it could be a lot worse. Gets exhausted onto About as well. Great enchanting work coming through from Erhead. Just about saves the life. The double stun from Karis also playing a big part in the peel. Battle Herald ends up taking down Tarzan effectively. Close run thing. I think WE very easily could have lost a couple of members in there, but you can see how difficult it is for anyone's legend to actually land the right damage. Because again, they just don't have CC. And they're going into a heavy disengage comp. Ornn disengage, Poppy disengage, Milio disengage. I mean, sure, I mean, if Karis doesn't have a good fight, if About doesn't have a good fight, the damage from WE is not, like, exemplary either. But still, anyone's legend really struggling to land the damage where it counts. Dragon in less than a minute now.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
About has 2 items for this fight. Big for him. Rapid Fire Cannon, Estus Reaver. Now, because he has Rapid Fire Cannon and the Cozy Campfire into a squishy team that's largely building magic resist, About is going to hit some crazy damage numbers, even with a utility build, I think. Normally, I think going for the Rapid Fire Cannon on Lucian over the Flicker Blades, or just raw AD kind of items, perhaps a mistake. Pillow will probably tell you more. One of the AD carry mains in our community. Person I very much trust on builds. But in this kind of game, against a full squishy team building, well, a team that's building full magic resist, About with the Cozy Campfire and the Rapid Fire Cannon is going to have some really long range shots. Like, if he dashes towards here, you can hit Kael, pretty much. Tarzan on the top side. Dragon was killed. AL didn't contest that at all. So WE get themselves a 3-second Dragon. They don't fancy themselves a fight there. They're down now almost 4,000 gold. 2 Dragons. Tarzan himself is down 1,000 gold. Last game, he had all the gold in the world, -1 thereabout. We saw that. Ow. Yep, that's your Rapid Fire Cannon Estus Reaver. Colin comes out as well. Forces the ult out of Hope, so he uses the anime step. Good work there from About and Erher. You know, half of the gameplay of Lucian plus Milio or Lucian plus Nami is about how do you control mid lane after you've moved there. And right here you can see it basically gives WE a free dragon. It basically gives them a free mid lane turret. We'll see. Essence Reaver proc. Close to it. I mean, just look at that. Great damage. I mean, Erher and About have the vision control, have the confidence to jump forwards, even knowing that potentially there could be a Lee Sin Galio combo. Ornn's now ulting onto Breed. Flash forward for the wall stun. Do they have enough damage? Wild Growth comes through. I think Breed is safe. Bit of a DPS check. Breed makes it out. No flash for him. Monkey uses flash, but he does have Hex Flash, so, you know, still has mobility outside of that. Hurricane now in for Hope. He's chosen to go bot lane, not mid lane. Often bot laners will just kind of run mid instead. I think WE could have taken mid lane at any point, really, at this, in this juncture. Tries to go for the top lane play instead. Game's slowed down. Anyone's Legend are finding it so hard to find fights. Everything is happening at WE's command, really. They have to respond with a Galio ult, respond with something else. Lucian's locked down mid lane. Monkey and Cube can be enough of an engaging threat. Karras has more been follow-up CC. He's not been looking for the initial combo himself just yet. Might change. He has gone for a Proto Belt. And look, I wonder whether WE maybe lack damage in some... And look, they are against a squishy composition, but I wonder whether they're going to lack damage. There's a lot of magic resist. The Annie is not going to do much. What this means is that if About does somehow get caught by Tarzan, this game is very playable from anyone's Legend. You need to catch the Lucian, though. If you don't catch the Lucian, game's over. Recent patch improved Poppy scaling as well, didn't it? I think early game got a hit. Might have had a buff now in the recent patch. Oh, culling again. Just look at the mid lane control which About has. Should be able to take this down. There you go. Has the upgrade... Now, that's a problem. He shouldn't have upgraded the Fire Cannon. That's a bad Ornn upgrade. He should have upgraded the Essence Reaver for more AD. Getting the extra attack speed doesn't really matter that much for the Zeal item. Karras going on to Breathe. He doesn't have Flash. Ornn's coming up as well. Can Ornn teleport out in time? He's going to try. Do they see him in time? No, they don't. So it's a teleport for teleport. Breathe gets out alive. You'd wonder whether there'd be a Hex Flash into a wall stun there onto Tarzan. No, not to be. Smite away. Well, now there's a wall stun. Does it matter, though? No. Third of the HP, though. Sundered Sky, Demon's Plate. Monkey! Is that too far? I guess not, because Nymaera wasn't really in position to do damage. Okay, Shank's pushing bot side, has teleport. Going towards the Imperial Mandate second. No one's... Well, I mean, Ornn's coming to wave clear soon. Both of them having teleport then. Matching teleport for teleport. On the bot side of the map makes sense. You don't want to have your globalless top laner or solo laner in bot lane. Infinity Edge, presumably going to come through from About soon. Don't really need to go for the armor shredding of LDR or something like that. He might go towards the Serpent's Fang 4. We have seen Serpent's Fang Lucian. It's a good item in general. I mean, Lucian with lethality is good. But, yeah, it doesn't need it this game. Ornn items in general starting to come through now. Of course, we've talked about that for About. Cube will get some extra stats. That won't be shown in the gold, so... Used to be a big thing back in, well, 10 years ago, right? When Ornn was first around his stomping grounds. Just getting Ornn items for the extra thousands of gold didn't show on the overall gold lead, but gave you that extra cap to your scaling. Tarzan, gets the Q onto Karras. Protobelt. Oh, the flash. That's why your Protobelt is useful, but the Galio ult comes through. Hits another Q. Teleport coming through from Ornn. Tarzan should be safe. Is Shank safe, though? Has flash. Should be safe. The clean feed, god damn it. Blips again, which means we're inevitably going to have a blip forwards, and we do see anyone's Legend currently corralled towards bot lane. All right, back to live now. Her going bot side himself. Ornn ult coming through. Hits the club. Ornn ult pops onto the Galio, not much else. It's not the worst, I suppose. Poppycopter will be charged up and let go. Not released. Anyone's Legend. Don't have the Galio ult, but now there's no culling and there's no Call of the Forge God. The Poppy ult also on cooldown. WE have used a lot of cooldowns here. Hibbers goes down. Shanks is in. Has flash. Shanks is pretty powerful. Now, gotta watch what happens to Ornn. Ornn goes forwards for that knocker. Poke goes down to low HP. Equalizer, it's okay. Can they get the damage while the team is split though? Monkey going low, perhaps too low in fact. Due onto the dragon, and it's taken by Annie of all people. Shanks gets himself the taunt in. Poppy ult spun up, and it means that the rumble goes out. W from Poppy stops the Lee Sin, and AL's teamfight just can't get onto the targets they need. Breathe flashing forward, but once again failing to do the damage. About with a triple kill, looking perhaps for the quadra. No, Glitterlance will stop him. Quadra kill to About anyone's Legend. You just aren't built for the 5v5. They can't get onto the right targets. Baron will go over to anyone's Legend, well, to WE now. Hex Dragon went over to WE. They get themselves onto Soul Point. AL, this composition is not built for the 5v5. You don't have the CC. I mean, technically it is built for the 5v5. You've got, Rumble, you've got Nymaera Lulu. But clearly they can't win the 5v5s like this. They don't have CC, not nearly enough of it. The Galio is not meant to be primary engage. You're against an Ornn frontline, the Poppy with the disengage. This is without the Call of the Forge God and without the Poppy ult at the start of it. And it's still a bad fight. Smite's bad from Tarzan was trying, or rather the Smite actually comes through from Poppy before the Smite from Tarzan comes through. Forced onto Shanks, immediately killed him. Hope got gunned down pretty much by the Lucian. Oh, very close on that last auto attack. Almost got it before the Ollie came through. And then Breathe, of course, was ejected from the fight after the Poppy ult had come off of its reduced cooldown from being cancelled. Baron buff now for 2.5 minutes. This is the best, look, this is the best kind of Baron where you win a fight, you get the Dragon and then the Baron. So then you get more of your time spent on Baron. One of the worst things about Baron is getting it and then having to waste it not pushing lanes. Now, sometimes, you know, buying you a Dragon is worthwhile, but most of the time, the best Baron players will come in after you set up the map and you get it and you don't have to waste time. Keep pushing out bot lane, pushing in mid lane of the rest of the members. 4-1 split. Breathe in top lane. Does have teleport. Could technically go for a teleport flank, but doesn't have flash. I mean, this might be their Hail Mary. I mean, typically you want to go for a fight before the big push comes in, or while they're doing it, because they go over vision, they over push. Breethe's not looking for the flank here. Tarzan doesn't have flash. Has to go through a Poppy. I mean, who does Poppy love? Who does Lee Sin like playing into this team? Doesn't love playing against the mobility of Lucian. Cuba's gone a bit far here now. Does pull out the ultimate, goes unstoppable. Oh, gets the doubled hits of actually the ult. Didn't think you'd get that overall, actually. Cuba is going to take a while to die. Teleport's now coming through from Annie. The Lee Sin misses the Q. Cuba's just survived the 1v2, and I don't think he'll need to hit anyone else. There you go. They overextend onto him. The Ornn. Have you played against an Ornn before? The tank, mage, paladin, assassin sees out the 1v2, gets a kill, and that should be the end of the series. Anyone's Legend go way too far onto Cube. Yeah, I mean, Cube, this might be the best split of his career. I know the last game on the Jace, you know, was a little bit back and forth, but he still probably walked away with a player of the game. Game 1 of the Olaf was outlaned by Breathe. Cube is still putting up some good numbers for himself. Nexus turret's under siege. First one goes down. Poppy ultimate back up and available. Let go once again. Not fired out. Goes on the reduced cooldown. Mid lane inhibitor goes down. Tarzan. Well, he's going for an extended flank. I'm not really sure he's going to find much for it. He's 3,000 gold behind. Does have flash. Is it enough? Breathes going low. Does have the equalizer in 10 seconds. Shanks perhaps looking for a big play himself. Goes in. Does get the taunt. Tarzan is being stopped by Monkey, but now Shanks goes low. There is a kick onto About, but I don't think it's enough. Perhaps with the Galliwall after. About goes down. They find the AD carry, but I think perhaps the damage has been done. Cube is alive. He will finally fall, but at a heavy cost. Second death of the fight for anyone's Legend. Hope is alive, but I just don't think the Yunara's got the damage. Perhaps they do. Perhaps they do. WE will not go towards the Nexus. The game goes on. 2 for 2. Cube and About go down. Breathe and Tarzan on the other side. Shanks lives. It is a broken, limping base, though, from anyone's Legend. Wall of crunching sounds. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. The clean feed is once again not only blipping, but also the audio is not looking great either. I'll turn the clean feed down, and hopefully that'll make it a more enjoyable experience. But yeah, sometimes the clean feed has some issues, folks. We'll let them know over on the Chinese side. Hopefully it can be fixed for the next few days. Dragon in 30 seconds would be Soul for WE. No teleports from Cube or Karis to go for a backdoor. Imperial Mandate for Shanks. Has had that for a while. Down 1,000 gold now, though. Won't have the golden stasis of Zhonya's for the next fight. About does have a Mortal Reminder. 4 items there. Infinity Edge. Very strong Lucian. Hope does have 3 items, but, like, Yunara's an item down. Technically in their power spike. I mean, can anyone's Legend even get close to this? I don't think they can. Cube can just stand here like 1v4. Gets a knockup. He's going in 1v5, by the way, and he doesn't really give a damn. Polymorph's already down. Flash for the knockup. Cube, my man. You've had a bit of a glow-up, haven't you? Hope gets blasted. Anyone's Legend fell 0-2 the first time around to WE and their late-game clutchness. This wasn't just late-game clutch. It was pretty comprehensive in the 2-game wins from WE. Anyone's Legend will fall They've lost 2 series now in their last 2. They were just ahead of top Esports, fighting for top 2. They're going to get brought down into the mire, though. WE complete themselves their series 2-1, and AL brought to 9-4. Well, that's one way to end a series, I suppose. WE, much better from them. Really good draft from them. I think anyone's legend, their draft was not good enough for me. And I think their late game decision making has to come into question at some point. It does. This team is not confident in the way they're approaching the game. WE, there's a I'm sorry, important game for them too. They're battling it out against JDG, really, I believe for 4th, 5th? No, sorry, for 5th, 6th, rather. Okay, folks, I'll leave you with the interview, and then we'll get on to our last series of the day.
哇，真的，今天打得太漂亮了。其实感觉你们好像这2轮面对到 AL 都有很惊险的一些比赛嘛。然后第一轮的时候，你们当时是2把的翻盘，然后这一把呢，你们是让1决2赢下来，有没有稍微松一口气？我们也请 Cube 选手稍微往右手边来一点。
今天让1决2比较开心吧，因为第一把感觉自己处理的不是很好，然后赢下来很开心吧。
但是说实话，第2把你们处理的太漂亮了。其实我们之前有个数据是说，在登峰组的队伍里 ，WE 很多时候是前期落后，但是依旧能够获胜的队伍，你们在这个数据当中是名列前茅的。包括其实第2把也是，刚开始对面的这个纳亚菲利是让你们过得很不舒服的，但是能够感觉到在野区不太舒服的情况之下，你们一直在找机会，然后慢慢的把这个雪球滚起来。能问一下你们在稍微落后情况下思路是怎样的呢？
其实第2把我觉得就是我对自己的杰斯很自信吧，我觉得我的杰斯很猛。
哇，真的，今天这个杰斯打得特别好，而且能够感觉到对面一直想要去针对你杰斯这个点，一直想要抓你的杰斯，但是你发育完全没有落下，而且在团战当中也发挥很大的作用。所以说，也稍微跟我们分享一下吧，怎么能够就是玩杰斯像你玩的这么好？
其实因为第2把就是优势兑现嘛，所以就领先是应该的吧，就加上我杰斯也玩得比较好，所以就这样吧，我觉得。
哎，那你其实说到兑现，所以我也想问一下，对面的这个青钢影这个选择，能够感觉到随着版本的更迭，现在青钢影也是越来越多的可能在上路会成为一个选择，所以说也想问一下，你对这版本的青钢影有什么属于自己的一些看法或者见解吗？
其实这版本青钢影加强的话，就感觉前期兑现帮助挺大的吧，因为我也试了一下，就感觉这英雄前期比较不错吧，然后玩到后期也比较厉害。
哦，是吗？这个对这个英雄分享了一下对于自己的一些见解啊。那其实我们感觉到看完第2把，还有一个令人感觉到很震撼的一个点，就是你们的团战处理。感觉每一波团战大家都打得行云流水，所以说也想问一下，可能来到中后期的一些团战部分的话，你们一般是怎么样来沟通或者说交流的呢？
其实玩到团战的话，就是看每个人的个人操作吧，这种就只要明确目标打谁就行了。
哎，但是确实啊，目标明确，加上大家的操作都不俗，才能展现出美如画的团战效果。那其实来到第3局的话，能够感觉到前中期很多的碰撞是围绕着下半区的。所以说，当阵容选定的时候，你们是怎么样来部署可能前中期的一些想法或者策略，然后为自己队伍打开局面的呢？
因为我玩的是奥恩嘛，就不用管我，就只用打下半区嘛，然后就我只要打团做好我自己该做的就行了。
但确实啊，感觉到每一波你的团战、你的开团都非常的果断，而且也为队伍起了非常大的一个作用。感觉你现在无论是一些坦克类的英雄，还是说我们说亮剑的这样一些上路的英雄，都玩得很好。你怎么看自己可能这几个月和兄弟们一起自己的一些个人的成长呢？
我就感觉的话，就是感觉自己这个赛段比以前成长了很多吧，就主要是自信起来了吧，我觉得。
自信，然后也在一场一场的比赛当中不断的磨砺自己，而且这一场胜利也是很特别嘛，因为是在你们非常熟悉的西安主场。我们看到西安主场每一次在赛前的时候，还有非常酷炫的那个秦腔吹火，然后包括说看你们今天登场的时候，每个人也都拿着我们的小玩偶，我们的究极风暴霸王黄毛灵魂战斗螺旋升天小鸟兽的一个玩偶送给大家。所以说，能够在粉丝朋友们面前，在你们主场的朋友们面前获得这场胜利，有没有什么想要对他们说的？
就比较感谢所有西安来支持的粉丝吧，感觉这里真的很像主场一样，就像家一样，就感觉大家都特别热情吧，就特别感谢大家吧。
我们也听到大家这种山呼海啸般对你们说加油。那对于你们来讲， 在主场的比赛还有一场，也就是明天背靠背的对决，面对到老干爹，他们最近可以说是异军突起啊，这个状态也拉得很满。对于明天的比赛，有什么属于自己的期待呢？
我会把横打回现实的。
好，不愧是你们啊，你们互相的喊话永远不会令人失望。那我们让我们一起期待明天你们两支队伍之间的对决了。再次恭喜先 WE， 接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Okay, right. On to our last series of the day. I'm going to run out of break. Leave with the player of the series, etc., etc. Then we'll be back for, well, next series of Bin. Bin is still back. We've got Bin versus Swean. I think Swean has actually been. So yeah, we're going to get Swean, who is probably the best top laner across the average of this split, versus Bin. We'll see what form he's on. He didn't look great the other day. Monkey player of the series, MVP for that game. Let me have a think. He was really good on Poppy. I think About was pretty good. Cube? No, it's got to be Cube, no? I think it might be Cube for player of the series as well. Yeah, I mean, Monkey was good. I would give it to Cube. I think Cube was nuts in the team. All right, I'm going to run some ads, folks. Let's wait for player of the game, player of the series, and we'll get into our last series of the day. Yeah, I understand it, though. I'm like, Monkey or Cube, either one's fine. I think Cube went kind of mental, though. He was really good. Anyway, back in a second, folks.
他们拉普不在地震，
或者我们能先开他们吗？
哎，感觉可以，我开了。
我到后面，来，
我很慢点。
来，
快一点，他们在132列，他拉普还在带哦。看这边，看这边，上黑波，
看，
可以看，不用怕，
没事，盯着我，
我有一波，慢点，
一波，
黑波下来，
拉一下，真拉一下，哎，慢慢拉，心安意死了，慢慢拉，你没闪，慢点，勾死了，好，慢，nice，结束了，往里追，看身体，走，身体，一波，我点了，OK，慢，打一波，回来，来一下，可以了，我可以了，还要拼扯啊，我觉得要打架了，省了，吹走了，看，慢一点，已经起来了，看这下面，杀了大楼，我看你包了，走，大楼，打个闪吧，你自己这大龙是吧？大龙，不用追了，来，大龙。
欢迎来到 WE 主场，我是 LPL 特派员松崎。常规赛最后一周，我们来到了西安主场，一起出发探秘一下吧。WE 主场在本赛段为大家准备了纪念票根、秦腔小鸟兽、生旦净丑，扫描门票上的2维码即可以进入相框拍摄，留下属于你的观赛回忆。
来参加五子棋大挑战，挑战成功将会获得战队8击，恭喜你！李宁快闪店限定福利来袭，100分版中奖全队亲签。各位召唤师们可以来到我身后的许愿树，许下你的心愿。本周比赛结束之后，主场会挑选出5个愿望帮你实现。西安主场在每天的开场前还会有秦腔吹火表演，一起来欣赏一下非遗文化吧。每一位努力的职业选手都值得被看见，有很多的选手已经通过他们的优异表现进入了观众的视野，还有一些选手，也许他们还在默默的耕耘。让我们来问问观众心中你最值得被看见的选手是谁？
原来的 DK2队的打野，然后现在是 DNS 的打野，叫 Sharbo， 然后我觉得他是一个很有潜力的打野。
我觉得是建安选手，因为他是一名新人选手，今天上来打得非常好。
因为 GK2 选手这么多年一直都处于1线1敌的水平，然后他性格也非常的伟大，特别喜欢他。
我觉得是 Cube 选手，因为我自己玩游戏的时候就是玩上单的，所以关注上单的选手就比较多。
他的选手吧，就是他每一场打都非常尽力，然后带领队伍走向胜利。
Monkey 虽然起起伏伏吧，但是他代表着西安队长的精神还在。WE 希望更多像 Monkey 这样的选手。
杰杰这个选手，我觉得通过他这几场的表现，证明了他的竞技实力还在的。而且我是从他在 EDG 夺冠那年就一直在关注他的，所以我还是觉得他还是值得被更多人看到的。
范队，你觉得最值得被看见的选手是谁？为什么？
我觉得国内的话就杰克大武吧，因为他的性格比较伟大嘛，然后人也很好。
我觉得最应该被看见的选手还是 Viper 吧。首先他是我的偶像，我所有玩 AD 的理解有很大部分都是跟他学的吧。再就是以前在2队的时候跟他们对练的时候也学到了不少的东西，等于说他帮助我成长了很大一部分。
这样吧，因为他不管是 rank 啊，就是非常努力，然后很听教练和选手的复盘，然后就是特别认真吧。
就开念选手吧，因为我觉得之前他给了我很多动力吧，就是开念选手玩得很厉害，然后我觉得人也特别好，之前一直研究他录像，研究他比赛。
每个人心中都有自己最值得被看见的选手，让我们赛场见，加油！
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I may as well get locked in for the next series. So, top esports BLG. Of course, this is now a fight for top 2. I think if BLG win this, they will go up to 11 wins. And then top esports and AL will then both be on, 9 and 4? I think it is total. I think with that, BLG are pretty much guaranteed first, or at least guaranteed top 2. Now, we had top esports AL yesterday, or less than the last few days. I think it was yesterday. Gosh, the games fly by, don't they? But yeah, and that obviously went to top esports in a 2-1. Why the heck? Oh, it's because I was wondering why the camera was on it. Let me hide that real quick. My audio bar looked a little strange there. All good. Top esports chose first pick. BLG chose blue side. All right, cool. Hey, Montes, good to see you. Oh, wait. May I ask if your brother will benefit from your inheritance now that you publicly stated Faker and Goober to the worst Worlds MVPs? Oh God, don't. Oh right, okay, folks. So we had a podcast like in the last few days where we were ranking all Worlds Finals MVPs, and I did put Faker 24 and Goober 25 fairly low, which may get me murdered. I thought I reasoned it well, and look, if you disagree with the reasoning, that's fine. You know, I hope that it's consistent with the reasoning which we presented as the thing. Like that, I hope the reasoning is consistent. Anyway, we've got an interview here, and I'll go and hide from.
Hello， 欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到滔博的上路选手最安，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是滔博上安最安。
其实常规赛的组内赛已经逐渐接近尾声，你怎么看队伍整体的一个发挥呢？
在前半段我们有起有伏吧，但是感觉最近越来越好。
是的，那今天面对到 BLG 也是非常非常熟悉的老对手了，你可能觉得这场 BO3 的胜负手会在哪些部分呢？
胜负手应该在下半区跟野区的碰撞吧。
好的，期待你们的精彩表现。同时为大家邀请到 BLG 的中路选手 Night 跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Night。
再次面对到滔博，觉得这一次想击败他们的话，队伍最需要做好的一个点是什么呢？
上次打滔博，我们自己失误太多了吧，所以这次减少失误就行。
那其实说到中路的话，感觉最近你和小奶油状态都特别好。那你觉得在中路的对抗上，我们可以期待哪些内容呢？
因为上次让他选到比较舒服的 BP 嘛，这都不让他选到了。
好的，我们期待你们的精彩表现。
He's clearly not swallowing that. I'm sorry, he's clearly not drinking that. That is so funny, man. Oh God. What we need is a tier list of awkward fake sips in those things. Maybe we do. Maybe that's it. Right. God. But yeah, BLG obviously playing with Bin again. They dropped a game to LGD. BLG, their jungle support are worrying me because I would have thought that they would still be reading the early game a lot better than they were. But BLG, I think ever since MSI Finals, I'm getting quite worried about the way that they're reading the entirety of the early game. They'll have like a good level 1 or one good moment in first clear, but then besides that, they kind of struggle to kind of keep the momentum rolling. I think that Knight's off the boil a bit now. I think he has been on average the best player over 2026, but I don't think he is now. I think that's either like Chovy or Pays. Probably Chovy right now, actually. Chovy's looking really, really good again. It's probably one of those two. Not that Knight's bad, but I just don't think he's performing at the level he was before. Bin is not integrated yet. He's misreading the map. I don't think he's reading where the enemy players are. Viper has been solid, though. Now, the thing with top esports, though, I think Swian has been the best top laner across the split so far. And I think that Jackalov's still quite good in lane, although he wasn't great. He wasn't great that last week. I think Swian has been the high point for top esports. I think that Tien has been very consistent. Cream's still been good. His Yone was very, very powerful versus anyone's legend in that game 3. But I think that Swian and Cream have been good, but then I think the rest of the team has been a bit hit and miss. I think that Jackalov has been dying a lot more in lane, not as consistent at putting out damage. He's falling behind in quite a few games. I think Tien has had some awkward early games. I don't hate Knight. Don't you put those words in my mouth. I will hunt thee down. a fight at the top. Involving top. Top lane is the story of this series as well. Swian, best top laner across the splits. Bin back. BLG versus Top Esports. A modern matchup for a modern LPL. Welcome to the stage. BLG in formation. Bin, part of the Flying V. They walk out onto the stage here at Xi'an. BLG, our LPL Tyrants, Split 1, Split 2 champions. First stand champions, runners-up at MSI. At the top of the table here in Split 3. However, even with that, cracks show in the armor. Top lane has been a fixed point of fixation for this team. Been best player in the world for early parts of this year. Fell off with those losses, subbed himself out pretty much, and now he's back. Now on the other side, Top Esports up at the top of the table themselves. Swian debuted in 24, fell to LDL, had to climb his way back up. Now I think best top laner in the LPL until otherwise proven. Led by Jackula though, once again in the Flying V. This promises to be a great matchup, folks. Now BLG still need to reintegrate Bin. Top Esports coming off of a close victory versus Anyone's Legend. This is the one you want to watch this week, folks. How good is Bin right now? Is he back in good form? Not a great series the other day. Can Top Esports hang with BLG now with Bin being back? They 2-0'd them the first time around. What will happen now? On top of that, the stakes couldn't be higher. A fight for top 2 and a first round bye in playoffs. Anyone's Legend losing earlier today emboldens both of these teams to go towards top 2. BLG currently in pole position of that at the top of the table. Okay, well, let's settle in for the draft then. Welcome in, everyone. And if you're joining us for the 100th time or the first, we appreciate your presence here. Thank you for watching LPL here with us on this channel. Makes a lot of difference for us to have you here to enjoy it with us. Hope you're all sat down. Hope you're all ready for a great series. I know that LCK's obviously got a great series running right now as well. Telecom War over there. Hope that, yeah, hope you're all sat down enjoying yourselves. Now, the draft, as we come into this, we'll see exactly where the priorities lie. We've seen a fair amount of Ashe Seraphine from BLG. Vi has been a big pick for BLG. Tien's been going more towards the Lee Sin. They've loved a Rumble. They've loved a Rumble. I think that there are different classes of teams in LPL and what they prioritize most. You know, a team like JDG, very focused on bot lane dominance. BLG, much more about side laning champions for their solo lanes. Perhaps a global thrown in there too. They love their globals. Top Esports, lane dominance for them, for sure. Definitely in there. Cream has his own subset of champions, stuff like the Yone, which might pull out today, actually. First round Robin did quite well at playing around against Knight. Let's see if we can do that again today. Top Esports 2-0'd BLG in the first round Robin. But the real question is what form has been coming in on, and Swian should be a great yardstick for that, because Swian's been really good this split. He's been really good this split. Credit to him. Okay, let's check on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube as well, welcome in, and I hope you're also enjoying the show. The intros were fun. Get ourselves into the actual gameplay, though. And we're into that draft. No dilly-dally, no messing around. Let's get into our first draft of the... Not the day, first draft of the series. You know what I mean. I do think Top Esports haven't had a good support for like a million years. They had Mako in 24. They had Mako, and it still didn't help them. I'm just saying, they they've had Mako. Like, in recent years, Chris wasn't even that bad when he was playing for them. I think this team is just an anathema to stable international play. All right, let's get into the draft. Ezreal banned away. Both these teams, big Ezreal teams. Had Fungway. Fungway was also good. Obviously, he fell apart at MSI, but the whole team did. Oriana's gone. First pick to top esports. Well, Cassiopeia's available. What would Knight do into Cassio from Cream? Because Cream is a really good Cassio player. They ban it. Yeah, I don't think you want to test that. He is really good at it. Not that Knight isn't. First pick. Now, with Cassio gone, Ryze easier first pick. Knight can go Galio. We've seen some Galio into the Ryze. We've seen some Akali into the Ryze. Might see an Annie or a Yone. God, we haven't seen Knight Yone for a while, actually. Syndra also good. Oh, yeah, he bullied about a Ryze in the last series. So there are a couple of options. You know, you can go for a couple of different assassin types. The Syndra does get some decent push into the Ryze as well. Now, you need to be afraid of Lee Sin being locked in for Tien. In fact, do you take Lee Sin now? Or do you want to angle for something like Nautilus? Bard. You have to pick jungle instead. I mean, giving over Ryze Lee Sin into a Syndra feels not great. I think you have to lock the Lee Sin. You can't allow Ryze Lee Sin to just perma-kill your Syndra, I don't think. The top esports, they want a different pick for their jungle match now. I mean, we used to see Kiana. I don't think Kiana's good into Lee Sin at all. Could go Shinzao. Could go Jarvan. Jarvan also not awful. Could go Nocturne. Nocturne, Trundle for early pressure. Tien has played a fair amount of both recently, just for level 1 pressure, really. Wow, okay, that'll be... Well, no, Suyan is happy to pick this. I mean, he's been the best Olaf player in the LPL? Yeah, probably has been. He has been really good at this. But what's that jungle matchup going to be? What's that jungle matchup going to be? Now, you know... this is one thing, right? Because there's no Jarvan, you know that there's no Cataclysm against you. I just realized, though, if you're locking in Olaf, we may get Love Camille from Bin. We might get the Camille. We might get it. It's a good matchup. Come on, Bin. Give us the Camille. Back onto BLG. Bring out the old main. Come on. You know it's there. It's a great matchup. Come on, Bin. Give us something special. Bin Jax is also good. The Camille's what I want to see. It's good into the Olaf. We've seen individually good trading from Keshi on that pick a little bit earlier in the week. Extended engage range. We get Love Camille. We get Bin. Now, it is worth noting. Well, okay. We may have Love Camille. There is every chance that it goes into support. You're going to support. Viper could lock a mage alongside it, go for something like the Ziggs. I would imagine this goes top lane. We've seen it from Zeus. We've seen it from Keshi. We've seen it from Bim. We saw it, of course, from Breathe earlier. It just wasn't into the matchup. But we see it into the Olaf because you can trade on your passive Chimer, hook shot away, be fine with it. Lucian banned away from Viper, Rakan away from Dwarf. Both teams, quite good pick potential. Better pick potential from BLG, I think. But then top esports are pretty happy at skirmishing just with raw damage too. Like Ryze Olaf are really damn good at low range skirmishes. Is Bin in the right place to pilot it right now? Well, that's the question. You know, Bin hasn't been looking fantastic recently. Ashe banned away from Jacklove. Did talk about the priority of the Ashe Milio. There's no Lucian Milio. Oh, sorry, the Ashe Seraphim. We still have Jhin Bard. We still have like Jhin Karma. Still have Corki, Nautilus. The Ziggs is banned. Yeah, so they're afraid of perhaps the Camille going bot lane. I think BLG pick AD carry and they just flex the Camille between top and bot. Oh, do they want to deny Yunara Lulu? Is there anything else left up in... Well, we talk about the Corki, Nautilus, and the like. I think there are enough bot lanes left that Jacklove and Draw won't be too disheartened by this. I mean, like, the Lulu's pretty good at, like, allowing the Lee Sin and the Camille an extra degree of safety. If Camille flies in, gets the stun, and then gets the knockup, nasty as heck. Varus actually lock in. What, do you want to go? Varus Seraphine? Varus Nautilus, there you go. Cool. Nautilus is the big pick in that. Big CC. I'm not going to lie, that's a dangerous lane for Viper on. That's a dangerous lane. What do you do here? Do you go for the Nymaera, just trope you can fist fight? You can hop out of the Cataclysm? Probably is your best option. You don't want to go for something too immobile into the Jarvan, because I mean, Sivir Lulu is alright at some points, right? But you can't survive against the Jarvan that way. So it's going to be the Nymaera Lulu. Very squishy team from BLG, but the Lulu can keep you alive for a little bit longer. Okay. Who gets better out of this composition? Well, if BLG snowball through the Camille, I like what they do. My worry is Nautilus Varus is a really good CC combo. Very consistent to play around, and it means that you have Cataclysm plus Nautilus plus Varus. It's very easy to start a fight. I think I might prefer top Esports by a hair in terms of nameplates off a little bit, but nameplates on, you do have Knight Syndra, Xun Li Sin, and then Bin on Camille. Is that enough? Are they coordinated to play that? All right, I'm going to go into an ad break, going to get into our game. Onto the Rift we go, see the Gyos, and get started in our big match of the day. One thing with compositions like this, because like I'm not convinced that either team is heavily one draft. I think it's close enough for it to be played out. Like I said, I think it's probably more consistent from top esports. But the thing when you're playing games at the top of the LPL, top of the LCK, top of LEC as well, and any region really, if a certain champion gets ahead, sometimes that turns on its head. Using the heal to keep the... They basically wanted to keep use of the Nymaera there. Using the T1 Nymaera skin, by the way. Now, Suyan did get solo killed. No, Bin got solo killed like a bunch as Camille versus Ambassador the other day. Little Lance missing there. I'm not loving that trade, but Viper charges up the Q. Good trade there again. The Varus Nautilus can be really scary for the Nymaera Lulu, but at level 1, you have a lot to work with. It's kind of like, you know, Kalista Renata often loses a lot of lanes level 1, but it comes back at like level 3 once you have all your regular abilities. Feels like a similar lane here, really. Oh, On just flashed over. He wants to get the kill. He misses the glitter. Oh, what's he done? Viper flashes away. Will he die after this? We'll see. Does have the passive coming back up the hook. Lands Viper likely dead now. On. That's a classic on play. Troy's even going to hold the wave. Teleporting from the Varus. Okay, Jesus, okay. Yeah, flashed the wall, missed the glitter lines, didn't get the clean kill. That is ridiculous, man. Oh, I love this support. That's so funny, man. Classic on. Jesus. Now, Knight against Cream in this mid lane. Cream, a very good Rise player. Knight, arguably the best Syndra in the world, though, so... see what he can do with this. Got an MVP from his last game on this. I think he's 3-on-1 in it, this split. Losing one game. We're going to watch this again. Level 2 to level 1. So what happens here? Flashes... And he didn't get the glitter lance in the right location. Because of the flash coming through, even though the help picks was there, yeah, made the difference. Now, I think what could have made the difference is Viper flashing forward to immediately auto-attack while Lulu had aggro. I think that would have made the difference, so he wouldn't have had to take aggro after Lulu died. I think maybe... yeah. Bit of a worry there. Oh, cool. Total match duration. Xun and On have played their 10,000th minute together. Now, On obviously doesn't have flash because he's using the bot lane play. Viper isn't going to be on the turret. If he takes aggro, it's draw. He's going to stay alive. Good dive. Tien just clears from top to bot, dives them on the play. Wave crashed in. On goes under turret. Easy kill for top esports. Got 2 kills in that dive. A third one now on their own dive. Viper and On. We did say, look, the lane can be difficult. Well, they've kind of made it by their own fault now, really. Now, Bin has actually gone for Flash Teleport. He's not gone for the Ignite, which we have seen in this matchup before. Great there from Swian. Good burst. Dude, what is on, man? Yeah, but... Oh, gosh. What is on? Love this guy to bits, but, like, doesn't half give you a, you know, thing to worry about. Oh, Ghost from Swian and Shun was ganking topside to take the top scuttle. Summoner away. Bin has the 2 cookies here for a bit of sustain. Knight, I mean, he's trading okay versus Cream, but he doesn't have like a CS lead or anything. See what he can do to provide pressure and carry threat here. Cream out of mana for now. Knight has not used either of his potions, so that adds on to the HP discrepancy there. Or slowed down by the Arc of Judgment. Hook in. Varus getting the stacks piled up there. Doesn't fire them onto the Lulu, though. Ooh, not bad from Knight. Though he's out of mana now. Shouldn't have kill threat. Not bad. And the trading from the Syndra is more than fine. We'll get a quick recall, teleport back in. Bin knows that Swian's in that bush. Swian knows that Bin knows that he's in that bush, I believe. Oh, no, maybe not, actually. Not sure. Perhaps not. Swian hitting level 6. Oh, Bin, bit of trouble here. Doesn't want to lose the cannon mini. Doesn't want to lose level 6 either. Doesn't die for it. We've seen many people die for that. Oh, level 6 in mid lane from Cream. Not from Knight. Stun just wide. Close. Knight not quite at level 6 there. Almost a great play from Shun. Not bad on the timing. Again, about 1 minion off in either solo lane, actually, from Knight and Bin for their respective plays there. Top Esports at a 1.4k lead now. A lot of it's actually on Draw. He's got a double kill. He's fairly happy with this state of affairs. Nautilus gets paid. Zaya gets Rakan. Lucian gets Senna. What do I get? Paid. TN also very happy now. Got his first kill of the game. 1 camp up. More than happy, really. I think Knight might have been able to flash for the scatter on Cream, but I think at best he would have flashed for flash. I think if Cream actually thought he was in danger, he would have flashed that out. Now, Bin's recalling in the wave. Wave's in a completely okay spot for him, though. Now, the big thing about Keshi versus... Gosh, who was it versus? It was Keshi versus Xiaoshu. I think it was the other day. Was that when he was playing the Camille, he messed up his wave control, and he ended up having the wave away from him, so Swain could have the extended rundown, which is the real pain. Level 6 is very close here for the Varus. Lee Sin's down bot side. I think Shaki and John might look for a level 6 all-in, maybe. Oh, that's a really good Q. Shun does have flash. Level 6 hit. The last auto will hit. Shun didn't need to flash at all. Now he has the kick. Great Q over the wall from Shun. Clutches hack from the jungler of BLG, saving the bot lane situation, which was getting out of hand. All that lead actually goes to Viper because of that now. Gets 2 kills for himself. Great stuff from him on picking up a kill too. Now, draw was where a lot of that jungle advantage was in, actually. Hang on a second. Tien back into bot lane. Teleport coming through. Tien does have the Cataclysm. Hits the flag drag. Not the actual flag part of the damage. Viper pops the ultimate. Has the extra damage coming through. Oh, just about caught in the Cataclysm. Thought he could roll out the way. No. Cream ends up getting the kill, too. Just literally walks in and throws an E, I think. Knight pushing in mid lane. Didn't have teleport to answer. Global from Cream was used. Get down a bot lane in the first place. Knight, we're going to plate in mid lane. Ben gets the Q2 as he flies away with the E. 10 CS up currently, but the wave is crashing in. It'll be more like 5 at the end of that. Nice for Cream to get that kill too. If you get a little bit more HP early, get towards Empowered Merc Treads, the matchup for Ryze feels a lot better, actually. Ben heading down for a Honey Fruit. He is. What's that sustain? Has a Cull in as well. He really doesn't want to take the early 1v1s. He just wants to stack up to, realistically, like most top lane Bruiser champions, you want 2 items, really. You want Triforce, and in this case, Ravenous Hydra, much like in other ways you want, like, you know, Yorick wants Triforce first, plus Shojin. Or the like. Most Bruisers want their 2 items spike, really. Even in CS, actually. I don't think it would even up that much. Just Ben missed some CS on the other side of it. Tuyan gaining his minions, been losing his. But again, he's got Cull. Again, doesn't really want to fight on the wave. Grub started by Tien. Better game from him early on. Now, one of the things that we've criticized about top esports is how Tien has been very inconsistent early game. Not so in this game. Ken taking 2 out of the 3 grubs, likely to take all. Syndra not really providing that much right now, but then again, we trust in Knight Syndra. One of his best champions and one of the best players of the champion in general. Double cull for BLG, by the way, because Viper has one too. The poke Varus very rarely going for such an item. Viper walking forwards, wanting to use the empowered Q. Slower early game for BLG. No, Shun, well, I say that everything's happened around bot lane. Nothing else really been fought over. Jarvanol is also a push pull. Yeah, basically, if you are in the Cataclysm's walls at the time it's casting, it will displace you. Which is why sometimes you can use Cataclysm to stop teleports or stop channel times. Sometimes, not all the time. So basically, oh, hang on, cleanse away from the Varus ult there. Hook missing. Oh, hang on, can Viper walk forwards? I guess he could do, but anyway, Clean Feed will have a quick stutter. Tien spotted on the wards there. Gonna quickly oh, whatever. Been pushing in. Oh, hit by the axe. Quite far away from the wall here. Adaptive defense is on. Suyen waits for the physical shield to fall off, then throws the axe. Good play from him. He's also pulling the wave. Nice from Suyen. Make sure that the wave will be on his side, killing more of enemy team's minions. Or rather, those minions will kill more of his, so it means that Bin can't, farm. Yeah, really need to see Knight do a little bit more on this Syndra now, Sue. I want to see him get pushed in towards Ryze. Can't go too far because he doesn't want to lose his flash against the Jarvan. But I really want to see what Knight can do on the Syndra. He's a huge part of the CC combo for BLG. He is probably their best part of CC, actually, because he's the one person that can really hit multiple members consistently. There's Scatter the Weeks onto someone like Jarvan as he tries to fly in, or on someone like Nautilus as they try and escape. Place for that. Physical shield falls off again. Grasp in the W, not bad from Bin. If you get the Grasp in the W, decent amount of healing. Tien up towards top side. Spotted here. Bin trying to waste his time a little. No one else is on the top side of the map from Bin, from BLG. Now, he knows he's here. Dodges away from that. He's just trying to dodge it. Well, he does dodge away remarkably well, actually. He gets the stun. Ragnarok is on. Well, he knew this was happening, and he still dies for it. He was on full vision. He played with his life, and he's lost it. I thought initially, wow, okay, he's going to waste a lot of time. Great. No one from BLG wanted to be topside. They didn't look towards that the teleport from Knight. Realistically, you're not winning that play. I don't even think in a 2v2. Shun wasn't close. That's just a misjudgment from Bin, surely, no? Dragon started from BLG. Camille will not teleport back towards top lane. And, well, Tien gets the kill. Suyen ends up getting some extra gold from this too, because he gets a plate or 2 actually in top lane. Knight pushes in mid lane. Dragon is over to BLG. So at least in this case, BLG do get something bot side. Bin does buy a lot of time in top lane, but I feel like he could have, flashed to the left and hook shot it out, maybe? At least that way, you're very far away. Hang on, trying to get onto Jackalope. Hits the Q, and he kills him. Rooted on the turret, trying to get that kill, but there's a shield, there's a wild growth. The Varusult will land onto On, but I don't think there's really much revenge here. The CC is not enough. Jackalope goes down for a 3rd time. No, we've been... I talked about this the last time I cast him, actually, saying, well, we refer to this guy as the best laning AD carry in the LPL. Well, he's currently 0-3 in that. Clearly not as easy said and done, is it? 1.4 thousand gold lead in the hands of Viper. Now, Viper in their last series was really the guy carrying them against LGD. Now, it's not often that Viper has been the best player in BLG in most of their series. However, if he can unlock that upper level of carrying again, perhaps we'll see something very, very special from him. You said Leave was the best laning AD carry in the league like 2 days ago? I did not say that. I did not say that at all. I actually said that Leave is very inconsistent. I said he was the most intelligent building AD carry. I don't think I've ever said he's the best laning AD carry. Yep. I don't think I've ever said that, actually. Leave's never been a laning specialist. Oh, gosh. Suyen, 20 CS up. That's going to grow, actually, with the Wave Helder again. Suyen's got very good wave control here. Leave, okay, the thing which Leave is best at, I think, is building AD carries and then stacking AD carries. So those are the 2 things he's best at. I don't think I'd ever say best at anything else on the form he's been on in most of his career. In terms of best laning AD carries here in the LPL, you are looking mainly at Jackalope, sometimes Gala on form. over the last few years, it has been... Yeah, I mean, sometimes Elk as well. Depends on the meta. Elk's been more scaling up a bit more. Been not at the Triples just yet. Been also, of course, going for the Cull, so he doesn't really want to fight as much. Leave center is it generational? It is, absolutely. Yeah. Leave center and Smolder. Very, very good. Tien on top side again. Active early game from Tien. Bin does not have flash this time. The wave is once again away from him. Suyan's done a great job of wave control. I mean, Suyan's been playing great. His wave control's good. Just picking up the mistakes which have been made. Been safe this time. Oh, hang on. Stops the job and pinning it around on them. Tien does have flash, does have Cataclysm, does have a Q out. Can he get there? Not a great stun from Knight. Well, I mean, the ult's better, though. Outplay button pressed. Ragnarok press going low is Shun and he'll die. Ult coming through, continued. The more he hits him, the more damage he does. Bin wastes a bit of time and it's a double kill for Suyan. Awesome play from the Olaf as he proves exactly why we think he's the best top player in LPL this split. He's likely to die after gets hit with a number of skill shots. Polymorph, Knight will claim the kill. BLG will make it a 2-for-2 in top side, but still, Suyan with a mega turnaround. He really is earning his pay in top side. I mean, that was some very impressive stuff there. I just realized that actually maybe when I tab out, the frame rate goes down on the stream. Oops, my bad. But yeah, I mean, Bin turns it around. This bit is fine. This bit's all good. Not a great first stun from Knight. Does manage to click the outplay button. But then Shun should have flashed way earlier. You flashed way earlier there, buddy. Make sure that he's further away from his tower. Try and separate people out. Knight's just trying to get as much damage down as possible. But yeah, I mean, Suyan just gets into melee range and stays there. I think Shun makes the mistake by not flashing early. I mean, I guess he would have liked to flash follow him anyway, but I think they really underestimated the damage that Suyan could throw out. Shun on the top side of the map, 1-1-3. Not out of sight of Tien by any means, but Tien having a really good early game, picking up some of the mistakes of the laners of BLG. Clean fit is going to dig my head in. A lot this broadcast day. Herald started by top Esports. They have the 3 grubs as well. Viper heading over. Viper is really strong. We haven't seen the Nymaera in a grouped up fight yet. Teleport coming through from the Camille. That's an ultimate. No ultimate from Knight. Actually, wild growth onto Camille at the front of it. Shun going in. Wants to see if he can get some extra damage. Bin flying forwards again. Knight gets the kill. Gets a double stun after as well. Well played from Knight Syndra. Tien gets himself the Cataclysm, but it doesn't help that much. Viper walks towards and he's all the gold lead. Gets another one. Great fight for BLG. Viper not going to die to that arrow either. Camille all onto the top side. We don't really know what's happening with the Olaf. Viper won't die because the shield comes through. Not really sure what's happening here, but I think that's a full clean ace. 5 for none. Somehow, very split. BLG ripped the heart out of top Esports. Put the Herald down. It was a battle Herald, looks like, in the middle of that fight. And by the way, Knights walked away 3-0-3. That Syndra, that massive stun at the end of that opening act of the fight ended up really solving things. We'll watch it here again, because initially the teleport coming through from the Camille doesn't look great. It's into the CC, but they managed to get a huge chunk onto Tien because Knight lands the combo. Because Tien is so low, they can't really fight the way that they want to. Raw also goes low, and at that point, I mean, the front line's dead. Double stun after. You're in full retreat mode anyway. The double stun just ends the fight. The Suyan's lost his Ragnarok. Everyone can run forward with impunity. Very good start to the fight because Syndra gets a huge chunk, then a huge stun. Didn't quite land the stun there. Things got a little bit spooky after that because Knight did miss the skill shot, forced the flash defensively out of both solo laners. You can't blame Suyan for this. And Suyan very nearly gets both of them. Crazy play from the Olaf, not his fault. Still 1,200 gold ahead. Dragon going down in favor of BLG. They are now 4,000 gold ahead. This is more of the BLG that we wanted to see. Viper's cashed in his cull. He's almost 3,000 gold ahead. Bin will need another handful of waves, like another 4, I think. Just about. Depends how accurate it is with his farming. Teleport from Syndra. Oh, they're ulting into top lane. They're going to ult into top lane. Presumably, Cream gets Hextech ultimates in. They've got the Realm Orb out. Does he time it right? He does! Great timing on the teleport from Cream. Ult for ult. Didn't quite realize you could do that, actually, because if you teleport, if you Realm Orb, and then you get Hextech ultimatum, you get pulled back. So you've got to time it just as it ends. Nice play there. Very well timed. Suyan going bot side, pushing an inner turret. Not a bad idea from Love Camille himself, though. Oh, very mobile fight. Immediate play top side, immediately answer bot side. Suyan is in bot lane. So I mean, he's dead here. He has gone too far. He pops on the Ragnarok. This one's a bit of an overstate. Tries to play the macro better. I actually think Bin's macro on the Camille in the last minute or two has been really good. They should have arguably got that play top side, immediately answer bot side as he comes out of base. Viper jumped onto Jacula, gets hit by the Varus. Ultimate against the slow from the W. Can he get anything more down here? Syndra is caught up by Tien. Doesn't look like he can get out. Protobelt hits the wall. Well, Jacula is still dead, and I think Viper can still run forwards here. I think Tien might be in some trouble. They don't have a flash on Viper. Ult is now worn off. BLG will lose Knights, but they will pick up Jackalov and Dwarf, so still a good play. BLG just destroying the overall map. So much better than we saw from them against LGD just the other day. Cream does some damage to On, but not enough to really spook him. I mean, mid lane turret's gone, bot lane turret's gone. They fall in succession. Gold lead still at 4,000. We saw Tien jump on towards Knight. Knight was roaming to the play. Good pick off by Tien. Not much that Knight can do. He tried to Protobelt to the side to dodge a Q, I think, then gets hit by the Varus arrow pretty much. Shun jumping onto Cream. Does get the Q. Does have kick. Good flash for it. Don't think he needs... He just kills him. He doesn't need the kick. Just kills him. With the Lulu behind him, can be empowered so much. Normally you talk about Shinzao Lulu, but Lee Sin Lulu's not awful either, actually, if the Lee Sin gets ahead. Conqueror stacking Lee Sin, flying forwards with extra attack speed. Weirdly quite strong. Baron started, but there is a ward in the back of the pit. BLG will head away from that now. BLG, 2 dragons up, almost 5,000 gold lead now. And top is what, it doesn't feel like they've got room to breathe. They're just going to get shut down whenever they approach a side lane. BLG are the best side laning team in the LPL. And you can see how top East, well, I say that. Typically they have been. They've actually lost games through side lanes to TT and to LGD, so they're not infallible there. But when they're playing like this, it's really hard. You're hard-pressed to contest them. You know, when you have Viper winning so hard in bot lane, it adds another dimension to it. BLG are not used to this level of bot lane lead in this iteration of their roster. They're used to having Knight and Bin forge their own advantages, and then bot lane will play safe, and On will roam to those lanes. That's not what's happening here. This is Viper and On completely shutting down Jackalov's Varus, who is one of the best poke Varuses in the LPL of all time. He's 0-5. He is not a factor in this game. His ultimate is about the best you're going to get out of him. And there's a Mikhails from On. On also has an Ardent Sensor, so he'll be buffing up the double auto attackers of top lane of Bin and Shun too. Shun lands another Q there. Well, I mean, technically could look for it. But I don't think it's wise. Shun having flash and ult and 2.5 well on his way to a GA. Color's now been completed by Camille, so he's only 1,000 gold behind. Hey, Hero, how's it going? Team with lethality Varus losers. Sometimes, yeah, you know, they're like those IQ graphs of like, oh, the team with the lethality Varus losers, and then, you know, the middle part of the graph when you've got like the IQ starting to raise up a bit. It's like, well, you know, it's very complicated on that. Varus is actually very good in lane, and the top of the end of the graph with the high IQ is just lethality Varus losers. Sometimes it does be that way. Knight, does he spot the recall here? Well, he sees him walk up now. Is Cream gonna be okay here? No, because Shun's there too. Well, ult comes to me from the Syndra, and yeah, he's dead. Cream walks up, thinks he's safe. No. BLG massacring the sidelines. The only thing which has kept top esports remotely competitive in this game is the fact that Swian's played a blinder. Now, Jackalov's over the wall, gets some poke down. I mean, we are burger flipping Baron. Okay, well, Varus up lands, Tien gets in, and he doesn't get the Baron. Jackalov jumped onto by Bin. Love Camille hates Varus, kills off the enemy AD carry. Swian goes melee, but he's not there for long. Draw goes down as well as BLG, as we say when they're flipping the burgers, it's Binga looking good. Yeah, Bin won't stop the recall there. 4 dead from top esports. The burger flip, the Baron flip works in BLG's favor. They'll work their way towards the towers now. Please forget that I ever said that. Well, I thought it was funny, but maybe not. Knight locks in a death cap for himself. He is so ungodly fed. Viper at the heat of his peak of his power as well, with the Infinity Edge after the 2 attack speed items. But like, Jackalov is at 0 and 6. Has had 0 pressure the entire game. Cream has barely been able to make big plays. Tien had some good kind of pickup plays where he found mistakes by BLG, but he's not been able to, like, force too much. And eventually it's just been, well, just the whole team of BLG has been a concerted effort, just walking around the map, just killing people from top esports, just way more coordinated, on the same page. Looking to the replay again, although, I mean, Tien jumps in, looks for the steal. How close does this get? It's pretty close, actually. Jackalope gets destroyed on the end, outrights that play. Nasty, I'm going to turn the volume down. Noxious there. Yeah, there's a lot of translation stuff about contracts which is missed on Twitter, folks. So I know there's a lot of speculation about Flandre and Bin. There's also some speculation about, you know, like Weibo rebuilding around Xiaohu. Apparently from rumors like that Xiaohu one, that's more like mistranslated from what they did before, so they rebuilt around him. So we don't actually know what's happening later on for them. You know, there's a lot of translation which I'm aware is very hard for me to ask because I just don't speak any, let alone read it. It'd be quite easy to mistranslate that or mistake it, which is why there's a lot of people. Look, and I really appreciate the people on LPL Twitter who really do put out that information there. It's still very useful, but we should obviously keep ourselves you know, as accurate as possible and you know, make sure we're getting the most accurate info out there. So here's the Realm Ward trying to force a big play. The Olaf does go into melee range. Swian, oh my god, he's destroyed. Knight just pops the ult on him, and he kills him. Goes golden. Tien dunks, but it doesn't look like it's that helpful at all. Cream gets into melee range. He won't even be able to kill. Knight does now. One kill for the fight, though, is not a worthwhile fight. Finn will walk at Jackalope, and it's a 0-7 game for one of the gods of AD carry here in LPL. We are 25 minutes into the game. This is short. It is fast. This is somewhat of a speed run. Top esports are 9-3. BLG don't give a damn. They walk towards the Nexus. Bin gets his Camille game. Love Camille. He used to be called in solo queue. I think he's loving this game as well. Top esports will meet a grisly end in just under 26 minutes. That was not close. That was not really close. I think Viper had an utterly insane game. The fact that that dive went wrong early in bot lane and then they still walked away with, what was it, 6,000 difference in bot lane at the end of it? Yeah, awesome stuff. I think Viper's been playing so much better in the last few days. I think that Bin, despite a difficult laning phase and difficult wave states against him, ended up playing the macro better than Swian. Swian was better in lane, and then I think Bin was far better in macro on the whole. Now, look, Bin's still not great in lane, and there are issues with that. I think he did give up too much to Swian. I think the only reason why top esports were in this game is because Swian just massacred the top side of the map. Lise, thank you so much for the resub. And then I think that Knight just went mental on Syndra. Every single fight, there was major damage from the Syndra, major stuns from him. I think Shun had a good game on the Lee Sin. He was hitting, like those kills in bot lane, which kind of set up the snowball, they came from him. This was a much better comprehensive game from BLG, much better than yesterday. Knight is hitting his skill shots again. Wasn't as great on the Aurora the other day, was it? Okay, cool. Right. Like I said, I'm solo casting today. I need to make sure that my voice is okay. I'm going to leave you with the break for now. I'll come back for the next game. Enjoy yourselves. Stick around. Flip something out if you enjoyed it. And let's get on to our next game of the series. Potentially the last game of the day.
这身皮肤总能胜出。生命时刻到了。
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。
海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
各位召唤师们，大家好，欢迎来到我们场间互动环节，我是主持人小优。光赛多辛劳，游戏来报道。同样呢，我们欢迎我们BLG和滔博的两队的粉丝朋友们，相信大家已经感受到他们的热情了。同时，我们也欢迎本轮陪伴我们游戏的究极风暴、霸王狂暴、雷霆混沌、战斗螺旋、升天小鸟兽。那么本轮呢，言归正传啊，我们也玩点不一样的，因为自从2025 LPL 赛制改革以来，不知道大家对于我们的队伍的成绩是不是有所了解？本轮的游戏就和这个有关，我们呢会根据25各个赛段以及26年已经结束的2个赛段罗列队伍成绩，做成我们的折线图，待会儿大家看图来选出对应的队伍，大家都明白了吗？有一点小懵没有关系，待会儿做一题就明白了。重点来了，我们本轮只要答对2题就会获得李宁提供的 GENG 联名款服装一件，非常诱人的礼物啊！那接下来呢，我们马上进入到挑战模式，先请滔博战队的这个粉丝，有没有刚才对于规则比较清晰的，想要来答题的？好，我们3、2、1，请举手。好，这边比较快一点，是不是？好，那我们请这位小哥哥来到我身边。好，那我们的规则都清楚了，我们直接请看题。好的，这个就是我们的一个折线图了啊。我们的选项就是滔博、AL、京东，你觉得哪个队伍是符合以上的这样的一个成绩的？
我觉得是 AL。
是 AL 战队，确定吗？
那我就确定 AL。
确定，谢谢你的确定。好，恭喜你答对了1题啊。好，接下来呢，你可以获得第2个答题机会了。我们来看一下第2题是什么。这个就很明显了，对不对？有统治力的一个表现，是哪支队伍
？BLG。
好的，恭喜你答对了，就是 BLG。那么也可以获得李宁给我们提供的 GENG 的联名款服装一件希望你穿上它也是一样的帅气啊。那接下来呢，我们就邀请 BLG 战队的这边粉丝了，有没有比较清楚规则的？好，我们3、2、1放下，然后再举手。好，我们3、2、1放下，然后再举手，好不好？请举手，近一点，然后我们绕过小鸟兽。好，那我们也是，请看第1题。好，这个折线图稍微有一点点小小的难度啊。好，
京东。
你的答案是京东，对不对？你确定吗？
是京东。
那你是非常了解了，因为这5个都不太一样，对不对？好，我们恭喜你答对了，就是京东。那接下来呢，你也可以获得第2个答题机会了。我们看一下下一题是什么？
滔博。
非常确定，刚好是一个 W 这样的一个型。好，那也恭喜你答对了。那我们在这里呢，送上我们的李宁提供的 G-Club 的联名款服装1件。好，谢谢我们的2队的粉丝啊。那我们在第2局比赛开始前，再给我们战队的加个油、助个威，好不好？好，我们可以回到我们的队列当中。首先，滔博战队，加油！哇，好大声，感受到他的力量了。好，那接下来 BLG 战队，加油！好的，感谢我们现场粉丝的热情，也期待我们接下来2支队伍给我们带来一场精彩的对决。把目光交回给我们的解说席吧。
Okay, guess who's back? Hello, it's me. You guessed right. If you guessed anyone else, you were... Yeah. Okay, right. What's happening LCK? Is the telecom war finished? Dude, that on dive was so funny. That on dive was genuinely hilarious, man. It's game 3? Okay, cool. Dude, crazy stuff from on in that little 2 dive. That was so funny, actually. Dude, the clean feed has been so big today. By the way, Demon Freak, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Should be pretty close to our game 2 now. Gosh, it has been a long regular season, hasn't it? It's been a long regular season. Let me turn the volume back. We should be back into games soon. Thoughts on who takes game 3? What? And I haven't seen. I haven't been able to see the series, so I can't really tell you like good faith there. Yeah. Nymaera, really love Shut Up and Scale. Hope it lasts a long time. Well, as long as we have material, we'll keep doing it, you know? And hopefully Shut Up and Scale, it's oh yeah, by the way, if you want to help it last a long time, you can submit your fan topics if you want to, like, subscribe to the LFN Premium. And, we give something to Peter and I as well. But yes, if you'd like to help us run the show, you can submit your own topics, yeah. But, okay, right, let's get into draft. Last time, I didn't even think Top Easels had a bad draft. I just think they just got blasted early, and then they were just worse at finding their way onto the map. BLG, I think that Shun, I think that Nye, I think that Viper, I think the whole team pretty much did a great job of finding plays. I think, the laning from Bin, a little bit skew if in terms of him reading where the map was going. I think that particularly that play where he died in top lane was a bit messy. But yeah, BLG much better than yesterday. Much better than yesterday. Ari banned away from Cream. Weirdly banned away from Cream. I guess it's because they think that the Vi is coming through first pick. I think BLG thinks Vi is coming through as a first pick, and they don't want to let the Vi Ari go through, and because they didn't. Okay, so they're happy to let the Vi go through. They're happy to let the Vi go through. They don't ban the Vi. Why do they let the Vi go through instead of something else? I think they're baiting the Vi. They go for the Ezreal. They can get Ezreal Karma here. I think BLG didn't want to let Vi Ari go through as a combo. That as a combo is nasty as heck. That being said, you could have still played the Victor into it. Would have been fine. You can also play stuff like, Annie's not bad into the Ari as well, right? So the Ezreal Karma comes through, and BLG did just total Jackie Love and Jordan. It was not close. So what do you pick now for Cream? You don't want a blind pick for him. You could pick Ashe Seraphine or Lucian Milio. Both of them lose lane, but they can occasionally 2v2. They can scale up better. Now, Vi with the Rumble, very strong. If that's the case, you're probably looking more at Jhin lanes at that point, but you don't have Jhin Nautilus, you don't have Jhin Karma. Seraphine would get banned around in the second round, as would Bard, I think. So if you lock in Jhin now, you might end up losing the lane pairings, which is why they're thinking more about the Aurora, which is another good pick with the Vi. Okay, blind pick. Aurora doesn't really have that many bad lane matchups. You can maybe Victor for Knight. It's a little risky into the Rumble. You could go... Oh, you know what? You could go LeBlanc here. Yeah, knowing that there's not going to be a tank top laner or a tank support, you can actually threaten LeBlanc here for Knight. In fact, I think Top Easels will ban the LeBlanc perhaps next round. I think you're looking at like a Kali LeBlanc for Knight, maybe. Pantheon comes through for Shun. That's fine. Early game fighting jungler. Global presence. Shun very proficient on the champion. Good point and click onto mobile Vi plus Aurora. Sylas, yeah, Knight could also look for Sylas. I think you're looking at LeBlanc for lane domination. Sylas if you want the extra playmaking but a slightly weaker lane. I think you can go for a Kali for a bit of a mix of both. I think a Kali's fine into the Aurora. Like, it's not fantastic. TF banned away, actually. Okay. Would have been double global presence. You might be looking at Bessa for Bin. Especially because you know that it's very likely to be Rumble top Aurora mid. I mean, you can flex them around. In fact, we saw it flex around by LGD, right? They played the Aurora. They played the Yone top in the Rumble. We've seen this a couple of times. Lucian banned away from Jackie Love. So now they're left with what? Like, Jhin Bard, Jhin Seraphine, Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Seraphine. A little bit... I'm actually not sure I want to play Caitlyn lane into the Ezreal Karma, really. Galio banned away. Right? It's all things 7. I hadn't even considered the Galio in there because I thought that the ball delivery is a bit meh. It's because they're respecting Ambessa Galio. Because I think the Ambessa comes in on 4 here. They could have banned the Ambessa. I think that might have been a better ban, personally. Now, do you want to leave last pick for Shun or for Knight? I think you leave it to Knight. Let him judge the whole composition. I think the Ambessa is totally fine here. It's okay into the Aurora. Like, it doesn't win against the Aurora, but you're still the same champion. Like, you're just going to survive laner bonus against either an Aurora or a Rumble, and then you're fine. So the Jhin likely to come through. Does it go Jhin Bard? Jin Seraphine, Jin Bard. Right. Okay, so you see the Jin Bard. It's a full squishy team. I actually think I think Silas, Akali, LeBlanc look pretty tasty here for Knight. Annie's more engaged. They do go for the Annie, but then you're a little bit risky against the Bard Jin. You're very immobile. It's more CC. I guess the Annie brings the CC, which the other champions wouldn't as much. Gonna go into an ad break now, so we can talk about the drafts and not get ads in game. I would have preferred more lane domination. I would have preferred a little bit more lane domination. We know that Knight can do it, obviously. Oh, Leased, by the way, I didn't realize you had a 0 punctuation avatar, by the way. That's very cool. I was a big fan of 0 punctuation. Slash Yahtzee slash whatever. Yep, Shun Pantheon, hell of a giant champion player competition. All right, into game we go. BLG top esports game 2. Let's hit those JOs.
全军出击！爆炸式光荣神器！
Okay. Q start from Cream lands on target. Molten Shield does take some of the damage back. Shields up, of course, too. Karma gets the one-person Q, but then the Ezreal lands the Q after, so Draw not too happy with the state of affairs. On will wait for the next Q cooldown. Doesn't use the Q on the wave, does the Karma. Don't think you need to, really. I think after, look, there were points where Karma did kind of need to, like, Q the wave very early on for the push. Exhaust down early, actually. Another Q landing. Heal to make sure the fourth shot isn't there. That's actually pretty nice from Viper, making sure that the fourth shot isn't free from Jackie-Love. Second wave getting hit now. Because, of course, against Jin, grand majority of his damage is loaded into that fourth shot. He needs to be careful about letting him get that. Now, Jackie-Love may go for a hubris game himself here. This actually could be a very high damage Jin game. Because you're against the squishy composition. You get any CC'd people in front of you, you're very happy. Good accuracy from Viper. Viper's had a good couple of days, hasn't he, chap? Viper's had a good couple of days. I think he's quite clearly been BLG's best player in the last day or two. Viper lands another Q on target there. No, good accuracy. Tien 4-0 on the Vi this split. Suian 6-2 on the Rumble. It's been one of his most picked in the split. 9th game on the champion. This split so far. Aurora pushing in the Annie early. As the Molten Shield start hurts that a little. Knight's not been like psycho trading in the way that we normally... Well, it's one of the ways that we know him to do. Don't think he wants to fall prey to early Tien gank. Ooh, Root is going to land there. I think it's a WQ lands from Viper, actually. Fourth shot does land. Can they threaten a dive? I actually think they can. Jackal has to back off. His W is used to farm up a minion, but he's losing a couple of minions under turret. I mean, this is why you don't give the Ezreal Karma. It is disgustingly powerful laning phase. Now, we've seen teams like Top Esports, JDG make the most of this. Shun gonna hit the level 4. Both the junglers see each other. Shun does not have an empowered ability. Tien doesn't stop the W with the Q. Electrocute traded between each other in mid lane. Bin is actually going to help leash the Scuttle Crab a little, and Tien's going to have to head towards bot side, where he doesn't really want to be, because there's a really powerful Ezreal Karma there. Knight also stops Cream getting into river. Shun won't have to smite that. I mean, don't think he gets double scuffle anyway, because I think Tien will, one, kill it before he gets there, but also his bot lane was on reset. They get the top scuffle, though. Tien will go towards his Raptor respawn. Been even with Suyan in lane so far. Knight teleporting back to lane, as we said. Darksteel for both our mid laners, plus boots. But I think Cream's been laning more than fine versus Knight today. Typically, we kind of take it for granted that Knight just kind of beats everyone in most metrics of the game in the LPL. Cream's been actually holding his own okay in terms of trading patterns anyway. And Cream is a player who I think that has really leveled up over the last year or two to become a genuinely elite mid laner within the LPL. Shun going through his bot side, Krugs farming okay. One of the things we talked about with BLG is how it feels like they are a team which has had inconsistent reads on early jungle pathing plus level 1s. Been taking a full trade against Suyan there, ending up with that Sunring Slam draw, walking into mid lane. Damage onto Knight there. Q does land from the Aurora, which means you get the pullback. Dragon up soon. See if either team wants to go towards it early. We've actually seen first Dragon be taken close towards like the 10-minute mark. Because I think when we've got so... It's again, one of those things which is easy to kind of pass over when you have AD farming... Well, AD skirmishing jungle meta. It takes a long time to kill Dragon. And you often take a lot of damage doing it. Which means that a lot of the time, you waste time which you could be using to farm or gank on killing Dragon. And you leave yourself vulnerable while you're taking it. Because you take a lot of damage. So we don't see a lot of early Dragons right now. Sometimes we do. Like, Team WE will occasionally. AL will occasionally. Not today, though, AL. They're quite late again. I think junglers would just much rather be, you know, killing people, basically. Viper is now almost 20 CS up on Jackala, 15 right now. There's another bit of damage onto him. I mean, while this is happening, Draw has done the Bard Classic, which is why I banned this champion for about 10 years. Oh, Cream looking for a play on here. Knight getting engaged onto. Well, this is the power from it. Knight flashing away from the Q. Empowered E from the Pantheon. Pantheon still has Flash. I don't think it'll matter, though. I guess it does. Flash forward to the Q. Cream will get the first blood. Flashes for it. Uses that W. Does on flash for his own roots? No. So, Shun goes down. Pretty close. Now, Jackilov is the one who's losing out from this because he has to lane against the Ezreal alone. He's not enjoying this very much, but it's a good kill. Cream loses the flash, but he's happy to get that Shun going down. Level 6 earned by Tien from that too. Shun went in initially to protect Knight. Didn't end up getting the E onto the actual damage, which really burst him out. Toppies was doing a good job to win the mind game of the Pantheon shield. Doing quite well against, but well, no, it's pretty even in top lane. Top lane is basically dead even. There's nothing between. Really, Hex Drinker for Tabby, so both of them have that offensive item in first. Jackalov actually managed to claim a decent amount of CS back, although I think Viper's is cleaning up the rest of the wave, so it should still be about 10 CS lead. Jackalov, actually, no, it's not. It is actually, yeah, it is. Oh, what am I talking about? It is a 10 CS lead, it is. I'm wondering whether that, like, oh, so bad at visualizing waves sometimes when I watch players across different lanes. Yeah, Jackalov up a little bit of XP as well, because On stayed in lane a little longer than Draw did. He got solo XP. Cream, one of the best Auroras in the world, might we add as well. Currently 1-0 up, has 2 Dark Seals, he's happy with that. The squishy game, getting ahead on the Aurora makes a difference. Last game really was a Taylor bot lane domination. Jackalov and Draw forced off the wave again here, actually. Good harp in there as Darn to bin as he jumped forward. Knight has the swiftness boots first, able to walk at plays more often. We've seen a definite shift on Annie from boots for a little while ago. The clean feed once again, just a bit of a happy fun time. Jackalov walking out at the Ezreal ult. A rare skill shot missing this game from Viper. Does land the W though. Happier with that. Cream got ulted in mid lane by Annie. Another stun coming up from Knight. Might be able to get the stun in here now. Does Pantheon jump over the wall? No. Oh, now Cream's used the W. What happens? Now this is a problem. Because potentially Shun lands the Q. Nope, not enough range there. Tien will get the top side objective of the grubs as well. Cream having to be quite aware of what's happening around jungle. The dragon is still available, as we said. Tien gets those grubs. Does Shun stay on dragon? I guess he does. By working his way down towards... Well, Tien walking his way down towards bot lane. Knight used that ult, as we said, to keep Cream in check. He's half HP. Draws around bot side, so he's on. But, I mean, Aurora's teleporting in. This is dangerous for Shun. Shun doesn't have flash. Doesn't mean die here. Oh, the Q flash misses. Q flash misses. That's a problem. Now, Shun is still, well, he's still out of play. He's trying to ult out of the play. Almost gets out, forces the vial instead. Very close. Almost takes down Tien by himself. Cream jumps over the wall. Shun had no flash, had no right being there, really. Should have backed off. You didn't have the flash. You couldn't do that. Very nearly ulted out of the play. Did get the vial for it. I suppose it's better than he would have expected from the situation. But yeah, probably shouldn't have been there. It's another kill to Cream. Another 2 Dark Steel stacks to Cream. The Aurora is getting really scary now. Bot lane still very far ahead. Good exhaust there. Ult traded for the barrier. Another W landing. Viper's doing some really good work here. Does have the... No, he doesn't have the curtain call, actually. Sorry, I misread that. Finn and Swian yet to really enter the game. They're just laning, really. Cream is very happy now, though. No, 2 kills onto Shun. Surprised that there wasn't a kill back from BLG. Toppies was much better play in this game so far than the last one. So, Swian, buddy. He gets ulted. Ambassador will land it too. He has flash. I just don't think it will matter. And he failed flashes anyway. Goes down. Finn takes a kill. Good roam from Knight. Had the swiftness boots. Didn't have flash. It's a bad timing for Swian to go check the wards. I guess he knew he was under threat. Just didn't quite realize how much under threat and how close he was. The swiftness boots will do that to you. Good from Knight. Needed to get active in the game anyway. Cream was starting to pull ahead, and the Annie does need to facilitate for the team. Good that the Ambassador gets the gold too, actually. Ambassador with gold is a hell of a champion, as we all know by now. Bot lane down again, around about that 10 CS mark, maybe a little bit more. Molten Shield just shrug off a bit of the damage from the Aurora, but not much. Red buff also helping for Cream. Protoball is coming in first for Cream, though. He does get that Protoball. There's less damage now, more HP. Harder to get burst out. Better for utility in terms of your actual ability to get in range for your combo. Of course, that's why it was built for so long. When Knight played it the other day, he played the Luden's build. Both teams having a ward in that Tribur. Spot the Jin trap as well. Draw walking into the bot side jungle. Knight. Well, I mean, they could pull the Pantheon ult and try and jump onto some like draw. They could try. I mean, what's Shun doing here? I think he's just He's just on call. Just on call, isn't he? Now, Swian doesn't have flash. Does he want to pull something there? I guess not. Dream gets another plate in mid lane, man. He's doing very well here. Got the early kills. There's no flash on Annie, who needs to be very afraid of Gen's Vi. Now, Cream's got, what, 3 plates in mid lane? Great game from him so far. Not pulling ahead in terms of farm, but doesn't need to, really. Got the 2 kills. Getting the plates down in mid. Knight down 1,000 gold because Cream got those 2 kills into Shin. Then heading bot side. They might magical journey. Oh, well, they're definitely going to. Viper's dead. Just a question of who gets the kill here. Jumps over. Tien lands that chilling smite. This is the dead Ezreal. Will go down. Who's the goal going to? Oh, hang on. Viper very nearly kills him. Almost kills him with a Q flash. Jackal very nearly died to the Baron bait there. Swian, no flash. Very likely dead here. Pantheon on the top side as well. Finn will flash forwards. There'll be a kill up to Shun, who gets the kill with the Q. Now, Jackal getting that gold in mid lane. Definitely not something which... Jackal getting the kill in bot lane onto Viper. Definitely not something which BLG would have wanted. Maybe BLG thought that top east would be harder, would be playing harder around top side. Obviously not the case. Tien has ult. Viper, I'm pretty sure Knight dies here, by the way. You can just fly over the wall. Knight actually has to play really safely. Yeah, he does, because Cream has ult and Tien has ult. It's only half HP. Looks like Knight's going for the first item Proto Belt as well, by the way. Means it makes more sense for him because he is the setup champion. Aurora kind of only really offers damage, so perhaps a little less value there. Jackalev's almost evened up the gold now. It's really important. 1-0-1. Even though he's down the 10 CS, doesn't matter, really. You know, for all the pressure which Viper and On had, they didn't convert it into kills. They haven't converted it into first turret just yet. Whereas Cream in mid lane actually has converted, you know, the pressure he's had and the mobility he's had to get into those kills. Overall gold lead to top esports, but not by a huge amount. Now, Bin is now 1-0-1. Almost 1,000 gold ahead himself in top lane. And this is the difference with having Bin compared to not having Bin. You can just throw resources into his lane and just say, do something, Bin. And most of the time, Bin will do it. Most of the time, he will. Tien, stopped in his Q. That could be a problem. Does he get to Q over the wall? Yes, he does. Shen misses the empowered Q there, too. Oh, steals the big Krug. Nice there, Shen. He's behind a little bit of XP. It's important for him. He's actually down 5 camps odd. It's quite important, actually. Tien's been farming well. Shen, his 2 deaths have led to a bit of farm going over towards Tien. Now, Shen is okay at clawing back leads in jungle. He's one of the best in the LPL at doing that. Eyes on it, though. Okay, so first item completed from Bin has the Eclipse now. Triforce for Viper. Ghostblade for Jackal, not going for the Hubris. Skill shot accuracy there from Viper on the keep. Doesn't hit the W. Yeah, well, there's your trades from Ambessa beyond the wave. Dragon is alive. Top East was looking for their second. Any contest? Well, I mean, Pantheon is on the bot side of the map, but I don't really think there's much of an angle here. Cream has 3 grubs. On walking over to the back of the pit, will spot Tien. Bardot lands onto him. Root will land... Well, the root is missed from Jhin. Dragon is taken, rather. It's a Hextech Rift, so Top East will have themselves now a very powerful opportunity to get a very powerful soul. Cream is now at 1.4 thousand gold ahead after taking plates from bot side. The 3 grubs are really helping him, actually. And you'll notice that BLG have struggled to get into Cream's lane. Knight misses the stun there. Does get the Hextech prop, but not that much. Not great from him. Wants to clear out the wave. The big thing is he gets the wave clear there. He's afraid of the Vi Aurora combo, which I'm pretty sure he knows is coming if he stays around and doesn't clear the wave. Ooh, still gets hit by the full combo though. He's trying to dodge out of it. Still gets access to the tower. To the cannon, rather. Can't get that. Yeah, Cream is really far ahead. And with the 3 grubs, they probably take this turret, actually. I mean, Cream and Tien still have ults. He can't walk up. He can't wave clear. BLG so used to Knight being able to hold his own against everyone, but Cream's been given the early gold, and he's doing really well at it. He's doing really well. Just walking up, pushing lanes. Push mid, push bot. He's doing well at this. BLG on the other side, they're really hoping that Bin can be the one to break the pressure now. Knight is on the setup champion. I was a bit worried with the Annie being locked in, saying, well, okay, Cream's good in lane right now. You should pick lane dons. Shut him down. Make sure that top pieces don't get to have fun. And of course, he gave the kill over towards top lane on Bin. That's an important moment in the game from Knight. But if he had gone for LeBlanc, if he'd gone for, maybe even the Silas, which can do well against the Aurora as well, perhaps we'd be seeing much less of an early game lead for top esports. Ezreal will love Hextech Soul if they can get it. You're not getting a 4-dragon game from BLG, I don't think. Like, if you're getting a 4-dragon game from BLG, then if they manage to win 4 dragons, and the game isn't over, something weird's happened. Not that it can't, but in a squishy game like this, I don't think the game will... Typically, the game doesn't last beyond 6 dragons. Maybe it will go to 6 total. Not often, though. Bin's on weak side. BLG have not been great at protecting against aggressive plays on side lanes. Bin, gets his W down, gets his ult, doesn't have flash. The Bard ult disables the tower. Teleport comes through from Knight now. Tries to maybe one-shot Tien. Does manage to get the kill. Not bad from him, but he is alone. He's likely dying here, trading his own life 1-for-1. Ezreal's pushing mid lane. There is a 3-grub stack on top esports, which means they'll kill towers quicker. They have the Herald. They're going to take the mid lane turret. And they can probably charge for the inner turret too, actually. So in terms of overall towers, not bad for BLG. There's a teleport away from Cream. I actually think BLG might look for a teleport in. Well, Bin's only up in 10 seconds. Pantheon's, well, they'll use the Pantheon instead. Jackal likely dead now. Has flash, but he'll die. Gets the 4th shot on target. Root comes through. Do they want to gift it over the Viper? I suppose they do. Hops the wall. Gets one auto. Gets the next one. They gift the kill over to the Ezreal. So they get mid lane turret, and Ezreal gets the kill. Good gold in the pocket of Viper. I think top esports overcook it just a tad. Knight down and bot side. He, of course, got himself his own kill in that top side play. Died for it after. Oh, now he's not looking too happy, though. Vi flies in. Knight very dead. Teleport in from the Ambassador. Have they gone too deep, though? I mean, well, hang on a second. Flash away. Tien has gone too deep. They get the 1 kill. How much do they give up for it? They get the 1. It's another kill to Viper. Viper's now well on his way. Well, he's got his 2 items. He's got his second item before 20 minutes. He'll likely get his next one very soon. Shun, not doing bad there, actually. Suyan gets the overheat on. Well, now the tower's dead. Shun, careful there, buddy. Rumble known for doing damage. Mid lane turret falls. Top Esports get themselves. Top lane turret. Mid lane turret. Kill onto Bin, kill onto Knight. Twice, actually. Whereas BLG get mid lane turret. Get a charge further into mid lane turret. They're going to get bot lane turret now. They get 1 kill for Knight, 2 kills for Viper. So kills are remarkably even. I think this should have been a blowout. Look, I think with Top Esports making plays like this, you'd assume they get a blowout. But I don't think that's the case. Flash away from draw there, of course, from the Ezreal ult. It's much more even than it should be, but it's still a Top Esports-centric, sided play on the whole, just about. Cream is now 2,000 gold ahead of Knight, by the way. Viper is so strong, though, no, for this point in the game. I mean, Top Esports will need to kill Viper. They have the tools to. I mean, they've got Aurora, Vi, Rumble, Bard as well to catch them out. So Viper needs to play very carefully, very respectfully. On has actually gone for the Shurelias with that in mind. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it'll help Viper stay safer than something like a Mikhail's, because, of course, Vi, well, you can't Mikhail's that. Dragon's up now. Well, now it's Viper's time to shine. Viper, you got to do something special. Dragon's up now. Knight doesn't have teleport, walking behind the back in mid lane, trying to get himself into position. Doesn't have flash either. Dragon's going low. I think this is just dead, no? Just gone before they get to contest. Bin is going to get caught out. Where's the full comp? Bin's just dead. B just gets completely blasted. Doesn't judge that very well. It's a late setup from BLG. Pantheon is ulted, but the equalizer is wasted. Swian's going to go down. Shun going to get the help of his team. Does have ult if he wants to continue the play. He could flash out the back of the pit. Viper trying to launch some skill shots away. Gonna ult away. This time it will work. He tried that the first time. But still, Top Esports walk away with third dragon. Swian dies. Not great from him. Not really sure how he ended up there. Both top laners end up getting caught out. Bin has a lot of gold here, and he doesn't necessarily use it that respectfully. It was a late setup from BLG. It's a team misplay to get into position so late. I think it's really hurt BLG, the fact that Knight has fallen so far behind. I don't think BLG really put much focus on his lane. Top Esports did put that one big play from draw. Well, basically draw left Jackulov alone early to go roam across the map. But it's worked out well, right? Because Cream is so far ahead, 3-0-3. Cream on the Aurora, one of the best players of that champion in the world. Okay, so BLG, Bin, Viper, they have the gold. They gotta do something to dig him out of this pit. Top Esports in a very good advantage now in terms of the 3 dragons. The gold's not crazy, but the dragons are. Bin's alone on the side lane again. Tien is here. I don't think they want this though, do they? They shouldn't, I don't think. Cream walking away. Combo doesn't really... Hang on, Cream's gone too far here. And Vessa's going to get the ult. What is Cream doing? Jumps in, misses the combo. Bin and Shun pounce. That's what they needed. This is likely going to be the Baron after his 3 dead, including the jungler. What have Top Esports done? Oh, that's disaster. Cream jumps forward, misses the combo, gets double stunned by Shun, and then Bin's ultimate point and click after. That is disaster. Top Esports were in a great position. They lose the Baron, lose 3 kills. BLG can lock down the map, get themselves the towers which they want. That is disaster for Top Esports. Oh, that's disappointing to see from them. I mean, Cream had an awesome game up until then, but all it takes is, like, if you are the Fed carry, it only takes 1 misstep. Jumps forward, misses the combo, gets stunned. He walks forwards again with the Proto Belt, and he Proto Belts into a Pantheon to die. What? Cream, you can't... Well, that's curdled, hasn't it? Cream's gone off. Occasionally, look, this is something that I'd expect from Cream 2023 on OMG. You know, national fly into the Sunday. When he flew in on Kaiser into Top Esports in 2023 Summer Playoffs, Game 5. Knight walking up, maybe looking for a stun. Won't use the ultimate there. We'll get a bit of damage down. Magical Journey will see them out to safety. Is there a cross map from Top Esports? Well, they might look for a big play, but they're looking for a play in mid lane. That's just not happening. On safely away from there, Top Esports were trying something, but they couldn't find the angle. BLG actually not called out in that play. Top Esports... Credit to them for looking. That often will catch out many a team on a Baron push, but not here. Inner turret goes down. Baron power play will go over 2,000. Not bad for BLG. Now, of course, they still need to see up the next dragon fight. That'll be the danger point. Really late Mikhail's? Yeah. Did Cream have flash at that point? If he did, then he should have had the Mikhails to flash out. Should have done. Cream maybe walking up to Knight. Oh, hang on. Viper just E'd. He doesn't have flash, but they don't go for the play. I thought they might go for that. Okay, Shun does have empowered E. Now he's gone too far. They don't spot them at all. The clean feed. Well, we're going to watch him die again. Okay, Shun will go down. Good pickoff. They choose not to go into the carries. They go into Shun instead. Magical Journey out onto the map. Dragon is alive in a minute. On's going to walk forwards. Dwarf, does he just die here? I think he actually does. Flash away. Mikhail's onto himself, jumping onto Viper. Not bad, gets out of a lot of the pressure. That's a huge combo back from Knight. That's a huge combo. Top East wants to evaporate. Shattered. Shattered like glass. Ben goes through the Magical Journey, perhaps a little too far from him. Seems just okay. I mean, what the hell? Ben going forwards, gets the damage down, the repudiate. Ben wants blood. BLG march forwards again. The curtains are closed just after they open. Tower goes down. Knight thinking about the flash. In fact, he's still good. Jacqueline, what are you doing? Knight will get the last kill. Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, that's pretty much the game. I mean, well, what happens now? You're going to go back towards Dragon? Top Esports won't get that. What the hell? We'll watch a replay of that. That was insane. Well, I didn't expect an enemy to be doing that much after being 1,000 gold down. Watch what happens towards, I think it's Cream and Tien on the bot part of this fight here. Dwarf flashes away after Mikhail's in. What happens here? So, oh, it's Bin plus Knight. Okay, it's both solo laners at once. It is actually a lot of the Ambassador as well. You know what? Most of that damage was actually Ambassador. Credit to Bin and Knight, both of them just like hit the double stack and they kill them. But like, what the heck is Top Esports doing? You literally lose a 4v5 here. Viper, very good disengage. Bin knows his full damage numbers, goes mental on the fight. Does die the last tower shot, but jeez, man.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Last flash for that kill. I mean, Top Esports, what the heck? These are such avoidable plays. And now BLG has 6,000 gold up. They delay until the next Dragon for Top Esports because they don't get the earliest possible soul. 6,000 gold is nasty. I don't think you can full combo Bin. I think he lives. Now, he's level 17. He's got a Hex Drinker. If he gets his W up and Eclipse, he's probably living, right? Compare this to the Ambassador from yesterday. Yeah, I mean, Bin is doing a lot better today. Bin is doing a lot better today. I know that his laning phase in game 1 wasn't fantastic, but at least his macro was good. No, but like yesterday was like, I don't know, like a 3 out of 10. This is more like a 6 out of 10, you know? For the entire series. Good macro, not great laning in terms of game 1. Game 2, much better on all accounts actually from the Ambassador. Oh, Viper not going to get caught there. Viper's had an excellent day, I tell you. This is what some of the oh, the double combo! Now the GA is still there from the fight. Knight may well still die. Goes golden. Bin going deeper. Tien still has that GA. I mean, Top Esports are just double stacking into the Annie. What do they think's going to happen? And Bessa walking forwards on their own. Pantheon's going into the play and spears the Bard on the end of the stick. Top Esports, did they just walk into this damage? This was such a winnable game for them. The discipline was not there. This was their game for the taking, but BLG just clamber up the slope. And I think Top Esports have just thrown a golden opportunity to take a game back. BLG, perhaps blessing their luck a little bit. Shun almost dying there. Cream good damage. Perhaps there's one last chapter to this. One Nexus turret falls. I don't think they'll get more than that now. But Top Esports, this has been... The discipline is shocking here. Now, Baron's up in 30 seconds. Next Dragon in 2.5 minutes. BLG extended their lead to 8,000 gold. Tien, well, is he just stunned again? Well, the Ambassador's on top of that. And he's barely alive by the end of the Bard ultimate. Now, Bin might have gone too far now. That could be a problem. He's going to likely be dead for the Baron. He's going very, very deep, though. And he might just kill Tien. All hooks of the Baron are gone. Tien, you did not have to give up your life there. That could have been an opportunity to recall, get back out onto the map, take Baron on spawn. The double combo of the solo laners has saved BLG this entire game. You know, the first top lane player was Shun and then on Ambassa. Of course, Shun and Bin. Next player in the mid lane, Knight and Bin. Playing the top jungle, Knight getting the double combo. I mean, the Baron is now BLG's surely, even without the Ambassa. There's no smite from top esports to steal away the objective. Walking over now, Shun will have the big old objective secure button at the ready. And that last play also could have been a comeback from top esports. I know you're afraid of losing Jakulov. I think that Tien doesn't have to die there. He's 2-6. And now a play after the Baron comes through. The clean feed will give us a quick replay of that again. I'm going to probably guess it's going to switch forward just as he dies. There you go. Dead. Tower, dead. BLG get a great play after the Baron. Their reactive play has been very good today. Very quick at pulling the trigger. Very aware of where their playmaking tools are available. Viper is 4,000 gold ahead of his opponent. In other news, I think in terms of player of the match, I think it's quite clearly Viper for me. I think Viper's been incredible. This has been his best run of form out of the 3 splits we've seen from BLG. I think split 1 and 2 were both a little bit mixed from one of the all-timers of bot lane. He is up there, I think, in top 3 AD carries all time. I think you've got, what, Deft, Ruler, Viper. I think current top 3 across league history in terms of AD carries. Then after that, you start having questions about, well, you know, where does Uzi rank across the all-time greats? Some people will rate Guma for his, you know, crazy Worlds wins, the amount of titles he has of the world's most important competition for League of Legends. The Viper is definitely up there. And I don't think he was matching that kind of performance for BLG for most of this year. I think split 3, he's been gaining a lot more momentum, though, by going for a massively extended flank. Cream takes a combo. Shield onto Viper means that he doesn't take much in return. Ezreal will not be here. Oh, they're trying to get the Hextech Soul. Guys, let's not do a Soul for Nexus trade. Let's not do a Soul for Nexus trade. He's going to try and take the Dragon, not go for the flank. Now, what happens? Do they get the recall before he can... Well, do they get the recall before the base is destroyed? I don't think BLG realize it. They're not going for the end. Top Esports are going to steal the soul. They sneak it away. Tien finds a bit of inspiration. BLG did not have a ward onto it, and now they've given up Hextech Soul. Okay. It's not a soul for Nexus trade. Can they get the kill? Oh, they don't get the recall. Tien is going to get stopped. Very likely dead. Now Ezreal will head over. Now, what's this going to lead to? Well, he's dead. He doesn't want to extend his death timer, I don't think. Baron is only available for 40 more seconds. BLG really panicked there. They didn't get that much out of that. Shun waiting in the jungle now, and Bessa pushing top lane. There's a Hextech Soul on top esports. Is that enough? I don't know if it is, personally. I think they may still well lose, but this is... Look, of the random things that had to go well for top esports to win this game, that is one of them. Oh, good damage onto draw there. Pantheon's jumping in, has the GA, gets right on top of Jackal, jumps forward. Mikhails comes forward. GA still yet to be blown. One tower goes down, another one likely to fall. Hishin still has the GA. The Ambassador ult will land. Cream goes in between worlds, but I think instead he'll be going between the banks of the River Styx. Charon, perhaps replaced by Bin, who will put Cream in it. Nexus falls. It's not quite the soul for Nexus trade, but it's close enough. Top Esports will fall 0-2 in quite the peculiar game 2. BLG will go to 10 wins. Pole position now for finishing top 2 and securing themselves that first round playoffs bye. What a weird game. That was strange as heck. Yeah. What to say? What to say? Well, thank you everyone for joining me yet again. I appreciate you all for joining me with this. We'll listen to the interview, then we'll pass you on to another stream, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
而且赢下这一场比赛之后，也意味着你们在季后赛已经提前锁定了前2，而且也是完美的完成了对于滔博第1轮的复仇。所以整体打完，现在感觉怎么样？
想到季后赛只用在上海，然后还可以多放几天，心情就很舒服吧。
哇，也是很实在的一个感受啊！那我们也来聊一下今天的一个对局。其实，在赛前的时候，选手们就说，可能今天的火力会主要集中在下半区。那确实，在第1局比赛一开始的时候，就感觉你们也是围绕着下半区来进行了非常多波的进攻。无论是你和 Viper 选手2个人的一些操作，还是说配合上打野你们对下路的一些进攻。所以说，想问一下，可能你们前期的一些思路会是怎样的呢？
首先，这个版本因为设计师改动了很多关于下路 AD 跟辅助的生态嘛，导致就现在 这种绑在下路的辅助更加好赢游戏了。就是我们今天 BP 的主题就是全围绕着下路来进行。
哎，那其实你说到下路的话，我还想多问一下你的这个露露，因为解说老师们也说，感觉你玩露露就完全是一个进攻型的软辅，无论是对于下路的一些进攻，还是说不断的去游走，包括帮助上路，满地图都是你的一个身影。所以说，在拿到露露的时候，你整体的一些思路会是怎么样的呢？
我觉得露露这个英雄，首先他在对线上是非常厉害的嘛，他唯一的缺点就是没有控制，然后在独自做视野的时候比较困难。我觉得拿到这个英雄，前面一定要发挥好他的强势就好了。
确实，
一定要发挥好他的强势就好了。
确实，这把的露露也表现得非常的漂亮，而且不光是你拿下第一局的一波先锋团，其实对面是要主动先打先锋的一个情况之下，你们非常漂亮的抓住机会，打了对面一个措手不及，利用了一个你们的操作分割战场，然后完成了对面的团灭。感觉那一波之后，他们就很难再和你们招架了。所以说那一波你们整体的沟通会是怎么样的呢？
其实我觉得那一波先锋团这个版本，因为先锋打也太痛了嘛，我觉得这个先锋不能动，就是其实这个中立支援除非优势够大才能动嘛，我们就是看他们动了，主动去截架而已。
感觉你们真的思路非常的清晰，而且你其实提到这个版本，我也想问一个关于另外一个辅助英雄的问题，就是泰坦。因为今天第一局对面有选出来嘛，其实前2天的时候，我们官方有个板子写了，虽然第3赛段泰坦的登场率不断的提升，但是胜率却在不断的下降。其实现在只有30%多，今天有队伍拿出来也都没有能够获得胜利。那你站在辅助选手的视角的话，你觉得原因可能会是什么呢？
其实我感觉泰坦这个英雄，他作为一个辅助来说就比较万金油嘛，说他厉害其实也没多厉害，说他垃圾其实也还行吧。但我觉得在那种高手对局中，他太容易被操作了，然后太容易死了。
那确实。那来到了第2局，我们感觉其实好像前期对面是有拿到一些比较不错的节奏的，但是来到10几分钟的转线期，一旦陷入到乱战，就完全进入到你们的节奏、你们的回合了。上路、下路，感觉每条路你们都在打架，而且很快就掌握了全场的一个节奏。可以和我们聊一下，一般来到这种中期，你们的一些处理会是怎样的呢？
主要是中路线推出去之后，去跟对面野辅对位，自然而然就会优势了。
那其实来到第2局的话，有一波我们觉得非常帅气的团战，也是在中路。你们在拿到大龙以后往前推进的时候，其实当时打野是有被对面在野区抓到的。所以说，其实这个正面少人的一个情况，他们率先发难，你们完美回击，然后在中路就长驱直入。所以说，和我们聊一下那一波你们当时的想法会是怎样的呢？
那波我觉得我们其实就是想撤退，没想到位就开上来罢了。还有那个 Viper 的到那个 EZE 放的比较权威嘛，100%规避位的啊，还有他 E 出来了，所以我们就取胜。
也是给我们的 AD 给 Viper 一些夸夸啊。那今天我觉得大家全员真的发挥的都非常好。那对于你们组内赛最后的收官之战，还有一场比赛也是面对到 AL。那其实说到 AL 的话，就不得不提他们的一些野辅上的联动。所以说，对于收官之战，你对于野辅这一部分会有怎么样的一些期待呢？
就是做好我们自己就行了，因为这个版本其实在线上的时候比较多，我们下路跟打野配合好就行了。
好的，也期待你们在收官之战也有良好的表现。再次的恭喜你们今天2比0斩获比赛的胜利。接下来让我们把画面给回到解说席。
Okay, folks, thank you so much for joining me. I'm aware that all the league has just ended now. LCK's over, LPL's over. I'm going to go find someone to radio over to. MVP from chat is Viper. I think you made a... I think you've made a good decision there, folks. Okay, who to raid over to? Let's have a look-see. Let's radio over to Charlie. They're playing World of Warcraft for the first time, so... Hey, thank you everyone for stopping by. I appreciate you all being friendly and chat. Appreciate you all keeping me company. If you'd like to drop a like, follow, subscribe, if you don't do already, it does make a difference. And if you want to keep in part of the community, come join the Discord. If you want to donate, we have a Ko-fi. I'll turn my camera on. Hello everyone. Good to see you for the rest of the stream. I'm gonna raid you over now, and yeah, I hope you have a good time. Bye bye. All right, folks. I appreciate you all. And so I might see you tomorrow, but I'm flying tomorrow. It might be a Sam long day tomorrow. And then Sunday, we'll see, because I'd like to have a day with Angie in Berlin before she has to go back home as well. We'll see. Anyway, folks, I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for following. Bye-bye.